Kia ora tātou. Welcome everyone to this meeting, this annual plan deliberation meeting. Welcome to the public, if there are any there, the media, staff and councillors. For a start, we have an apology for lateness from Councillor Vandervis. I'll move from the chair that apology be accepted. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I will then go on to confirmation of the agenda, and I've move that we confirm the agenda with the addition of 7A, which is an overarching resolution to set Council's desired rates increase prior to discussion of reports. And I will explain that. Basically, I'll be putting a motion either resolving to stay within the 3% or not. But I'll move that the agenda be confirmed with that addition. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 4 is for noting, declarations of interest. 4A, procedural issues. I will move from the chair two motions around procedural issues. One, that we suspend the requirement for councillors to stand while speaking. And 2, suspend Standing Order 3.7.17 to allow councillors to use electronic devices during the meeting. Second to Councillor Staines. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, item 4B is an overarching resolution that I'll put from the chair that any resolution made, we note that resolve that any resolution made in this section of the meeting may be subject to further discussion and decision by the meeting. That's a standard overarching resolution. Second to Councillor Staines. Any discussion on that? I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Now, in moving that, I want to explain how I propose to move through the decision-making process. We obviously need to respond to all the submissions brought to Council in the consultation process and make a call on how we respond. However, the overarching decision that Council needs to make at this meeting, and it will be the cumulative result of all the individual spending decisions, is setting the level of the rates increase or not. We went into consultation from the January meeting with a tentative 2.9% rates increase. Since then, some further necessary spending has been identified, and Mr Mackenzie will outline that when we get to budget changes item 7. However, adding in those additional spending items would take our rates increase, we are told, to 3.5%. And at the end of the meeting in January, Council passed a motion, and I'll read it, that Council has resolved not to exceed its cap of 3% for rates increases in 2016-17. Council is aware of some possible cost increases risks between the confirmation of the draft budget and the setting of the rate. Feedback will be sought through consultation on the additional spending decisions, then during the January Annual Plan Council meeting to assist in prioritisation of decisions should that become necessary. So I propose that after Mr Mackenzie and his team have outlined the financial forecast and the budget changes, we confirm or not that resolution. Is Council of a mind to stick within the 3%, or do those recent additional items constitute exceptional circumstances? By making a call on that at that point in the meeting will give us a context for spending decisions. If Council resolves to stick within the 3% cap, then the obvious question then is how we achieve that. What do we take out and how? Now, to inform that discussion, we have to consider a number of reports. They all have implications for spending, so each affects the total spend. However, making a call on each one as we come to it wouldn't allow us to consider the total impact until the end. And then we may have to go back over them again, and that's potentially very messy. So in the first instance, I propose to work through these reports, asking any questions of staff, getting any answers, and then simply noting each one. And finally, when we come to the point of making a decision on spending levels, then Council can make a call on what to cut and what to include, subject to whether we want to keep ourselves within the 3% or not. And at that point, Mr Mackenzie will also have some suggestions to make about how we do that or don't do that. So, we'll move on to these reports, which, as I say, I will move to note in each instance. So the first one is number 5, the Annual Plan Consultation Report. And could I invite, that might be Jane. Welcome, Jane.
Your Worship, can I just ask a process question?
Sure. Yeah.
So there are questions that we might have on this paper that don't actually affect any budgetary matters in the coming year. Are you wanting to take all questions related to the paper now, or are you just wanting to take questions on budget?
In the first instance, that's a good point. In the first instance, we'll take questions on the reports. We will be addressing all the submissions anyway, and I'm just, off the top of my head, I'm not quite sure what order that comes in, but I would assume that we would ask the questions about those other submissions at that point. However, if something is relevant, if a question is relevant to one of the reports but comes from somewhere else, I'm quite happy. It would be silly to wait, so quite happy to take questions at any time if it's relevant.
Okay, thanks.
Jane.
Right. Good morning.
Got a dud from the start, did you? Would you like to preface any questions?
What I will say, this is a summary of the results of the questionnaire elements in the submission form. One thing I would like to preface is that we had a number of questionnaire elements where the public were invited to put a yes or a no. When we were classifying or tagging the submissions, we often noticed that the member of the public might put no, they didn't support something, but then from their comments it was clear that they did actually support the premise. So I guess what I'm saying is just take the yes-no results with a grain of salt, because there'll be a small percentage of human error that you naturally find in a questionnaire.
So, questions, councillors, of this report? Councillor Watt.
Jane, I noticed there was quite a few anonymous submissions. Should we be accepting anonymous submitted?
We are able to admit an anonymous submission. There were no mandatory fields in the form. We needed to be able to allow people to answer as many or as few questions as they chose to. It just means they won't receive the feedback in the same manner.
Sorry, is the councillor's question, should the council be, we asking, should the council be accepting anonymous decisions? Yeah. Because I think, yeah, I think traditionally we have accepted anonymous decisions and so continue to do so, but I guess that's up to the council from this point forward, I suppose, to take a decision not to if you want to in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just on the coding, the yes/no question, in examples where someone didn't support something and then in the commentary made it obvious that the reason they didn't support it was because they thought it was inadequate and should be increased, did that become a yes?
No, we did not change any of the original coding. We left it as it was received. Yeah.
On the point around anonymous submissions, is that something that is now available to us thanks to the relaxation of requirements around the consultation? Or have we always accepted
We
anonymous
have always
submission?
accepted a small number of anonymous submissions.
Every year we
More this
do.
year than usual.
We do reject a small number of vulgar or inappropriate submissions of various types, and we receive some of our
Not all of
staff
them.
have the joy of opening those, and so any that are quite clearly inappropriate we discard or abusive. But outside of that, we have in the past, the practice has been to accept them and just note that they're anonymous.
Thank you. And just lastly, and it's not really the scope of this report, but I'm wondering what the process is from here to help improve the levels of engagement that we have, particularly where there are demographic gulfs among the membership, both in terms of how the consultation process is designed and then following that, how it is rolled out, rather than getting too late to make any meaningful difference.
Right, so following each consultation process, we debrief it and we work out where we're hitting and where we're not hitting the age cohorts, etc. We are now preparing for the next LTP, and we are looking at improving engagement with the groups that we're missing. This year it was markedly the under 30 age group that was absent. We did wonder if it was the nature of the exceptions only consultation that caused that, because there was better engagement of the LTP, which was a larger and broader, more wide-ranging consultation. But we are working to improve what we do, and we'll be looking at what other councils are doing around the country as well.
Thank
Nicola,
you.
do you want to add anything?
Will that debrief include those affected demographics, or will it just be us sitting around talking about how we can better engage with them again?
Yeah, you can.
Just picking up on that the last question, so the debrief will cover staff and councillors, but in terms of looking at how we have more effective community engagement, we'll be having a wider exercise with the various sectors of the community that we need to engage with. So that's I suppose there are two parallel but linked exercises going on. So the wider community engagement one will talk with groups like the Youth Council, students, a wider range of groups. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
And just lastly, there were a number of submitters who, essentially in an attempt to be as concise as possible with our consultation document, it would appear that that made things ambiguous or unclear for a number of submitters for a number of reasons. Is that something that we will be looking to address for the following year?
You mean in terms of the understandability of the questionnaire or the document, or?
Well, just a number of people said, I don't know what this means, and reading it, they could be forgiven for not knowing what this means, had they not been involved in the development of the document.
We had a number of submissions with that feedback,
Yeah.
so yes, that would be taken into account for next time.
Great, thanks.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you, Worship. My question relates to engagement with youth again, and just relates to the answer that was provided to the question I sent through yesterday. I guess what concerned me about that was the focus on the LTP rather than the annual plan, given that we know that we have a significant issue in a particular demographic. If we don't change anything, then we'll just get the same outcome next year. So is there not the plans that you have to engage with the Youth Council and have conversations perhaps with the Youth Participation Advisory Group and the various other different entities that we have available to us, are they with a focus on the LTP, or will they inform our approach to annual plan next year as well?
Yeah. Yes, I'll inform the annual plan next year. I think the reason that the reference was made to the LTP is that we're putting sort of a significant resource and focus on preparing for the LTP, but the benefits and the learnings will apply to both the annual plan and the long-term plan.
Thank you very much.
Further questions, councillors? Okay, I'll move from the chair that report be noted. Second to Councillor Staines. Is there any discussion on that? I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So on to financial forecast, item 6. Here somewhere. Yep.
Right, so if you go over page, you'll see that that's how we're going to move through.
So when's that coming?
I'll just say a couple of things right up front. So the financial forecast is a new process that we've put in place for this year. You'll recall at the annual plans last year, we gave the councillors an update during the meeting so that they had an aware of where our financial position was and where the likely end-of-year position was going to be, and whether we'd like to have an underspend that could be used for other activities. We thought that was such a wonderful idea, so that actually make it part of the formal process. So thanks for councillors for the feedback on that. It's been great. All right, so how have we done this? So what we've done is that basically we've given the first 9 months of the year actual result year to date. We've then added in the last 3 months of the financial year, and then we've actually put in some adjustments that we know of as part of overall council. What that then does is it shows that there's an impact on the surplus. So for the first 9 months of the year, we're quite favourable. For the last 3 months of the year, we actually think there's significant pressure on council's budget. I need to also add at this stage that this is about council's normal operations. So we're trying to exclude those that we actually have very little control over. So the Waipori Fund, I only wish we knew where that was going to head for the next 3 months. And as I said in the past, if I knew that, I'm fairly sure I wouldn't be working at the DCC. Or maybe I would be. And also other activities where we've had some sale of properties, where there will be some gains in sales on those properties, but they're actually sort of one-off activities that aren't part of core council operating activity. What that has shown is that the surplus, we're going to be very close to surplus, and then the paper's indicating just slightly unfavourable from a surplus point of view. We're also indicating, though, that our debt position is going to be slightly better. Now, that's due to a combination of sales of property, a better opening position for debt, and then some savings in capital expenditure. What we also have, though, is that we actually do have some cash savings, and particularly in interest costs and capital expenditure. So there is a little bit of a buffer there from a rates perspective, because rates are done on cash basis as opposed to just on the surplus basis. So I think that's all I need to say. I'll just check with the other two whether they've got anything else to add. Or we'll go.
Councillors, questions? Councillor Thompson.
Grant, can I just ask a couple of questions for clarification for everyone, really? One is around the cash surplus and entirely understanding that a significant chunk of that is delayed capex or sales on properties or whatever. But to what extent have you fully factored that cash surplus into the projected debt level position into 16-17?
So for the next financial year, we've in the budget changes paper, you'll see that there's a further reduction in interest rates, in interest costs. That is because we've allowed for a significant portion of that improved debt position to occur for council. So we're forecasting the end of the year will be about $220 million debt, and we've allowed for the vast majority of that. Right. So in terms of your
projections around debt level at the time that, back in January and at the time that we went out for consultation. Has your position changed at all with regard to, I mean, is the impact of any cash, unspent cash carried forward changed your projections at all in terms of that debt position?
So between January and now, we've effectively allowed for that because we've recalculated interest costs, which has shown a saving for the budget impact for next year. So there will still be, because it's a forecast, we know we're not going to get it right, there will be still some leeway, but I can't tell you off the top of my head whether that's 2 million, 20 million, but it's more
I hope
like
you could tell us whether it was 2 million versus 20 million.
it's more likely to be closer to than 2 than it is 20.
All right, okay. Well, I won't push any harder. The other question actually flows out of a submission, and it's you may recall that Federated Farmers had a concern that we may be funding our forward offsetting forward rates by selling the family jewels, and we certainly aren't doing that. But part of what fueled that is that big apparent drop in non-current assets between the 16-17 LTP of about 3.27 billion versus the 16-17 budget of 3.045 billion. Can you just clarify why that's because it is such a marked change?
So the major reason there is on an annual basis we revalue our infrastructure, and those values go up sometimes and sometimes they go down. In that instance, it's occurred in the last financial year, so that asset value went down slightly. And while it seems like such a large number when you've got $3 billion worth of assets, overall it's actually not that significant. So.
Thank you.
I hope this is the right time to ask this. I think last year there'd been a suggestion about targeted rates and universal annual charges, and the proportions of those. Have we sorted where we're at on the targeted rates in relation to the Local Government Act?
Through Worship, do you mean in terms of the 30% cap? So we are within the cap, but I just need to...
Last year we'd been advised that we were right near the top of it because of warm homes and various other things, but I understand that may have been reconsidered.
Yes, correct. So it's we can exclude the warm homes because it's not uniform across the entire city.
What about the other charges as far as those places that aren't getting, for example, services for stormwater or sewage, does that make it a citywide charge or not?
So no, we do include those in the calculation, the water and the drainage rates, even though they're not the entire city, they are the majority.
It's just that by definition you're still considering that that's a citywide targeted rate?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question just relates to the unknowns, which I referred to at the bottom of the table on page 27. These are unknowns, but possible cash that you will have at the end of the year. Is that right?
So effectively what these are is they're highlighting non-normal operating activities that might occur. So the potential profit you might have on the sale of Union Street. I'm waiting to be picked up by the media for saying it because I've said it twice now. So I got it wrong. Sorry, Vaughan and Tim. And the watchers of TV. So they are not. They're not normal operating activity. We're trying to get it that this is core operating activity of council rather than actually here's a lot of noise that goes on around the side. Yeah. What I can tell you with 100% certainty is that this forecast will be wrong.
Yeah.
The magnitude of it, I just,
Yeah. No, appreciate that. And yeah, I guess where I'm going with it is I'm just seeking to understand if, in the event that these were favourable, the outcomes in this area were favourable, and the transactions were completed by, in some cases, transactions were completed by the end of this financial year, our budget, our current position that it be applied to debt would stand. Is that right?
correct.
Yeah. So.
And we've actually allowed for that to happen for next year's budget.
So you've factored these into next year's budget, despite the fact that they are.
Well, no, most of these transactions have occurred.
Oh, have occurred,
The sale
right.
of Union Street.
been sold.
Right.
So we've actually already got the cash, previously non-cash adjustment and the P&L.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So this isn't over and above. This is within the budgets that you've already projected. Yeah. Thank you.
Further questions, councillors? Right, I will move from the chair that the item financial forecast be noted. Second to Councillor Staines. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Now on to budget changes. Mr McKenzie.
Thank you. Unlike prior years, we've been able to find savings between when we set the original budget and the budget update in May. This year we haven't, and there's been a couple of reasons of that. And the first being that the council's budgets are getting tighter and tighter, which is what you'd expect when you've been through a period of significant change and continuing to tightening of the budgets. Secondly, there is management is finding out more and more all the time about what needs to do to improve the level of service that we're providing, or actually maintain the level of service that we're providing, and actually delivering what we need to the city. So they're the major reasons why we have got these increased costs. It'd be fair to say, from my perspective, it's not ideal bringing it to this meeting, because it makes it harder for us to actually then come up with a realistic rates increase. But I think under the circumstances, I think it's unavoidable in this current financial year. So if, based on these numbers, everything was approved, that would give us a 3.5% rates increase. And which is unfortunate, because ideally we wanted to keep below the 3% as much as everyone else has. I guess the overall approach that we're trying to take with our budgeting, though, is that we want them to be realistic. And it'd be quite easy for us to say, actually, hold on, leave that parking revenue lower. But it's actually not realistic, and it's not realistic then for that team to actually have a budget that's unrealistic to them. A budget's quite a key process for council, and we need them to be as realistic as possible. So apart from that, I just will take some questions if there are any.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Calvert.
I'd like a bit more information about the number 7 here on page 31, the staff resources. Not that, well, the water and waste one seems likely to be required in a way that we mightn't have understood it was required. But some of them, like building consent, seems to me that they're funded from the people who pay for building consents, essentially. And I realise that it says partially offset, but it seems to me that it could well be completely offset. People think they're paying for a building consent, so that shouldn't be an increased.
I can talk to that briefly. Building consents are in every council in the country rate subsidised, as they are here. Some parts of the country try and make that more transparent. We've certainly worked towards trying to make that more transparent. So there's been, as you're aware, an increase in numbers of building consent applications. That increase has persisted right through to now. Interestingly, there's not a dramatic increase in the value of the consents, and that partly sets the level of the consent fee, but certainly in the number. So we are confident that that is an actual rates requirement. rates funded requirement. If we generate additional fees, then at the end of the year that will be returned and the team will run at a surplus. So.
Yes, I can see that in the short term that might be the cost, but it seems to me it should come right. The second generation district plan and the central city plan, the second generation district plan doesn't seem to me something that we didn't know about. And the central city plan, since we were rearranging that and deciding, or maybe decided, or maybe it's too late or whatever, to delay it for a year, at that time we must have known that we would be wanting the one-off 1.5 people there, wouldn't we?
In the past, what we've done as an organisation often is say to council for things like the central city plan that we'll just provide that within our existing staffing resource. What we are trying to do in the changes that we're making is say these big projects like this has a level of program and project manager resource that we simply don't have in the council. And if we simply pick it up as part of our business as usual, then some other part of business as usual is not going to be done properly. And so in order to make a good job of this, this has been a piece of work that's been done sort of between, well, pretty much it came to us in the last few weeks. So it's been done this year to say, how do we ensure that we deliver the central city plan in a way that does not leave us embarrassed, in a way that is efficient and effective, that is best example of good project management. And so just as last year or the year before, we focused largely on our financial processes and in improving those so that we can be confident that we are doing a good job and we are not at risk. We're now focusing on our contract oversight procedures and our project management procedures in order to be able to make the same declaration, and that comes at a cost. So if you're going to have proper project managers, you have to pay for them. And so what we're trying to say is when we put these things in the budget, they need to include the staffing in order to do the work, and we are continually going to try and be more upfront rather than just hope we can squeeze it in and then have things fall over or be a problem.
Yes, I guess the question wasn't that I think any of us would disapprove of where that's going, but that it wasn't known earlier that we would have that approach. I would have thought that it was an approach that we were hoping to have, and maybe is it that we didn't identify that best practice, for want of a better term, would entail an extra spend earlier than now, because now is quite late in the piece to have noticed that we need people for these roles.
Yeah, and apologies for us that it is late in the piece. It would be fair to say that our attention on this has definitely been honed over the last few months as we have investigated, as the piece of work that particularly Ruth and Grant have been doing has focused around contract management and also a bit of attention on procurement and project management. So that is work that has happened primarily this year.
And just one last wee question, with the procurement person, would you anticipate that in the longer term, and likely to be a year out or something, that will save money and all sorts of other things during that process, having that person?
That would certainly be my expectation. That would be my expectation also in terms of very good project management as well, and certainly in terms of good contract oversight. Although, interestingly, with good contract oversight, again, in the short term, you might find that costs as we start to have more clarity on things like levels of service. But the intent is that always that really good processes within the council will, in fact, mean that we are more cost-effective long term.
Councillor Thompson.
Grant, one additional cost that I had expected to see in here, but it's not there, and just on the basis of some feedback you provided to chairs a couple of weeks ago, was around some work that was likely to be needed around asbestos management, and that's not showing here now. Is that changed, or?
You would have seen in the financial forecast, there's an allowance for $300,000 for asbestos work in the current financial year. Basically, what that is going to do is actually highlight what is actually likely to need to be done. So that it's a bit of a risk that we have got for next year's budget, but I guess it's like a lot of things where if something does come up, we're going to have to reprioritise something else.
Okay, well, it's really, I guess, the degree of likelihood that we're, I understand that you're saying you don't know what we might have to do yet, but how significant a risk do you think it is that we will have to do something, and is that likely to be material in terms of being able to be managed within existing operational budgets?
Anything you do with asbestos tends to be material.
Yeah.
Look,
You know, given the age of some of our assets and given the materials that were commonly used at those times, we think it's highly likely we are going to find that we have some things where we need remedial attention or containment attention. So the 300,000 is to investigate that, and as Grant says, we've discussed this around the LT table, we will reprioritise over the course of next year as we start finding out what we need to do as we start to address the priorities in that within existing budgets.
Yeah, okay. I suppose my concern is that in order to make a deteriorating picture not deteriorate further, that it might have been pulled off the table, and I just want to make sure that, and I'm okay with that if it's not something that has to be done urgently or if it's manageable within existing budgets, but I just wouldn't be okay with it if it was just done to massage a position.
Yeah, we didn't do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Also a question in respect of page 31, paragraph 7. Unlike Councillor Calvert, I'm not arguing that the cost of building consent should be fully funded by the applicants, because I think there's a considerable... You were actually. Because I believe there's a considerable amount of public good in that expenditure, but I am concerned about the quantum here, and given the reasonable statement, I think that, and following on from what the Chief Executive said, that we have been alerted, or our awareness has been honed to the issues around contract management in the context of the gross market failure that we've seen with contracting regimes. I am not convinced that that resource is enough, and there are plenty of examples that can be cited. The builder consents one, as well as the contract management issue, are the two pressure points, I believe, and clearly the enormous building plan of the tertiary institutions will present us with resource demands that will not be met by a one-off, one extra person, and so I'd just like a response around that area and those, particularly that area in particular.
So actually we put 3 other people in the first round through of the budget, so this is another one on top of that. So so now this is an increase of between 3 and 4, an increase of 4. So over this year's budget.
You are confident?
Well, we actually we started recruiting early, knowing that we got very good positive feedback from you all, and we have 2 looking like to lead to be 3. So there is currently a high level of vacancies for building consent officers right throughout the lower half of the South Island. Several, quite a few vacancies. We've done some very good recruitment in the last month or 2, so we are getting the sense that we are going to be able to recruit and fill these vacancies, and then we will actually be able to manage our...
Well, in the context of Mr Mackenzie's unequivocal statement that the prediction will be wrong, and I understand that, I just want an assurance that the issue around managing these very big projects is front of mind, and I ask because of the difficulties we're all aware of already with managing, making sure that justice is not messed around at the same time as the general school project is happening, and that is nothing compared with what's about to about to hit us in terms of local construction.
Yes, so we're starting to have those pre-application meetings now and encouraging early lodgement of early materials so that we can get our heads around the size of those. So the team are quite proactively managing in this area, so that we have an advance understanding of the resourcing required as they well in advance of those coming in, so that we can manage those and again either reprioritise or come back here and say, look, we're going to need to not do this in order to put money in. Obviously, these are priority projects for us as a city as well as us as a council, and we certainly don't want to be the cause of any delays or angst.
Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Your Worship. Grant, just page 31 again, but point 8 in terms of the ORC rates and the increase of 33,000 for an 18% increase. How do you explain that? Is that extra services? What's going on there?
So the ORC has gone out with a proposed 18% rates increase, and we're a building owner throughout the city, so that has a knock-on impact for us. That said, the things that they're putting in their annual plan, we did a submission on their annual plan, and by and large we're very supportive of the things that the regional council are doing. We just have to make sure that we cover them, and the amount is possibly closer to about 30,000, but it's in this kind of area.
Okay, thank you. And just secondly, in the carry forwards, page 35 I think it is, I may have missed it, but I didn't notice any for the Te Roane breakwater project.
We'll have to check and come back. You always remember with the carry forwards that we have another go in August as well. Or an update, I should say, not another go.
Councillor Noon. Thank you. Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. My question just relates to the City of Literature 50,000. The response that I've received from staff to the questions I sent through explains why 36,000 of that would not be needed, but it doesn't explain why an additional 14,000 has been removed from the budget.
Through the chair, so because we have a carry forward in the current year of City of Literature, which we've estimated on our carry forward schedule 71,000, the forecast at the time was that they didn't need the 50 because of the carry forward in the 16-17 year, but they may need it in a higher level in future years.
Yeah. So what it's the answer that I've received states that in the 16-17 year, which is a relevant one for today, there was an approved LTP budget of 50,000 in the draft annual plan, which we've been consulting on, plus the $71,000 carry forward, and which brings the total possible available funds for City of Literature to 171,000. It stated that this total could be reduced by 36,000 in savings to leave the required budget of 135,000 in 16-17. So I'm just not clear why it's stated here that we could remove 50 and here that it's only 36 that could be removed.
We'll have to get an update from the manager about why there's the $14,000 difference.
Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins. Right. Councillor Wiley.
Grant, just a question of simplicity, really. So we're looking at a 2.9% increase in rates, if just including what we consulted on in the draft, and then taking the table on page 31 of 689, that would take us to 3.5%. So really, we've got there's no room as such, or we just have to find ways to cut rather than add.
That's for you.
Or we go up.
Wise people to decide on.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor, that was the import of my introduction. That's the choice we face in terms, and that'll be coming up very shortly. Are there any further questions? Okay. I'd take some guidance from Mr Mackenzie on this, because I'd said right at the beginning that I would be noting all of these, but we've accepted, I think, that these additional ones are necessary, and that's been so. We have the option of actually approving the identified budget changes, as is the recommendation in the agenda, and I think that's probably sensible. So I'll move from the chair the recommendation on page 30 that we approve the identified budget changes, including carry forwards, as amended by the Council for incorporation into the 2016-17 plan. I have a seconder in Councillor Benson Pope. Discussion.
Sorry, Your Worship, but I think Mr Mackenzie said that he was going to seek some further clarification from the responsible manager for the library associated budget, and I would be cautious about supporting anything until we have that information.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. You're quite right. I've looked at.
So there's two options we can handle that. Is one that you could approve the report now, and we can, when we have the final wash up of carry forwards in August, we can bring it back then to get that clarified or sorted, or otherwise we can delay. I'd prefer that you approve and we get that clarification for August.
Given that the overarching resolution at the beginning of the meeting is that anything can be changed at the end, including this one, identified. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? There being none, I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The fact that Councillor Lord was exiting the room at the same time confused me somewhat. I'm sorry. Which mic is it? So we come now, councillors, to the second overarching resolution, if you like, that I signalled at the beginning, and I'll move from the chair for the sake of clarification, as much as anything, that Council reconfirm its resolve to stay within the 3% rates increase cap. Seconder, Councillor Staines. In moving this, it's my belief that that was the commitment that Council made in its financial strategy. Whilst one could argue that some of the items that came in the last agenda item, some of the budgetary items that came in the last agenda item, were exceptional circumstances, I personally don't feel that they are exceptional enough to warrant breaching our cap, which is why I think we should reconfirm the discipline. Hence I've moved it. So I'll invite other speakers. Councillor Benson Pope.
I'm not sure whether I can't support that at this point. I might subsequently. I just think in procedural terms it's the wrong way around. I've got no issue with trying to keep the rates as manageable and as low as possible. But given that we're about to have an extensive discussion about lots of issues, not just what we know is new internally, but the substance of all the submissions made by the public as part of the process, to me, doing this at this point rather compromises the validity of those discussions. And I guess we'll be quite evenly split on this. I don't know. I think it's quite interesting. So I find I'm sort of caught on the, not the fence, on the desire to keep the rates low, but also not to make a decision about that or confirm our previous decision about that until such time as we've had a good thrash around the other issues and priorities that emerge as part of all the submissions, not just those who presented to us last week. And so I won't be supporting that at this time.
Councillor Bazet.
Yeah, I support the comments of Councillor Benson Pope. I think that if we stay within the 3%, yet we accept the recommendations that we just have with regards to the increases, then that takes it over that, and that means that staff are going to have to find those savings from somewhere else, and I'd like to hear from the staff where they're going to make those savings, if they can. But as has already been pointed out, there are other items that have come forward through the annual plan process that we may consider to be exceptional circumstances. And I think we should wait until such time as we see what they are, and then, and indeed, if there are any, and make a decision at that time. I think this is premature.
Councillor Staines.
In seconding the resolution, my position here is that we had indicated to us some room to move at the draft annual plan and to add some funding lines to that plan for the purpose of consultation. We also passed the resolution to consult on a 2.9% rates increase. Personally, I don't think that it is reasonable to then decide to shift to or potentially shift to higher than the 3% cap, having consulted on 2.9, when in fact the money we added is still discretionary in that we consulted on it, but we still have to make decisions on it. And I think our whole debate is going to be affected if we choose not to stick within the cap, or whether we choose to stick within the cap. So if we leave this resolution unresolved, then the debate will centre around trying to secure as much funding for each of the options that we have consulted on as we can, and that will undoubtedly at the end result in a rates increase of greater than 3%. So I think for the purposes of debate, I would rather have this resolution there that says we're going to do our best to contain ourselves inside the 3%. Now, when we come to the wash-up,
That's not what it says.
confirms the cap of 3%. That's what it says.
Not do our very best.
One speaker at a time, please.
So I will be supporting the resolution.
Councillor Thompson.
Look, I accept that what Councillor Benson-Pope says has a logic to it, but nevertheless, I will be supporting the resolution. I guess the reason that I moved the resolution that this kind of reconfirms back at the time that we were doing the draft consideration was that it concerned me at the time that we were making decisions based upon a perceived sum of money that was available between staff's budget and the 3% cap. And it seemed to me that for a couple of reasons. One, we were only 6 months into the financial year at that point, that it was quite likely that some of that gap might disappear, and that is in fact what has happened. Now, had we been presented in January with a staff projection for a 3% increase, then we may well have made I would have made some things that I supported then I would not have supported. So I think that's one reason that I support this. The second reason I support it is that we have a financial strategy, and there's no point in having a financial strategy if it doesn't drive our behaviour in some way. And that financial strategy does allow us to go over 3% in exceptional circumstances, but those exceptional circumstances in the 10-year LTP from memory were either 6 years out of 10 or 7 years out of 10. Now, that clearly was, if you accepted that that was what was going to happen over that 10 years, then you didn't really have a financial strategy. You had an exceptions to a financial strategy. And so, but the reason I supported that financial strategy, even though there were years where we were projected to go over that, was because I believed that we would focus on a year-by-year basis to try to change that. And in fact, this current financial year that we're debating was one of those ones where we were projecting, due to exceptional circumstances, to go over 3%. Staff have worked to bring that under, so it was no longer an exceptional circumstance. And whilst we may not be able to achieve that every year, we have to achieve it for at least some of those 6 or 7 years for a financial strategy to have any meaning. So I think we have to be true to that. And the third reason is that I think that there are a number of ways in which we can address a shortfall, and they are not necessarily cancelling everything or some things. There will be questions that I think will need to be asked around how you manage carry forwards, how you manage cash surplus. For example, if you were planning to spend cash on an infrastructure or a reserves issue or whatever, and you then subsequently didn't spend it, there may well be an argument that some portion of it could be used to be spent on that, so that you're effectively taking an over-rating in the previous financial year and giving that back to the ratepayer through balancing it in the next year. I'm not necessarily saying that that's how it will transpire, but I think those are some of the questions that have to be asked. And I also feel that there are some sums of money in the areas that we consulted on where we've actually got a sum of money looking for a plan to spend it, and I think those are some things that perhaps need and ought to be challenged. So for all those reasons, I think we need to state an intent, and that's what this is.
Councillor Calvert.
I agree with what Councillor Thompson has been saying. The two areas I would focus on is that is our financial strategy. It makes a nonsense of having a strategy. If we just go straight through the middle of it, we may as well forget about it completely. And the second part, which is connected to that and touches on what Councillor Staines said, is that it's very important, if we're going to have these consultation processes, to keep faith with the people who have engaged with the process and to the rest of the ratepayers. That's what we said we were going to do. That's what we said in January we would do, unless there are exceptional circumstances, is already written into that. So it's not that it's set in stone, it's asking us to, demanding that we do what we said we would do, which is keep within that unless there are exceptional circumstances. So all we would be doing here is saying to the people, we will do what we said we would do.
Councillor Wiley.
I think ideally everybody would want to sit here and say, we'll cap it at 3%, we'll cap it at 2.9, especially in an election year. That we would really give the community the lowest increase we possibly could. What I think we consulted on was a pretty good process and a pretty good package of items that actually are needed for the city. And in looking at what's been added today in the 689,000, when I look at 891 of that being staff resources, I'm fully supportive of those staff resources being needed to assist the city to improve, grow, and assist the community. And if I look at that and say, okay, how do we go from a 3.5 back to a 3%, we're then going to cut out what the city also wants and needs. So to put a limit at 3%, I think is going to stymie the morale of the staff, in my opinion. I think it's going to stymie the morale of the city. And as much as no one wants to see increase in rates, because everybody sees that on a quarterly basis, if not more, the key is giving the residents of Dunedin a strong return on their rates. And that's what everybody wants. They want a strong return on the rates. So if it's a 3%, 3.5%, even if it went to 4%, as long as they were getting a strong return on their rates, I don't believe anybody would get upset. The problem being, at times, we have not given that return. But when I look at what the staff resources are needed, you know what, I'm sorry, I can't see anything you would want to take out. Water and waste needing 3 FTEs. Well, to me, that's a no-brainer. Parks and Recreation, 1. They're doing great work there and they need to keep that going. Building consents, we've already discussed that. Second generation district plan, 2.3. Yeah. So all those is going to cap off. So I think the part is let's give the community the best return on their rates. And if that's a 3.5% increase, if it's less, great. If it's more, I'd hate to be more, but I think I'm looking more at a 3.5.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Worship. I have a degree of sympathy for the speakers who have spoken against this recommendation. However, I think back to when we adopted the 15-16 annual plan in our LTP, and the projection for 16-17 I think was about 4.9% or just under 5%. We've now got in front of us a projection of 3.5%, and we've got a list of items that staff have provided for us that required attention for this meeting. Additional to the draft plan that we adopted back in January. So I just feel that we should stick to what we said back in January. So I'm going to support the recommendation, and 2 reasons. One is that I feel that staff have done their bit getting it down from 4.9, and also they've provided us with some additional items of which we can trade off or agree with the community's aspirations that have come through the annual plan process. So that's where my headspace is at, and I'd like to think that we are able to keep an open mind in terms of the consideration of the requests from our community. But it won't be easy, but it's a discipline that I think will be useful as we work our way through the process. So I support the recommendation.
Councillor McTavish.
Well, thank you, Worship. And I wonder if I was waving my hand wanting to ask a question of you in terms of process before I speak to the motion. Am I able to do that? So if this motion passes, is it your proposed approach that we would go through each of the reports and each submission point and vote on those individually? No. Or is it your intention that we simply go through the reports as a whole, and then we have some process to nominate certain features that we might like to, or certain aspects that we might like to support? Right. Because it seems to me that if we're wanting due democratic process, then this potentially might compromise that in some way, unless it is carefully managed.
Well, my intention was that we would not consider and vote on the budgetary implications of each report separately, and I mentioned at the beginning that we would go through all of them for questions and answers, and then at the end we would, in fact, staff would provide some more suggestions as to, depending on which way this goes, because I've in a sense put this up for process reasons as much as anything. Staff then would have some suggestions, and other people may have some suggestions depending on where we land. So if we land on 3%, I would imagine that, I know that staff have some suggestions as to how we might get there, and I think Councillor Thompson was referring to that. And other councillors may also have suggestions as to how we might get there. If we go for the 3.5%, we'll probably have to go through much the same process because there's more. These are not the only demands. So, and I would also note, and I will speak more about this in my right of reply, that this resolution is still subject to that overarching one at the beginning, which was we can change anything at the end.
Well, in speaking, thank you, Bishop, for that clarification. In speaking to the motion, I reflect back on the discussions that we had at LTP around the financial strategy and the fact that I, at the time, flagged my discomfort with adopting something that I felt was going to be very difficult for us to achieve. We now, I think 7 out of 10 years in the plan, it was projected that we would breach the the adopted 3%. I accepted that on the basis that it was argued that it would be a discipline in our conversations, and for much the same reason I will accept this motion today. Not because I think that when we get to the end of the meeting, we actually will be at 3%. It wouldn't surprise me if we were at 3.1 or 3.2. Because I think there are a number of submitters who referred to false economy. There is an extent to which you can squeeze efficiencies out of your staff resourcing and various other aspects of your strategic investment. And then there is an extent to which that is actually detrimental to the outcomes that you're seeking to achieve for your community. And, when I think about the commitments that we have made through our financial strategy in relation to rates, we also have other policies which we would be breaching should we decide, for example, not to apply surplus cash to debt repayment, because we have clearly articulated to our community that that is what we would be applying surplus cash to. So I think, what we've got up here is one part of a fairly complex picture. We've also identified and signed off as a council a range of strategies that the council has committed to in discussion with the community. And if we are unable to afford to invest in those because we are focusing so strongly on one particular aspect of the contract, the democratic contract that we have established with our community, then I think that that is a difficult place to be. However, I do accept that there will be a need today and tomorrow, and however long this meeting goes, to have a really strong focus on adopting only those projects which do have a really clear strategic argument in their favour, that are in line with the expectations of the community, and which we've received strong feedback on. And I don't think this is unhelpful in helping us have that discipline. I also just think it's worthwhile flagging at this point that it's been the additional budgets that have been on the table since January have been referred to as discretionary. I think that that's a little bit unhelpful in some ways to classify them in that way. And the reason why I say that is because some of them are actually core operating budgets for key strategies that we have adopted in conjunction with our community. So when you have staff resource, which is effectively already committed within those what are being termed discretionary budgets, or you have projects that are underway which are reliant on budget that we didn't put in during the LTP but actually is required this year to continue that work, I'm not so sure that we can refer to that as discretionary, and I don't think it's helpful to classify it that way. So I will support this for the purposes of discussion and debate, but I think it unlikely that we will manage bang on or lower than 3% by the time we get to the end of the meeting.
Further speakers? Okay, well then I'll sum up. I don't know where we will land in terms of a rate increase at the moment. That's up to council to decide in the course of this meeting. I moved this in order to provide a clear, firm context for decision-making and discussion. It's an ambition within which we debate, and it is subject to that overarching resolution at the beginning that we will change whatever we feel we need to at the end of the meeting. It's been mentioned that in the context of endeavouring to stay within the 3% cap, that staff will bring some suggestions to the table. It's obviously premature at the moment, but that will happen, and Councillor Thompson referred to that, and as I said earlier, it may be that other councillors have ideas on what they would like to offer in terms of getting us within that cap. So this is not entirely procedural or process driven, but it's in an endeavour to have a clear discussion that has some parameters around it in terms of where we want to land. Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Could I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour, please put your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And those against? It's carried. Okay. Now, I need to move on to... So we're now on to... into the reports in general. What's the next one?
Item 8.
8, spending priorities. So, Mr Mackenzie, you're in the hot seat for this again, I take it.
Or a seat anyway. Thank you. This question was asked at the request of councillors about the practice that we've had in recent years of actually, when we've got additional money, what do we do with it? We've had the over-resounding feedback from our community that they want us to continue with the process of actually reducing debt, and that's been highlighted in this report. I think that's probably the key comment I'd make for the report.
Questions, councillors? Well, I have one. So, Councillor Thompson, you fire away.
Well, look, it's a rhetorical question, really. Do we have any reason do we have anything that would enable us to have confidence that 120 people listing something as a first precedent, or indeed 38 people listing something else as a first precedent, is reflective of the general population view?
No.
I wasn't entirely being facetious, because it occurs to me that we do, I mean, for example, we've done in the past various surveys which have, I mean, it's still pretty questionable in terms of how representative they are, but they have a wider base, and whether any of these questions have been asked in the context of those slightly more scientific approaches. Does anyone know?
Sorry, I'm not aware of us using any other method to actually indicate whether people want to, how we want to spend that additional money that we might have at times. So whether it's through a resident opinion survey or the People's Panel or any other process that we could use. I guess the comment I would say here is that the report overall, this is just from people who have submitted as part of the annual plan process.
Look, I understand that, and I'm not. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to belittle that, or indeed to suggest that it's not something that we should be taking significant consideration of. It's just that it's such a fundamental. It's a fundamental decision when you are tracking well under where your debt projections were, and to the extent to which 120 people out of 120,000, how much confidence that gives us as to whether that's the representative position. And so I guess I suppose I'm signalling that we ought to find some more scientific ways of establishing this.
So generally we use the People's Panel where we are not going out, because this has gone out to every household in the city. We don't then do a People's Panel submission as well. We say, well, everybody has equal opportunity. I have absolutely no doubt that a particular subset choose to respond. But we haven't asked, because it went to every household in the city, we haven't asked the People's Panel the same set of questions.
Okay.
Councillor Calvin.
Two questions about the debt. The first is how much rating advantage, nothing else being taken into consideration, is there in paying off $1 million worth of debt? And secondly, how much are we expecting in the next couple of years would be the interest cost compared with what we have had at the moment? I mean, we've been working on 6 point something or whatever. Where do you see that tracking? So that's a pair of questions sort of related.
All right, so the estimated impact of reduction of $1 million debt is around $90,000. That's including the capital component as well as the interest component. Where I think interest rates are tracking, because effectively our debt costs. So you'll recall when we did the budget for this year, we, and I'm doing the numbers off the top of my head, I think it's about $2.8 million in interest savings. On top of that, we then added about just under $600,000 as part of the budget update. So there's been a significant saving in interest costs. Now that's a combination of rate reduction and also the level of debt being down. Where do I think it's going to go in the next few years? The interest rate environment seems still quite flat. So I think interest rates are probably, we're likely to see them continue to be at low levels. There is a little bit of concern on the horizon about actually what's happening in the US, and particularly if there's a change in president and what impact that could have. Because they have, the US, whether we like or not, has a significant impact on the longer term debt in New Zealand. So.
One other question, following on from Councillor Thompson's question, is the residents' opinion survey the only feedback we get which actually goes to a representative sample as opposed to people who happen to want to engage, who feel more strongly about some things or not? Is it our only representative survey we do?
I'm not sure whether it's the only one we do, but it's the one with the biggest sample, and significant efforts are made taken to ensure that it is representative. So you can rely on that one that has got the biggest sample.
One thing we do is sometimes when we do the residents' opinion survey, we also repeat the survey with the People's Panel, and that enables us to keep an eye on how, so we take the residents' opinion survey as representative because it is sizeable and it is statistically constructed that way, and then we run the People's Panel through the same set in order to get a sense of how similar the People's Panel responses are, and it would be fair to say they perhaps are slightly more on the conservative side, but they stack up reasonably well enough to be a finger in the air proxy for most things. It's a pretty good robust People's Panel.
So it isn't just, as it were, 120 people, it's our way of asking people who are truly representative rather than specifically lobby groups, or it's our major way of doing so. It's not that the numbers so much as, yes.
The resident opinion survey is absolutely not lobby groups. It is a randomised survey constructed appropriately, independently.
Councillor Wilson.
I can't remember if this is covered in the financial strategy or in the long-term plan, but, and I appreciate that we've got a debt situation, but I'm just wondering, have we ever indicated what we think proportionately to assets our debt situation should be?
No, and personally I don't think we have a debt situation. We have debt, and I think it comes back to Councillor Thompson's question earlier about when we asked this question, we did not give context of what our updated debt position was. On a monthly basis, in the financial reports, we do a graph, and it shows that our term liabilities are about just under 8% of our total assets. Well, if you look at a lot of organisations, that's actually very, very low. The issue we do have is around the affordability of the interest cost. And we've started, and we've been lucky in recent years because interest costs are coming down because reduction in debt and also reduction in interest rates. So, but at this stage we haven't done that work. We are doing a piece of work on around about actually what is the appropriate level of debt for a city of this size, given our demographics, given our age of infrastructure, and given the growth predictions of the city. but we haven't completed that yet because our target that we've set is actually quite arbitrary.
When is that work likely to happen? Will that be more or less feed into the next long-term plan?
Yes. Yep.
Further questions? Well, we'll take debate when we note it. I'm happy to have discussion then. Because I have a question on the page 39, and Mr McKenzie, you and I had a brief discussion about this, on that chart at the top, which shows first, second and third preferences. It appeared that the way I was reading it was not the way you might have been. So can you explain just what the implications of this are? Because at first glance, it appears that 120 people prefer, their first preference is to repay debt. 38 people, their first preference is to give a lower rates increase, and 68 is to increase spending. Is that a reasonable inference from that chart?
Correct. That's for the first preference. I guess the way I was looking at it as well, if their first preference is repayment of debt, you then look at what their second preference is, which would then be to give residents lower rates. And then ironically, when you look at your third preference, the highest number there is actually to give residents lower rates as well. So because you're asking them to rank, you get some anomalies through the process. But if you look at their first preferences overall, you're dead right with they want to reduce rates and then higher. Yeah, well, that's right.
So it goes back to Councillor Thompson's, to some extent to Councillor Thompson's point at the beginning, that what can you take from it in some ways?
So I think we can take from it that people want to reduce debt.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
After that, I think the waters get slightly fuzzy.
Right, okay. Are there any further questions? Okay, well, for the sake of allowing some discussion, I'm going to move that we note this paper. Second to Councillor Thompson, and I'm going to invite Councillor Thompson to speak to it.
Here's my problem. Let me give you an analogy. If we asked everybody, which do you want to do? To repay debt, buy a new Ford, or buy a new Holden? And you apply these same figures to it, you would have a substantial majority for repaying debt. But you're actually asking them, do they want to repay debt or buy a new car? And then you have a completely different answer, because what you have is an even split between repaying debt and buying a new car. The argument's only over whether it's a Ford or a Holden. And that's what I think we're missing here, or in danger of missing. Because what we're asking people is, do they want to repay debt, or do they want to apply this money to something else? And when you do that, you have an even split. So all I'm saying is, this is nonsense in terms of science. I accept it has the thing about consultation is it gives you feedback that you may or may not have thought of, and it gives you a sense of the passion or otherwise for things. But once you start to turn it into data, you've got to be a hell of a lot more careful about it. And I would be really, really concerned if we decided that repaying debt was actually the high favourite, when in fact all we had was an equal split between Fords and Holdens as to what we should do as an alternative. That's my point.
Further speakers? Councillor McTavish.
Well, I'm not sure I 100% followed the Ford and Holden thing, but my...
That's because you don't understand motor cars.
But I do think it's worth noting that we do have a liability management policy, and I accept that when you go out and consult on a liability management policy, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the first page that everyone flips to in the document and desires to give feedback on. But our liability management policy does state that paying off debt is our number one preference, and it has for a number of years. So irrespective of, and I accept the feedback from Councillor Thompson that suggests that feedback is feedback and not data. I think that we do have existing council policy, which is something that we do need to give due consideration to.
Further speakers? Councillor Noon.
Tongue firmly in my cheek, I think it identifies that a first past the post graph would be useful for the discussion.
You're drawing a long bow there.
But more seriously, I think that where the level of interest rates are at the moment, I think it highlights, generally speaking, people still see the repaying of debt as a fairly sound investment. And I mean, if the interest rates were sitting at 10, 11, 12%, I imagine we would have the same outcome. So I just think it just confirms the general view.
Yeah. Well, just a couple of observations from me. I note that whilst it's clear that it's a priority for council and council has identified it, and it's certainly a priority for our community, I note that we are doing pretty well in that field. So when it comes to looking at what we do with further savings, I don't think that we can conclude that our policy was that every bit of operating savings and every bit of capital realised automatically had to go into debt, especially if we get ahead of ourselves and there are other calls on our spending. And I note the other slight anomaly in a way is that if we go back to the financial forecast, and in the background statement there on page 24, council policy is clear in terms of the use of any surplus funds, and it talks about repayment of debt, investment and priority projects. They don't actually line up with the three choices we gave the public anyway. So we have a slightly confused. I don't think that, I'm not saying that we haven't got a steer from it, but I think we need to use our common sense and discretion when we take on board what the community have told us, and take into account how well we've achieved or not in any particular area anyway. And then certainly with debt repayment, we've done particularly well, I think, compared with where we thought we were in the last little while. All right, it's been moved and seconded and discussed. So I'm going to put it, although this is noting this paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And I'll move from the chair that we adjourn for morning tea till 11:45. Seconded, Councillor Calvert. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, councillors, we'll get underway again. Now, we are going now to turn to the decision book, annual plan consultation document, decision book, and we're starting with the submissions by topic. And the way we're going to do that, so the first one is car park leases. You'll see on the first page, I think. And then we'll work through those. The way we're going to do it is we will invite people to speak to them or move something if they wish to. If there's nothing that anyone wants to move, we'll just move through and note them at the end. So we don't want to be dwelling on some, especially the ones that don't have annual plan implications. The staff are dealing with the thing. So, Councillor McTavish.
Just a quick, process question.
Yes,
we asked a lot of these this morning. But in some cases, it's not so much that there's a relevant question, budgetary related, but that the answer perhaps needs rejigging or fleshing out. Is that something that we can raise later with staff?
No, I think it would be useful to raise it here.
Yeah.
I think it's relevant. If the submissions come to council, the response should reflect council's view.
Yeah.
So I'll invite you to raise that at a time. But obviously, we want to get through these with some alacrity. So we'll move through. But can I say, if there's anything that anyone particularly wants to move, particularly if it has budgetary implications, then I invite you to do so, and then we can discuss that and vote on it. Right, car park leases is the first one. Does anyone have anything? I see that it's
Yep. So
not a annual plan issue, but anyway.
Sorry, Your Worship. On this one, I do think there needs to be some reference. This is in relation, I think, to, or certainly one of the submitters is requesting that council discontinue its any arrangements that it might have with Wilson's Parking, given their involvement in issues in Nauru. And I think it would be helpful to have some reference to our procurement policy in the response, because at the moment there is no reference to that, and it doesn't really answer their question.
Okay. Anything else on car park leases? Yeah. Councillor Hall.
Is the car parks that are rented to, contracted to Wilson's, are they giving a better return than the ones that actually physically we look after ourselves?
I can't actually tell you off the top of my head what the number is of what the return is from the Upper Maury Place car park versus the other car parks that the city operates, because you'd have to look at the capital value of the buildings because they're different sizes. So I haven't done that analysis, but we can do that.
Councillor Calvin.
I have no idea what saying it's an ongoing issue that continues to be monitored adds to the general discourse of anything, and it seems to me a weird thing to say. I mean, it could be said about anything, it's an ongoing issue if it's... I'd rather sort of not make a comment if it's about Wilson's, then I like the second comment better than the first comment, but saying it's an ongoing issue just seems to be adding nothing to nothing.
So the question was around about car parking within the central city and the availability of car parking. It'd be fair to say we do monitor that. We have the statistics from the car parking meters for those who have paid, not necessarily those who are just sitting there, which shows that depending on the area, the usage for the car parks. So it is monitored. If there was a need for additional car parking, we would be bringing something back to council.
Then is there any reason for not saying something about what the outcome of it being an ongoing issue and continued monitoring might be? Because it's just sort of seems to me a filler phrase that doesn't, if I received that as a comment, I wouldn't be if I'd gone to any trouble to make a submission and received that as an answer, it just wouldn't do it for me.
That we can add something in there that we can actually talk about how we're monitoring it.
What would be the outcome of
but
where are we going with why we would be bothering to monitor?
But how can I talk about an outcome until we actually know what the problem is?
The outcome of monitoring it is what we've got now. So basically, we continue to monitor parking in the CBD and throughout the city, and we make changes to reflect where we think there are pinch points and problems, which is, so it's not, I guess the point is, we know there's ongoing issues, we make minor adjustments and we make changes as the needs arise.
So it's that second bit that has an outcome to it. So I'd just like it to say, so what happens with it?
Yep. Anything else on Councillor Hawkins?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just following up on that, on the question around Wilson's, the suggestion could be read as saying that they're two very different companies and it's just coincidence that they're both called Wilson, when it's my understanding that it is the same company that owns, if not operates, both their security and parking services. And is that not the case?
Well, they're called different entities completely. One's First Security and one's Wilson's Parking. So, and I haven't gone and looked at what their ownership structure is, because I believe Wilson's Parking overall might be owned by a Hong Kong-based entity, but I can't tell you off the top of my head. So,
thank you.
Okay, nothing further on that. Then let's move on to risk management. And I see that was online. And it's been answered online, apparently. Anything on that? Right, so it's been answered. If there's nothing on that, rating policy. Councillor Thompson.
In addition to the two that are noted here, there's a third one which came in a late submission, and I don't know where that pops up in the document, around the issue of rating policies for residential houses being used for short-term commercial rentals. And what I'd like to move is a motion which I've given to Pam, that the Finance Committee seek reports on, one, rates remission for, she's got the exact wording, I'll just give you the abbreviated version, rates remission for retirement villas and Maori land, and secondly, a consideration of rating policies for residential properties being used for short-term commercial rental. I'm suggesting that it go through finance in the first instance because, look, there may be some simply operational issues that flow out of that I suspect not, but that could be addressed. To the extent that there aren't, then it seems to me that any policy issues would have to be dealt with either as part of the next annual plan or quite possibly as part of the LTP, but at least it would start a process. So Pam's got the actual proper wording, which will be up in a second.
Sorry, we just have a fire alarm in our building, so and all of the managers are here, so we're just sending a subset of vaguely capable ones over there to assist.
I note that
to assist with them.
I note they're going the wrong way.
I note that Grant has remained at the table.
I said vaguely.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson, you've... Oh, right, seconded, move Councillor Thompson, seconded Councillor Calvert, and we'll just await the wording on the screen.
Can staff answer when that might be able to be produced, so as we aren't asking the impossible but have some idea of when?
Okay.
So just to, just to slightly clarify that question, I'm envisaging that an initial report back to finance would really be scoping the nature of the problem and what issues might have to be addressed, not a solution to the problem.
Yep. Okay, well, I'll come to, if you're just happy to wait for the answer while they discuss it, and I'll come to Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. I think, well, one, I think it's Māori freehold land in particular, but it's a semantic point.
Yes.
And B, I don't know if it fully covers the issue that was raised in the submission, which is about more than short-term commercial rental in terms of how many studio rooms can you have in a building before it overloads what you get for your residential rate. So I think that might need to be broadened a bit if the intent is to fully answer the submission.
I'm happy if you want to draft a form of wording that deals with the studio rooms issue. I didn't think about that, but...
Okay, thanks.
So
I'm envisaging this in a wider exploratory sense rather than a narrow, here is a set of answers sense.
So, Councillor Hawkins, are you suggesting another category that could be looked at the same time?
Ideally not, as long as it's not discounted by any scoping work that was done in this, I'd be happy. It's just that it was specifically raised in the submission, so whether or not it's covered by this, it should be covered by our response to it.
Right, well, maybe, can I suggest that under B, it just says including studio rooms, and then, you know, it's multiple, and then it's, you know, it's included.
So with regard to the first stop point, the retirement villages, we do have a draft report. It hasn't been through LT, but we could certainly do that today and get that to you on that issue. Where basically we've gone through, we've assessed the numbers and we've assessed the cost. One thing we don't know is what the consultation implications are on adding effectively a rates remission scheme. So we'll have a look at that this afternoon. But one thing that you might be interested to know is there is actually, because one of the options is, do we say, I think the cost is about 100,000 odd, something in that rough vicinity. And you may recall a woman, Diane Cooper, came in and raised this issue at a public forum. She's been fantastic, actually. She's been an unpaid staff member, set about ringing around and tracking down so that we could accurately determine how many retirement units we've got for us to help us write this report, so thanks to her. So the two options are, well, three options. We could do nothing. We can add 100-odd thousand into the budget, or we can lobby the central government, because this is supposed to be a central government rates remission scheme and they've left out a bunch. Now, you might be interested to know that on the 18th of May, a private member's bill goes up in Parliament specifically to address this anomaly.
Look, I'm quite categorically not wanting to address it as part of this annual plan. We didn't consult on it. We haven't considered the implications. It was really just to ensure that it didn't get lost and that there was a pathway for it to be considered. I would much prefer to do it that way.
Submission. Yes. That's it. Okay, that's good. Further speakers, Councillor Hall. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor McTavish, and then Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hall.
I think Mr McKenzie is wanting to say something too.
Oh, can I just say something? In reply to Councillor Calvert's, would be looking at not the next Finance Committee meeting, which is next week, the one in July, which I think is about the 18th of July, would be able to have that scoping document there at that stage.
So if we could just add in to the Finance Committee on the such and such, is that all right?
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. I think most of my questions have been answered, but I do wonder whether so you might have some comment about the Māori freehold land issue, given that I think you indicated the other day that you'd possibly be able to get some information to us today on that. No?
I know that there are a number of, sorry, no, not today. I mean, I know there's a number of other councils that do have Māori freehold land policies that we would be able to pull together, but it would take us a bit of time to do that,
right.
Unfortunately, okay. But it just would. So we could certainly pull together a number of policies other councils use, the kind of things that are typically in them, and come back to you outlining what that might look like if you were wanting to have a policy of that type.
Okay.
Very, very good. And you have that and ask staff to
yeah, we do have that. And of course she was referring to one specific piece of land, but there are others.
Actually, I think it was specifically multiply owned Māori freehold land.
That's always what
that wasn't viable. It was a very constrained category.
So, sorry, just further to that, just to understand process, it's essential that if we have a desire to grant remission, that we we want a policy associated, we want to change a policy associated with that, we will need to go through a consultative procedure with the public around that. So, i.e., there's nothing that we can do this financial, or for the next financial year, it will need to be 17-18. Is that correct?
We'll come back to you about that as quickly, what you want to do and what you have to do. We will come back to you about that as quickly as we can. We'll have a look at that.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering, in the mover's mind, when he was putting this, that it's just rates remission. Personally, I have some concerns with it just being rates remission, because what we can facilitate doing this is people banking land for further development later on, whereas it may be rates remission or a rebate or something, other rating mechanism that may be, say, a rolling 10-year holiday that because I'm not quite sure that it's just rates remission. It's postponement, I think. Because I have some real and I know that it's coming down to semantics, but my problem is that I can see us facilitating some really good projects here, but actually enabling people to land bank at no cost, which would give quite a different end effect. And the other question I had about that is, I see that some of the Māori freehold land could equally, while that's one type of land, I see us having ASCVs, which I can't remember the terminology for, in the district plan, where we're asking people to keep land in Matagari or into tussock land in order to facilitate landscape values or biodiversity values, and we should be looking much more broadly, because in fact that's what some of this Māori freehold land is also doing. So I'd rather also like you to consider, are there other mechanisms or other places that this could relate to? And I know that would slow it down, but we're not going to be doing it this year.
Look, my intention was to have the widest possible, that's just to tell us it's burnt down, widest possible thing. If you can think of a better wording, I'm happy to take it. I wasn't trying to narrow it down, and the whole point was to begin a debate that might be addressed at the next annual plan, not try and... Yeah.
So, Councillor Hall.
Would this issue not be better addressed with quotable values? Because, as Councillor Wilson just says, you know, that we're asking people to leave land unproductive in native status. The bit of land, Maori land, that was referred to at the hearings is an isolated bit of land. It's got no legal access.
That specific example was, but a lot of Māori freehold, multiply owned Māori freehold land is not. So whilst we might be able to address that one example by saying to QV, go back and have another look, that doesn't address the general issue. Māori freehold, multiply owned freehold land is subject to specific, I think it's called the Te Ture Whenua Māori Land Act or something like that. It is subject to some quite specific legal opportunities for different ways to be treated in terms of rating, because this is an issue that a number of multiply owned Māori landowners face and all around the country. And so there are quite specific remedies available in the law, and it is what we're being asked for is to have a look at what they might be, and we'll come back to you with some options paper. So, but certainly the QV one will not deal with the vast bulk of them.
This is the same issue with your retirement villages. Quotable values do computer valuations rather than on-site stuff, which brings all residential properties into the same rateable value, where the likes of your retirement villages are should be valued on what they are, because you know they supply a lot of the service and they've got to actually physically pay for their infrastructure on their properties, where the average person owns a house and they walk out their gate and it's council-owned land. So the quotable value should be looking at some of that stuff, because at the present time they're revaluing the industrial stuff and we have to present to them all of our income. So they're valued on income rather than for the industrial. And this is the same with a lot of this land that's being asked to be preserved in a native status should come into quotable values. So if a farmer's putting away 1,000 acres that he's leaving as natural, it should be reduced from his valuation.
Right. Well, the report back on this may indeed reference that. So, and I'll just remind everyone that this motion, we're actually in discussion on a motion, and it's designed to ask questions, not give the answers here. So we'll get to it. Councillor Lord.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, I just wanted the question of Richard Thompson, if I could. So your expectation of this is that we will get a report back in July that will then basically give us the issue that we already know what the issue is. I'm just thinking in terms of Diane Cooper's submission in particular. I think if this doesn't get dealt with by government, this report will delay, there'll be no action this year and it'll be next year at best. Is that your thought?
Well, that's my understanding, that, I mean, at this point in time, we have no idea what avenues are open for us to address it, what the costs of those are, what the scale is. We've just had some preliminary indication as to what it might be. So, and if we were to, my understanding is if we were to be looking to adjust our rating policies to redress the concerns raised, that we would probably have to consult on that anyway. So it would seem logical that we do the work and understand the implications and understand the costs and understand what possible mechanisms exist for us to use, and then deal with that as part of the next annual plan.
Thank you, Worship. It was just a question around, probably a question for the Chief, and it's just around, this is, looking at this recommendation, it's about an amendment to our existing policy, correct? Our existing remission policy. So question just around the process that we've got to go through. It's probably worth seeking some advice on how, you know, special consultative procedures Councillor McTavish has alluded to, or whether it could be wrapped into the annual plan for 17.
When we do that, we'll make sure we give you that advice.
Excellent.
Well, look, if the use, I just want to say that if the use of the term remission implies I was using it in the generic sense, I understand that it has a technical sense, and if that is a problem, I'm happy to change rates remission possibilities to rating adjustment possibilities, and if that clearly then means we can look at any possibilities. That's, otherwise I've said what I want to say.
Hawkins' phrase at the end there to
Rates adjustment.
So, pretty clear, pretty wide ranging. So I'm going to put it, all those in favour please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're on to debt support strategy to lower debt. Anyone have anything specific on this? Councillor McTavish, working up to something?
Yeah, I just wonder whether it would be worth noting in here that the council will revisit its financial strategy at the next long-term plan, and that would be the opportunity for because at the moment it just states what it is without specifying how people can engage with it. Thank you.
Anything else on that? Right, let's move on then to rates increase support. There's a good one.
Yeah.
Same again. Okay. Anything further on that? Right. Rating method, support changes. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thanks. I just wondered, in response to the submissions on this topic, whether it would be worth including some comment around the current investigations with regards particularly to waste collection that are going on with the university, and if the issue is, I'm going to be careful here, but if the issue is the stretched resources relative to the fixed charge being levied against properties, then a conversation around additional service to alleviate some of those pressures seems apposite, but it might be.
Anything else on that? All right. We've done the report have. So just so you understand, the original plan from the staff was that we move through these submissions and then get to the report on spending priorities at 8. I got a little ahead of myself and we've already done that, so we're caught up now. And those two next reports we're done. So we're on to stadium operating model. Anything on that? No? All right, let's move on to Gasworks Museum financial support from the council.
I think we're all trying to get the same page at the same time, mine's freezing.
We're in the book.
You've got a hard copy in front of you.
Not the submission, just the response.
Yeah, no, so in the absence of... Okay, crisis over? Okay, now the next one is this one, the Gasworks Museum. I understand that Councillor Vandervis wishes to move something on this, and I think we'll probably get some support. So I'm just going to defer this one until he's here, and then we can...
I sent through some questions about this, which I haven't yet received answers to. Will they be forthcoming? Yeah.
Okay, we'll do them all at the same time. Are you quite happy about that? Okay. May as well be in the same context.
Were they about maintenance, Ginty? Oh, they've come through this morning. I got them from Kevin. So no, that's okay. We'll just make sure we're here in time. Okay. You're right. He sent it to the executive leadership team. By the time we get to it, we'll make sure you've got it all.
Right. Hall maintenance. Councillor McTavish.
In the same email? Brilliant.
So I can answer those questions. I have his answer here, so feel free to let rip.
Okay, well, my question is just in relation to the hall's maintenance budget, and I think historically that's just been wrapped into operational budgets and we haven't seen it, and this year it moved somewhere, so we kind of, it appeared and we saw it. I think the question has been asked by a few of our community boards as to whether, well, maybe it's not been specifically asked, but there have been requests made that we ensure that that is a sufficient budget. Yes. I've historically asked how that actually works, whether it's just grants to hall committees or what the and how that's managed.
So I will read you Kevin's response. Okay. So we have the community halls are the responsibility for the most part of property. 22 of them are owned and managed by property, 7 are owned and managed by parks, and 3 aren't owned by us at all. Both Parks Property are preparing asset management plans for the respective halls this year in their activity management plans, and so the idea is to bring them all under one management system and one method to make sure that they are all maintained similarly and equitably. The 22 halls are planned and budgeted for blah, 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 blah. We've commenced new admin approach to the community halls which enable more purposeful management, grants administration and maintenance, so we more transparently know what we're doing. The asset plans will support future capital upgrades and budgets. It's too soon to know whether the current budgets are sufficient. However, there is sufficient to address their basic maintenance for the coming year. Perception that current budgets may not be sufficient is largely being addressed by the changed property management approach to the new team within property, which means that they will have enough money to ensure across the halls that that the money is being directed where it is most needed as they prepare those asset management plans going forward.
Okay, That's really helpful, thank you.
It's a good change.
Yeah.
A comment there, the most important thing that they're doing is actually looking at the asset state in the first instance, and then that's actually going to be driving the budget going forward. In the past, they've just said, here's a sum of money, and it's been irrelevant to what they've actually had to do.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so we'll be in a better position this time
Yes,
next year
absolutely.
to understand what, if any shortfall there might be.
For the first time, really.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
That response is interesting in light of, I know, and it came into knowledge after, I think, they could have put an annual plan submission in, but the Strathtari Community Centre is awaiting new heating, which has been promised but isn't budgeted apparently. So I'm just concerned about the confidence in understanding how that process is going to work.
so that particular activity is asked for a carry forward going forward into the next financial year to do that work. So it will be happening.
Councillor Lord.
I don't know to direct this at the Chief or at Grant, but the question I have, did Kevin's reply say that all halls were treated the same? I'm just wondering about rates on halls. I know one hall in the district that a local farmer pays the rates on, and I'm just wondering if there's a rates remission for some halls. We've had I've had discussions with Grant and another member of another hall that wasn't council owned, but there was a discussion that the city-owned halls don't pay rates. Is that correct, or are they all treated the same?
Through your worship, it does depend a little bit on ownership and the Local Government Act. Where you have a hall that might be owned or used 100% by a local authority, then they are non-rateable. Yeah. Another example is if they're owned by an AMP society, then the Local Government Act makes them 50% non-rateable. So you do get differences depending on ownership.
Do you have which halls are and aren't in front of you by any chance? Could I just get some information about the Hindon Hall, please, and its status?
Sure.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? All right. We'll go to the toilets now. Anything on Councillor Peake?
Yeah, just mindful of one or two submitters asking for some action on installing toilets, and I think one of the first ones we got was from Waikuiti Coast Community Board about the Warrington situation. I'm just wondering whether we could handle this by having a report about that and other places that are affected by tourism. Influxes in summertime, and I'm thinking of Baldwin Street as well. But anyway, I just wondered if one of our committees could get a report on that.
So I do have an answer from Kevin about public toilets, in case you want it. Okay, so Kevin got a question about how do they assess the priorities. The LTP contains two capital lines for this year and next year. This year, $200,000 for toilets, and then from then on, $150,000 a year for new toilets. That equates to about $150,000 is about one new block of toilets, pretty much. We have a bit to spend. We were planning to spend on toilets for the Octagon because of the issue we had with late night revellers going to the toilet in the church grounds. You'll remember for a number of years we had the chap from the church come and talk to us about that. But we, under new management of the property department, revisited the earlier decision that we couldn't open the municipal lane toilets, and we have opened the municipal lane toilets to great success, which means we are not now looking to build new toilets in alongside the existing toilets, which always did seem a little odd. So the property staff are now going through. There's a public toilets review in 2008 which set the priorities, but that's clearly changed. As they see it, the priorities at the moment are somewhere in the Baldwin Street proximity, Waitati and the West Harbour, Cycleway. They're the three current pinch points, if you like. The demand is, so they're looking at that, and they're doing a prioritisation plan on that at the moment.
Right. Councillor Bezet.
Well, mine's a sort of follow-up, really, to Councillor Peake's, and it was a request from the Peninsula Community Board and also the Saddle Hill.
And this was the second time or even third time that they've asked for toilets in certain areas. And I thought we did have a policy, and obviously that was a good explanation you gave, Sue, with regards to the policy on toilets. But it was just that this is a repeat request, and for sort of an outlying areas. For example, I think the one, the peninsula we're talking about was at Sandfly Bay, and there may be, it may very well be that DOC are involved in that. So do we work with DOC on those sort of isolated areas? Because it seems to me that I don't think there's a great expense involved, and if we could, if it's just because we're not working alongside DOC that the toilets are not being put in these places, then I think we should do something about it.
We definitely do work with DOC. Just it's worth remembering that the point at which we took out all of the non-essential capital expenditure, the capital expenditure that was going to increase levels of service, effectively the council agreed to put all new building of public toilets on hold for 4 or 5 years. So this is the knock-on effect of that. You can't make those decisions and then still have all the new stuff built when you haven't budgeted for it. So in trying to get our debt under control, effectively we made a decision not to do any new ones, and we're just starting that build process at the moment. That's the reason that we are running behind the schedule that was planned in 2008, because we simply decided that this was money that got pulled out of the budget by council resolution.
Councillor Wilson.
No, it's been answered, don't worry, I'll cover it.
Right. Councillor Keller.
Could we, when we're looking at priority places, factor in places where you can watch the aurora? I bumped into...
From the toilet?
No, I don't mean directly. Talking to Ian from the museum, he said that now there's whole lots of cars and things out in the middle of nowhere wanting to watch dark sky things. So enthused that people have been as a result probably of his things in the paper and such like, and those are often, there was a couple of spots he mentioned, one of which I think maybe school toilets might have just about been a suitable thing, but we don't want to be encouraging sending a whole lot of people of an evening out somewhere in a whole lot of cars, and especially some of those will be young people who aren't probably in a position to, or older people who might not be in a position to wait for 4 hours till they get home again. I'd like to see that demand we have created be taken some consideration of.
Okay. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Your Worship. My question is just around the Warrington toilets, and I just want to raise the point that there are two toilet budgets, one with property and one with parks and reserves. So the Warrington ones are parks and reserves. So my question really is for Richard Saunders, who's not here, but Ruth is. It's even better. Have we got sufficient money in the budget, in the operational budget, to essentially give the Warrington toilets a facelift? Because there's growing pains there. We heard all about it with regards to freedom camping. We're not really asking for new toilets. I think what we're asking is facilities that meets the needs of the demand that we currently have.
In respect of Warrington, obviously the increased demand has been driven by the freedom campers during the summer. So one of the options that the team are also looking at, and Councillor Calvert, I think this will also address your point, is where we are actually driving demand for certain periods of the year, what are the options for temporary facilities? So rather than looking at a full permanent facility, whether we look at just installing facilities at different times of the year. But in respect of Warrington, of course, there's a report coming to PNR in June on the evaluation of the performance across summer, and also acknowledging the need for the upgraded toilets at Warrington, and also options for additional toilets there. So we aren't just thinking new permanent, we are thinking about other options as well. Okay. In consultation with the property team.
Right. Councillor McTavish.
Sorry, this is just a response thing again. I think it needs to be made clear in the response effectively what the Chief Executive read out, because that's not currently in the response, and people who get this response will think that they're going to imminently get a toilet on their doorstep or wherever they've asked for it, when it's not actually the case, because there's a list of priorities.
Right. That is important to note, because we've had a priority list for some time. Right. Social housing. I'll come to Lee after this. Anything on that?
Just a question really around how we respond, or what the plan is in terms of responding to feedback that wasn't received by way of formal submissions. So informal feedback at the drop-in sessions or wherever where, for example, there was an issue raised in North East Valley around how, from tenants of ours, around how a certain staff member is no longer employed here and now they don't know who they're dealing with, and I don't know whether that is or isn't the case, but because it wasn't received as a formal submission, it doesn't seem to have there doesn't seem to be a way of addressing it.
It'd be fair to say if we don't know who made the submission, we can't get back to them with the response. But if you've got anything like that, please just let us know and we'll make sure the relevant people can be informed, because we'd be pretty keen to follow up on that and make sure people do know, obviously. With a name. If there's a name, you can go back.
Right. Are there anything else on that? Okay. Moving on. Now, Councillor Vandervis, we postponed looking at Gasworks Museum because I understand you have a motion. Would you like to?
Yes, and thank you very much. My apologies for lateness this morning. I would very much appreciate having that opportunity.
You're right. Well, are you ready now? We can wait, but if you're ready now to...
Yes, I just need to find the wording that I've sent through the wording for the motion, okay, to which I need to add a line. Shall I give that to Pam?
Well, wait, why don't you wait until it's up and I'll invite you to speak to it.
Great. We have in the Gasworks Museum an unusual and I think unprecedented gift of a museum that has taken literally countless thousands of hours of volunteer labour and a very small amount of DCC funding to essentially maintain buildings. And what we have down at the Gasworks is the potential for a world-class museum with a large number of unique operational gasworks, steam engines and boilers and various other things. For the Gasworks Museum to proceed and develop, it must have some additional land in order to be able to do that. It is utterly constrained currently. Fortunately, the land that is very essential, in fact, very is not the word, it is absolutely essential for the gasworks to expand, is available. The owner of it is, as I understand it, very amenable to what the gasworks are proposing, and is quite clear that he feels the gasworks should be given the first option. And that body of land is number 1 Brandon Street, the Arthur Stone building. That is the essential piece of land that we must have if we are to have a gasworks museum. In addition to that, there are 2 other sections of land in McBride Street, number 8 and number 12, which, if we really want to fully develop a recreational area, a community area in South Dunedin, these pieces of land are something which we should look at acquiring if they become available at a reasonable price at some point. In order to fund this number 1 Brandon Street purchase, my motion, in addition to what we have up there, would be that the Logan Park sale of a recreational reserve to the Polytech would fund another recreational reserve, which is this gasworks piece of land, so that the call on increased rates or whatever is not going to be there. We would be basically in a position of swapping one recreational reserve at Logan Park, which we've sold to the Polytech, swapping that for this community recreational reserve in South Dunedin. Normally, and my understanding was that when we sold the Logan Park land, that amount of money would have gone to debt reduction. And I am normally very keen on debt reduction. I would have been very keen for, it's getting close to $500,000, I think, to see that come off the debt. But we have a unique opportunity now in that we have a willing seller and we have a piece of land that is strategically vital for the Gasworks Museum. When the Gasworks Committee came and made their presentation to us, they showed some absolutely wonderful photographs of what they have achieved in just the last few years. I've been on council long enough to know that when I was first here, the gasworks was a derelict wasteland that few people thought much could be done with. An incredible amount has been done with it, and an incredible amount more can be done with it in terms of its development if we get the purchase of this land. So my motion is that A, City Property consider and report back on the purchase, and B, if that purchase is deemed to be reasonable, useful, not expensive. Okay, thank you. That the money for the purchase of these properties would be taken from the sale of other recreational land in the city that has occurred recently. So that's the motion. Right. And I urge you all to support it.
Before I'll come back to you, Mr Mackenzie, do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hall. Right, so seconder, Councillor Hall.
Can I ask for clarification, because the Union Street piece of land, we've applied to debt reduction for the harbour because there were some restrictions around what we can do in that. Are you referring to that piece of land, or are you talking about...
Well, there's also the
other,
Caledonians, so...
Are you referring to other recreational pieces of land?
I was referring to the Logan Park land, but as the motion says, it could be from either. Right. Go from one recreational facility to another.
So the Caledonian...
Yes.
Is an option.
Yeah, it's a principle.
Thank you.
Okay, speakers, Councillor Wilson.
I can support the general import of this, which is to look at the gasworks expanding. I'm really concerned about the motion because it's relatively specific, and I think it doesn't actually give us the report that I'd love to see, bearing in mind the submission and the other information that's been supplied to the councillors about the potential of the South Dunedin hub being at the site. And I don't want to see it in isolation of that hub project because I don't know where we're at with that. So I would want to see them both tied together. So I'd be probably wanting to support a slightly tighter proposition, which would be that City Property consider and report back on the possible purchase of land adjoining the Gasworks Museum to enable and the priority given to that being a community hub area, because I see them all packaged together, but I'm supportive in general principle.
I'm very happy to have added after Gasworks Museum to enable a community hub.
But it has to be in relation to other negotiations that are happening, and I don't know what those are.
I would recommend you don't include that. I would recommend at this point you maybe just add a third resolution that says we'd like to see this report along with progress on the exploration of the community hub. Otherwise, if a decision has been made or the recommendations to put the community hub elsewhere, it leaves these kind of in limbo. So if you add a third resolution that says this report to come back as a priority item along with an update on the work to progress the South Dunedin community hub, that would ensure they kind of hold hands.
You're happy
Great,
with that?
very happy with that. Thank you. And I think Pam's
with
catching it already. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
We are in debate, just so you all know. Carry on.
I do have a question all the same, if that's okay. It's for Mr. Mackenzie, and apologies if I misinterpreted this when we were discussing the financial forecasts earlier, but it was my understanding that there are no there is no revenue from the sale of recreational land that hasn't already been accounted for elsewhere in those financial forecasts.
So there's two issues. When we talked about the surplus, when you're having the sale of land, it does not necessarily have an impact on the financial performance of council. It has an impact on our cash flow, which is what Councillor Vandevers is referring to here. So in this particular instance, as I said also earlier today, that there is, from a cash perspective, we're in a far better position than we have been in the past because of some of the sales of properties and some of the savings that we're getting in some of our cash items as opposed to our normal operating items. So in this instance, you could use the sale of the Caledonian site as an opportunity to fund this particular purchase and have no rates impact going forward.
But would that not also be the same for any of our priorities that you could apply that money to? That you would be able to use?
So the issue going forward is that one is that you would complete this transaction hopefully in this financial year, so it's not necessarily an issue for next year's budget. But if you're going to do one-off projects, as this council has done in the past, you can fund those from underspends from this current financial year. Because it doesn't actually, because they're one-off projects, don't have an ongoing commitment for council.
Right. But yes, that is true. I mean, the impact will be that you're not paying off debt, so you have slightly higher interest costs. So there's no impact. There's not free money, but it is impacting on your interest, your overall interest charge. So you do have to be careful about the quantum that you use in this area, of course.
Oh, that's fine, but yeah. But the cash that has been realised from the disposal of those assets that are listed as unknowns in the financial forecast could be applied to any project in the forthcoming financial year without having a direct rating impact.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak to it as well?
At this stage.
Right. Councillor Lord.
Sorry, yeah, my question was just relating to whether that particular clause, the money for the purchase of these properties, I wondered if that was binding the finance team and the property team a wee bit too much. I just wondered if we left it up to them to determine their own way of funding it.
Councillor Bezet.
My concern is just the process here. I'm very nervous about the possibility of council agreeing to investigate the purchase of land at a public meeting. It generally means that we end up paying a premium for the land for a start-off. And I was hoping that Ms Bidrow was listening to me because I think we should shut this down quite quickly. I think it's, I can agree with the first paragraph there, the following land adjoining the Gasworks Museum. I don't think we need any of the other bit in it at all, and we either agree to it or not straight away.
Well,
I'm really concerned about the process.
Well,
we're doing it wrong.
Well, I would point out that the request to purchase the property was made at a public meeting here. So it's already in the public arena. All we're doing is answering it in public as well. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, look, I'd endorse that. It's not just that it was raised in a public meeting here last week. It's been raised, I think, probably on each of the last couple of years. So it's will certainly not be news to the potential seller. I support this because I think that if a tilt slab building ends up getting built on that land, people in future years will ask why we let what is potentially almost a unique, my understanding is that there are virtually no working gasworks operating. I think we got that information, or able to operate. They've all been converted to condominiums or something. I think that there's still a little lack of clarity around whether it has any impact on rates. It does, because I have no idea what the value of this is, but to the extent that it's debt not repaid, then it has an impact on rates, and to the extent that it's been factored into that debt projection, then it has an impact on rates. However, there is a flip side to this. I don't hear that there is necessarily an intention to purchase, pull the land, pull whatever's on the site down and do something with it. I have no idea whether there is a lettable proposition in the short term, and if there were, then that potentially has the ability to offset some of that rates impact. So, but I think all of that is taken into account in the fact we're not being asked to purchase a property here, we're being asked to do the work that might be necessary to make that decision, and so I support that.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I've got a concern about the middle part. I've got no issue with the suggestion of the investigation of the purchase, and I understand the reasons for it and support them, but I think we're getting into awkward territory and we start trying to do a quid pro quo type deal, which may be doable, but how many times have we thought we'd use the income from that particular property sale or others for a particular purpose? And I don't think that's a useful way to proceed. In fact, I think it corrupts the whole process that we're involved in. So if we want to buy it, that's fine, and then we argue later about how we fund it. But I don't think you can do that transfer in that sort of sense. The second part, the last part, however, I also want to comment about, because at this time last year, we had a long and I thought quite interesting debate about what we thought might be a suitable location for a community hub. And while I have had some comment passed to me when I asked about it, I'm not aware of any reporting, formal or informal actually, apart from the odd comment from whoever it was that investigated, in answer to the question, the direction from council to talk to Foodstuffs about that other place on the corner. So I'd really like to know a year on what happened to that, and this gives us the opportunity to get some information about why that didn't fly, as it obviously hasn't.
We currently have a professional team engaged in evaluating the development of South Dunedin Community Hub, and we expect that by the mid to end of June, that we will be able to report on development concepts. The South City Mall proposal has been already excluded from our understanding of what's required. And they've now starting to form definite options to bring back to council, and there's at least 6 options available in the South City area, and it may not necessarily be just about one site as the solution.
If I may? Well, I'm pleased to hear that, not in respect of some of the content, but that is the first time I think we've had a comment in the arena arena about the result of a direction to investigate that, and I don't think that's good enough. Not a reflection on property, but I think we need to be a bit more assiduous about our information flow, and I think that's a message right across council actually.
Further speakers? Councillor Hall, Councillor McTavish.
With this Brandon Street and McBride Street, it's going to be the only opportunity that we are going to have to secure any land for extensions for the Gasworks Museum, because none of the other land will come available in the foreseeable future. So if we don't secure it now, I think we are constraining the museum to any expansion in the future. In the worst case scenario, if we secured it now and it didn't happen, we could always sell it off. But if we don't secure it, we're going to lose it forever.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. I just want to ask one question of the Chief Executive, just for clarity. So, as I understand it, the current projected budgets have included this as the proceeds from Caledonian for debt repayment purposes, which means that there is an anticipated drop in interest costs, which, if we were to do this, would need to be reversed.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I add in there? I've just very quickly spoken to Kevin, and we're likely to be able to lease that out in the short term, probably back to the purchaser, the seller. Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Councillor.
Sorry,
sorry,
just to speak to it briefly. Yeah, Your Worship, I can support this. I think it is. It's framed up in a way that means that we'll be getting further information about this particular proposal and project. I think last year when we considered this matter or the submission content, which was very similar, there was some question about maintenance and structural engineers' reports and things which we did not subsequently get a report back on. So I think that's why we didn't deal with it at the time. I think having the context of the South Dunedin Community Hub conversation is helpful, and the timing is good to round that out into a decision that will come through committee. I also am supportive of the concept of reinvesting monies that we have received from property sales in strategic property investments in the city. I think that is an appropriate way to invest funds. I also think that falls into or needs to be wrapped up into the broader conversation around our liability management policy when we come to renew that. But it's a complex issue that we can't resolve here.
Councillor Calvert.
I can support this motion, but it is of concern for me that we're once again falling back into the old ways of just considering one use of the proceeds of sale of something without putting it into the pot and looking at any uses we might have for sale proceeds, especially since we not only would have paid off debt with this, but we actually will have paid off debt with it at that point. I'm hoping that when it says city property, consider and report back, that we will have serious information provided to us from our financial people as well to do with the possible other money we might spend on a South Dunedin community hub since they've now been connected, that we've got recreational items we're selling, and if we want to replace those, that's quite a different thing that we haven't even talked about. So I'd like to have a lot of the financial effects in there to allow us at that time to be looking to whatever outcome we want in the light of whether we want to spend money that would be otherwise debt reduction to replace a recreational item, and why we've chosen this one ahead of other ones, if we do, and whether it would, in other likelihood, come out of the budget we intend to spend on the South Dunedin Community Hub in any case. So it's my hope that we have some serious financial input into the city property report and options that provide us with a holistic approach to how we deal with this, rather than just, there's some money over there, we'll just grab it and replace it over here.
Councillor Wiley.
Your Worship, I have a question.
Sure.
Grant or Kevin, if we proceeded with number 1 Brandon Street and 8 and 12 McBride Street, would that mean we would own the total block of property between Brandon, McBride and Braemar Streets?
No, we would own the only properties immediately beside the Gasworks Museum as it exists now. The blocks on McBride Street, is my understanding, they're not for sale. They've been recently acquired by another vendor, another purchaser.
Okay. So the property on the back of the Stone property, which is 1 Brandon Street, which is 42 Braemar Street, are we in ownership of that property, or is it a private?
The Arthur Stone property, for want of a better description, is privately held by Arthur Stone interests.
Correct,
and
obviously, yeah.
That's the property that I'm aware of that has been proffered for acquisition.
Yeah.
And which we would lease back to them in the short term. That's been the conversations, and that we would then consider that and integrating it into the Gasworks Museum as part of the community development hub.
Okay, so the property that backs onto the Stone property and fronts onto Braemar Street and borders the gasworks,
Yes.
do we own that property?
No.
Okay, so, okay.
Councillor Wilson, you had another question.
I'm just wondering whether the mover's happy for these to be taken in parts, so first, second and third, because I'd like the opportunity to vote against one.
Yep, okay. Councillor Staines.
I can support part of this resolution, but I have some serious concerns with the trying to allocate where the funds will come from. For instance, the sale of the Caledonian land, the money has already been, or discussion and submission has already been made in the past about the funds from that going towards a sporting activity. So I think we will need to find the funds from somewhere, but I think the second part of the resolution tries to allocate it to an area rather than letting it be open. If we make the decision that, or if the report comes back and we make the decision that it is worth investing in the purchase of number 1 Brandon Street, then if we make that decision, then we need to find the funding, and the funding will come from wherever we believe that's the right place to allocate the funding from. So I'd like to have the resolution taken in parts, because I can support 1 and 3, but I can't support 2.
It's actually, one has been A and B.
Yep. No, you see, no, we've already ascertained that we take them separately, so they can be voted against.
If it would help, I'm happy for the second one to say could be taken rather than would be, to just indicate a direction rather than a specific.
Could I further suggest that the B could be that city property or finance, also finance report on options for the origin of the purchase money, and then we get them all.
Yeah, B is not anything I want to hang a hat on.
No. So that's the mover and the seconder. Councillor Hall, you're happy with that?
Procedural.
Sorry. No, it's a replacement. It's B, and that finance report on options for the source of funds to purchase the properties.
Can I just ask a procedural matter, Your Worship?
Sure.
I understand the intent and the best of intent of this motion, but I'm just nervous with the second part of A. It isn't part of a submission as far as I could tell. The first part was, and I'm really nervous that we're looking outside of the scope of the submissions in today, because just for what might else happen, if we allow it here, that we could be opening ourselves up to a whole lot of other wonderfully good ideas later on as part of the annual plan process. It was, I mean, unless I've got that wrong, I can't recall it being part of the submission. That's all. And I don't want to be technically difficult, but I don't want to open ourselves up to 3 days of very long debate that may go a lot more broader.
I'll seek some guidance on that because I think if we, on the one hand, you may technically be correct. On the other hand, if we restricted ourselves entirely to what the words that someone had said in a submission, we may lose some opportunities along the way. So, Christy, could you advise us, please, on whether resolutions that are put up can reference or go beyond what the submitters have asked for or recommended?
Sarah, this is the resolution is requesting advice from staff, and you aren't requesting anything advice by. You can request any advice from staff whether or not it's within a submission. So if you were to be discussing a resolution to purchase, that would be a different matter, and you would be constrained by the terms of the submission.
So it can stay. Thank you, Christy. Okay, are there any further speakers to this? Okay, well, for my part, I can very much support this. I think it's an opportunity, as I think Councillor Hall mentioned, that will not stay there, will not come along if it's not taken. I support it specifically, but I also support the principle of sourcing or utilising the value of property assets that are no longer as useful to us in some area to put into another where they're more useful. I think that we have to be extremely careful because, as Councillor Hawkins was asking, we can't just sell something and then use it for operating expenses. That would be really stupid and quite wrong. But so long as you have something of value here, it's not being utilised to its full extent and it can provide much more value over here, I think that's a very proper way of going, and it doesn't affect the rates. So I can support this both in specifically, but in principle too. But I think we have to be very careful about how we do that. Councillor Benson-Pope, you've already spoken.
Councillor Vandervest told me.
No, you're not allowed. In standing orders with council meetings, you speak once. I'm sorry. Councillor Vandervest, you're right to reply.
CEO Bidrose has very saliently pointed out that there's no free money. And certainly there will be a cost in purchasing, in making a strategic purchase of this land adjacent to the Gasworks Museum. However, as Councillor McTavish has pointed out, it is a strategic purchase. It gives us options which Councillor Hall has pointed out, if we don't secure now, we may lose forever. The strategic purchase is not going to have a large financial effect given that it will have an immediate rental return until such time as we decide what we actually want to do with it, whether the hub is a flyer, whether the Gasworks expansion is going to go ahead. What this does is it basically allows that to happen, and if we don't do it, it means that it may never be able to happen. The South Dunedin Community Hub concept still is some way away and needs some development. What this purchase will do is give us the strategic opportunity of allowing that to happen and to allow the Gasworks Museum to really develop its full potential. And it does have enormous potential. And it's potential that has been built by the volunteers over many years, and there's a strong group of volunteers even now that will continue to do that. So without wanting to have to go any further, talk about, obviously there's a debt impact on rates, but as I said, and as the CFO has confirmed, that will be minimised by a rental return in the meantime. This is a strategic decision. The decisions, what we do with it later on, are decisions to be made later. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there was a request that I put it in parts, and I will, so I'll take A first. All those in favour of A, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. B, all those in favour of B, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And C, all those in favour of C, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to infrastructure improvements. I think just let's consider here, I'm advised that the lunch was ordered for midday. It's now slightly after midday. I'm also aware that we're switching to different staff at the other side for this, so it might be an appropriate time to break for lunch. We will take half an hour if that suits everyone. Second, Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, we'll get underway again. Welcome, Ruth. Welcome, Laura. We're down to infrastructure improvements, still on the first page. And I invite anyone to raise anything from there or questions. Right, any questions? Councillor.
I'll do a Richard Thompson. That's a compliment. Just thinking about the 30-year infrastructure strategy, and it talked in there about ensuring that we cater for, and I suppose I'm just focusing on stormwater for a moment, that we cater for additional demand, we cater for asset maintenance management going forward, and obviously renewals. The priority you've got currently for the city, in light of what's happened in the last 12 months or so, would your priorities still be the same in terms of additional new capital and renewals?
So I guess the priorities are those that have been set by the council through previous decisions. If you're talking about priority trade-offs, i.e. you can't do more, you've got to balance between what you would do, then they would still be my priorities. Because, as I made the comment at the previous council meeting, if we don't renew our infrastructure, it will go downhill. If we don't upgrade it, it stays at the same level. So you're always, as a general rule, your renewals always have to take priority, because otherwise you just get further and further behind. If you want to do upgrades, then they ought to be as well rather than instead. Your service levels drop if you don't do renewal.
That's the next part of the question, is that looking across the three waters, the service levels, the maintenance of, or the maintaining of service levels at the current rates, you're confident that you have a system in place to ensure where potential weaknesses or faults or the inability to retain that level of service going forward, we're able to target those. And I know it's a bit of a crystal ball, but what you know about the networks, you're able to have a financial budget in place to ensure that we can retain service levels at the current level.
So in terms of the way that we prioritise, I'm certainly comfortable that we are prioritising to the highest risk. And we're also making sure that that means that we are getting a reinstatement of a level of service, the maximum reinstatement of a level of service that we can for the $1 million that we spend. So we are not just renewing that which is oldest or in worse condition, but that is creating the greatest performance issue. So that gives us the best chance of keeping on top of those levels of service. The part of that equation which is very difficult to gauge is how fast the network deteriorates, and therefore how we know how fast we're getting better, and we can predict that relatively well. We have some indication of how fast the network is getting worse on the contrary, but not strong enough to be absolutely sure that we will stay ahead of the game right the way through that time period. So, yeah, we're certainly comfortable with targeting into the highest priority areas. Whether or not we are targeting them at a rate to be confident that we're holding all service levels at the same level and we're not going backwards in some of them, that is much more difficult to be sure of.
today we were to rewrite the infrastructure strategy, would it be a great deal different to what it is in light of what's happened in the last 12 months?
I think that would depend on what the strategic objectives were. That would be the key decision and discussion that the council would need to have about whether or not what the level of comfort is with maintaining the service levels as they are. If the council is comfortable with maintaining the levels of service as they are, which includes with the problems that we've got, then the strategy that falls out of them would be very similar. If the council wanted to significantly increase those levels of service, and particularly obviously stormwater being one of them, and the level of protection that people could get, then that would be quite a significant change to the strategy, or at least a significant addition to what's already going on. It wouldn't remove very much, if anything, from what's already in there, but it would increase, it would put a lot of things in there that aren't there already.
It's probably just it's a yes/no, really. So the I'll just wait.
Councillor Wilson.
I think where Andrew's coming from, turning it around slightly, is and there's a number of submissions saying we should be investing in infrastructure, your infrastructure more particularly, at a quicker speed. If we had $10 million to invest tomorrow and wanted to increase your budget, do you think the city, given the other priorities that you have to work in with, as in you wouldn't go and put a pipe in if you didn't know if in 2 years you're going to do a road up, you'd try and synchronise them to get the best investment. Do you think that would be a manageable project? Would you be able to manage that?
So if you're talking about $10 million for next year, we simply couldn't push projects through fast enough to spend that in 1 year. The market couldn't respond in terms of construction. If you were talking about 10 million over the next phased in over the next 5 years, then that's a much more achievable proposition in terms of turning that into quality work. But to put that into the context, the current renewals backlog is $40 million. So that is $40 million in order to maintain levels of service where they are for the long term. We have a plan to get there, but we are carrying that risk in terms of whether we go slightly further back before we go forwards, or whether or not we get ahead of the game. But certainly, in terms of a single year's additional spend, in practice, we're currently budgeted to increase our renewals next year by roughly $1 million from this year. This year is the first year we've successfully actually managed to spend the entire budget, and it's been a lot of work with the construction market to actually get them ready for that kind of work. So you're probably talking about a practical ability to spend no more than $1 million without an additional $1 million in 1 year, ramping that up over a period of time, and $1 million would be tough.
Sorry, Councillor, if I can just add to that, and also to respond to your earlier question, Councillor Noon, about would we do things a bit differently? What we are doing differently, but still within the current infrastructure strategy in response to the events of the last year, we are accelerating the amalgamation of the catchment models for St Clair and for South Dunedin. And we have, literally in the last 24 hours, talked with the ORC about amalgamating our models with their groundwater models. So we are actually, as part of the planning and being able to put other options on the table, there's a lot of work to be done. So we are doing things different in response to those the situations that we've encountered in the last 12 months, but it's still within the existing strategic framework, and as you've seen and approved earlier today, which we thank you for, is additional staff in Laura's area.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other question to that is, and having suffered trying to drive down Stewart Street, I think because of roading work, not your work, the difficulty of investing substantially more has a knock-on effect to the other, how you can drive around the city, because obviously there's been quite a few streets that have been out with the work that we are doing, and the question then is, when you're doing this work, how well are you liaising with transport to ensure that we're minimising the effects on the transport infrastructure, but also do you have an idea of how much more you could do that the effect of adding $1 million, would that actually have an effect of making the city less accessible?
So the work I think you're referring to is the work related to the Kaikarai renewals, which is one of our biggest programmes of work. We have done extensive work with the community, both in terms of letter drops, public meetings, signage, to try and make sure people understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. But you're absolutely right, we are now starting to see complaints, you know, how much longer are you going to be here for? The answer is years, in various places at various times, multiple packages of work. So yes, it is disrupting. It was disrupting when we did the work in Andersons Bay. We did all 3 networks. In both places, we're doing all 3 networks at once, followed up by roading after the work is completely finished, to try and minimise that the repetitive disruption, which is coming now, come in 5 years' time, come 5 years after that. But in most cases, in order to do that kind of work, you are talking about digging up a whole street or putting a trench into a whole street. Sometimes we can avoid that. Going through people's back gardens, we simply can't do that scale of work without causing disruption. And increasingly, it's disruption to scale that people are not familiar with.
But in terms of the working across the departments and timing, that does rely on both departments having a good medium to long-term plan about what their projects are. And water and waste are in that position. And as you're all aware, we have challenges in our transport department, and we aren't there yet with the transport department, so that we can actually make the most of working across those 2 areas to minimise the disruption to the city. But it is a focus.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Could you just give us a brief answer to the question of when a submission calls for the stormwater systems to be upgraded to meet a 1 in 10 year standard, what currently the plan is for, in particular, the areas where floods were an issue last year?
So currently we have no blanket plan to upgrade things to a 1 in 10 year event, other than as and when they're due for renewal. What we do have is a range of targeted solutions to places where they experience much more frequent problems. So some of the locations that will have come up in submissions are actually on the programme because it's not about the 1 in 10, they actually experience problems every 2 or 3 years, and therefore we have targeted solutions for those that are part and parcel of our overall programme of works.
So it's sort of not really something that's amenable to, we will do a 1 in 10 all over the place. It makes more sense to approach them on the pinch points or the difficult areas and concentrate on those, which presumably increases the quality, for want of a better word, of the whole network in that area?
Yeah, I mean, we've never actually done a costing exercise for what would it cost to put the whole of the city into a 1 in 10 year level of service. Really, because when we did the 3 water strategy, it became very clear when we did the work behind that you're talking hundreds of millions, if not billion, to get the whole city to that standard. And therefore, it was really saying, look, actually, there are people who are getting problems every 2 or 3 years. There is a lot of work to be done to address all of those. And long term, we have the option strategically to deal with the other problem in the much longer time horizon. But we simply haven't done that because of the rough order costs that would be involved in doing it.
Further questions, councillors? No? All right, we'll move on to EnviroSchools program. Councillor Peet.
Thank you. Not sure you can answer this, given that I'm not sure why even EnviroSchools is in water and waste except for the waste component. Oh, here's Kath. Thank you. We will be able to answer it. Good. I'm just, given that we have half of the Otago schools in the EnviroSchools program in Dunedin, in the Dunedin district, we have a big stake, obviously. And I'm wondering if there are any developments in terms of how we operate the program in conjunction with ORC. Are there any developments with that partnership?
Yes, there is. We have been working with ORC, so they signalled that they, in their annual plan, that they were going to take over the regional coordination of Enviro schools. So we've been having a very constructive conversation with them about that. So they are signalling that they will have recruitment for the new financial year, and they have contributed to the regional coordination that we've done for the past year. So now we are looking at how we're looking at the general structure of the solid waste team, but also looking now at the Enviro Schools facilitation in Dunedin. So having dedicated people in those roles, yeah.
So perhaps if I can just add to that comment, we are also looking at where the best place in council for the Enviro Schools programme to sit is, given that there's an increasing desire for a broader range of messages going through, so that's just a process we're working through internally. And we, as well as bringing some of the facilitation in-house that's previously been contracted, we are looking to ensure that we're reinvesting the benefits we gain from coordination going to the regional council back into the Enviro Schools programme.
Councillor Wilson.
Just for clarity, the coordination being at the ORC or funded by the ORC, is it going to be done here or done at the ORC, which is slightly different?
It will be done at the ORC, but we have already discussed that we need to have a very close working relationship, so it is, and they are very open to that, so we're not, the facilitators and regional coordination needs to be tight. Yeah. Yep.
Anything further on that? Okay, flooding in Mosgiel. Councillor Vantas.
It says here that the proposed solution is new capital for Woodland Street in particular, sorry, Woodland Avenue, where I understand significant flooding could be avoided because of a relatively inexpensive pinch point. Now, I only have this from the people that came to me to tell me and show me the photos of what happened to their house. And I also have spoken with the ex-head of Water Department, Daryl, who I believe has an interest there as well. Is it a relatively inexpensive pinch point that could essentially cure the Woodland Avenue problem, or is it bigger than has been presented to me?
I was hoping the submission response was going to be up because I think the numbers were actually in there. So we have had an appraisal engineer working through that problem, and from memory, and I think it's in the comments, the solution as yet to be completely verified is around about the $350,000 mark. So that depends. Sorry, $350,000 mark.
Ouch.
So that depends on whether that's inexpensive. We haven't completely finished that work, but they are working closely, and Darryl certainly had conversations with those that are doing it. But I'm not sure it's simple. But we certainly do have an option that is being worked through and costed.
Great. And it's my understanding that that flooding option, if it's, I mean that work, if it's done, will actually be a complete cure for the properties in Woodland Avenue, since they are all grouped together and some of them are very, very low?
Certainly the options that we are looking at are to bring that area to an acceptable level of service for all of them, and also bearing in mind other potential areas of growth that would be related to that area. It's certainly not a one house had a problem. It's a macro, and it certainly also involves understanding of the river catchment and the NZTA culvert. I'm afraid I don't know exactly what the detail is of what they're looking at, but it's definitely a holistic solution to bring it to a sensible level of service.
And you'll be coming back to us with a new capital figure for that at some point?
That will ultimately depend on whether or not it's something that we see within our existing budget priorities. If it's something that we would ordinarily just get on and do, then it wouldn't necessarily come back to council. If it is something that needs separately funding or a decision around where it sits to other priorities, then I would expect it would come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Just for clarification, it wasn't clear when Daryl came along on the submission, or have we accepted that this is a council project, or is there potential funding from NZTA, or is it a shortcoming in the development of these sections in the first place? Because it potentially sets a precedent, and I'm just wondering where we're at with that, or has that been...
I'm afraid I don't know the exact answer to that, depending on where. I certainly know that there were a lot of different interactions going on around undersized culverts, around actual subdivision design, watercourses, pipe stormwater, private stormwater. So we've looked at the problem as a whole to say, from an engineering point of view, how do we fix it? I haven't yet seen what comes off the back of that as to, well, who's actually responsible for fixing it, what would we fund, what would NZTA fund, and so on and so forth. So we're just a little bit not quite at that point in the discussion yet.
That's fine. I just wonder whether that should be part of the discussion, and the other part, and the answers from the council, because I probably want to preface that we haven't taken any, on any liability as a city yet, potentially for the problem, and I'm in the responses column. But the other part of that is that should the work need to happen, but it wasn't our responsibility, I presume that the funding of that could be done by a debt with a rates targeted rate for that as being an option, but that would have to come back to council as well.
That would certainly be an option, and if that option was a preferred option, it would need to come through council for a decision.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. It's sort of partly touched on, but in the submission, Mr. Robinson talked about the development, and I'm just wondering, as part of our investigation of these issues, could we also have a report, someone look at the consent and see if it was properly executed? I just, in terms of making sure that either there was nothing wrong or that we didn't get it wrong.
That's a natural part of any of the investigations we do around these sorts of things, because it's part of the how do we avoid these in future. So yes, I would expect that to be part of...
How and when will that be reported to elected members? Well, I'm just thinking of the issue I raised earlier that took a year in terms of the South Dunedin stuff. This has come up in submissions. I'd like to think there's not a lot of work in actually looking at the detail of the consent that was issued and telling us there was nothing wrong with the consent or there was an issue.
In terms of the time frame, the next committee rounds in early June will see the new non-financial performance reports come through committees, and they will include commentary on capital projects and major initiatives. So I would suggest that something like this could be included within that rather than within its own report.
That'd be fine. That'd be fine. Thank you.
Councillor Lord. Oh, I see. Will you have that thing going by then, do you think?
When it's switched on, holding it closer will work, but when it's switched off, holding it closer won't.
Right. In the meantime, Councillor Hall.
The new development to the east of Woodland Avenue, it's already the hill's been recontoured. Does the drainage factor through the same culvert?
I would imagine so, but I don't know without checking.
Yeah, because as I think Daryl said in his submission, that it's still in grass, so when it's developed, there's going to be another excess of water going through that culvert.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to this particular item and the how it's going to be solved, and there's a liability issue potentially we don't know about, but if I look at the capital works stormwater budget, there's 250k there for 16-17, so the question is that adequate funding to deal with issues that pop up in the stormwater area? Obviously issues requiring new capital.
It's a very difficult question, because that depends on what the expectations are around how many of them get fixed and how quickly. We have a list that is much longer than that of places where we have problems and you know, we know what we would like to do about them, but we are constrained by capital to do them. So, you know, there's a long list of them in the ICMPs. So if there is a desire to progress these faster than we have historically progressed them, then no, there is not an adequate budget. We progress them at what speed we can based on the capital we have available.
No further points?
Well, sorry.
Oh, Councillor Manders.
I asked the question before. Can I just basically speak to this very briefly?
Sure. Do you want to move something?
Not really, because I don't think we have enough information, but I'd like to give a wee bit of background, if possible.
Okay.
I had a retired couple from Woodland Avenue come to me with a large number of photographs of the flood as it evolved. They had a lovely house, it had a lovely garden and lovely furniture in it, and within a space of a few hours that furniture was floating in and around the garden, and then within the space of another hour or two their sofas were floating higher than their coffee table. They were deeply traumatised and upset because they had been given assurances when there was an earlier flood only a few years before that the issue there had been fixed and that they should be okay. And in fact, they were so much less than okay that their whole idea of being able to live there basically was being questioned. Now, I waded through a lot of South Dunedin on the night as well, and certainly people were up to their ankles and up to their knees there. But at Woodland Avenue, there were places where people were just about up to their waist. And what I'm just wanting to highlight is that although I don't know what the priorities are, and hopefully we'll find what they are in time, please don't just look at South Dunedin, which obviously is where most people were affected. People at Woodland Avenue, and there were a number of them, were also very severely affected. And the photos that I saw and the hurt and the anguish of the people that lived there was as great as anywhere that I've ever seen. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
So, Mosgiel infrastructure, was that the one we're on, or we're on flooding in Mosgiel? Right, so we're on to Mosgiel infrastructure. Have you got that thing going now?
No, I haven't, but I'll borrow what
Look, I just wanted to ask a question, Laura, about Carlisle Road. Before amalgamation Carlisle Road, they put a whole lot of big pipes in. They had flooding very regularly. The pipes were put in, big 6-foot stormwater or whatever, and the problem was solved. But just the last 5 to 6 years with the infill in Mosgiel, that has started to reoccur again, and they are getting semi-regular flooding every 2 to 3 years, 18 months to 2 years, which is causing problems for those residents. And I know we've had discussions about doing the stormwater to stop less water getting into it, renewals, but I'm just wondering if there's any sort of hope, any bright future for those residents.
So Carlisle Road is one of the areas in the catchment management plan, along with Woodland Avenue, that even before the recent floods was identified as a problem area. And we have, for a number of those, we have got sort of concept level solutions. Again, that really comes at how fast the budget is available to be able to, and the staff resources available to be able to work through them. Certainly we do know, anecdotally at least in Mosgiel, that although we have been relatively successful in removing stormwater from the wastewater, which has alleviated the wastewater flooding, anecdotally at least that has potentially made stormwater flooding a wee bit worse. So yes, we do have plans, but we can only work through them as fast as the budget is available to actually deliver the works.
Further questions, further points? Right, recycling collection. Welcome, Catherine. So, questions? Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. So much technology, it's hard to juggle it all. I have 2 questions just related to the CBD recycling. The back of house collection areas that were I think we signed off as a pilot, really. I can't remember how many were anticipated or whether it was just a case of you having conversations and seeing what seemed to be possible. But how many do we currently have in place?
So that was the neighbourhood drop-off centres, and the pilot was for 2 of them in the warehouse precinct. So we were looking at the Dowling Street car park and the Water Street car park. So we haven't progressed any further. I was to be the project lead on that, and things changed for me professionally. And I've had to accept that I can't be the project lead now. So I am looking at getting somebody in dedicated to rolling out the CBD first stage 1. And I'm working through that process at the moment. The Backer House is taking, so we have made some progress there, but the progress we've made is we identified some health and safety concerns with the existing cardboard collection. So that's taking that curbside collection back at house. So we have a couple of businesses that are collaborating, so it's reasonably informal. They're testing it out, they're seeing how it's going, so it's working quite well. And we need to take that out further. We've also tidied up in the meantime the cardboard collection, and we've done a complete sweep through town, just asking people that they need to bundle their cardboard, and that's to just address things like cardboard being sprawled across the streets and the mess and the visual impact. So taking that further again will be the role. It's a project that requires a lot of engagement. So I'm getting somebody appointed to do that.
Okay, so this new role, will that be on both those elements, on both the business and the residential collection in the CBD?
Yes, for the CBD, for those 2 elements, yeah.
Yeah, great, okay.
Can I just clarify that it's basically we're getting somebody in on a contracted hours to do that work, so it's not a permanent role. It's a project specific, getting some leverage on that role.
Thank you. And when might we expect that to have complete that contract to be wrapped up?
6 months.
Right.
Yep.
From now?
No, from once we've appointed them. I haven't quite gone through the process yet.
Okay. All right.
Working on it now.
So by the end of this calendar year, we should have seen some action. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
So taking it further, the ramifications for that is that we will be supplying a service without receiving a rates for it, or that we will be rating for that service, because I'm not quite sure how we're funding it in the interim.
So we don't have a targeted rate for that service, so effectively it's coming out of the overall solid waste budget, which therefore is reducing the amount that's returned to the general rate.
So that will, as part of that, and I can't recall the report, but part of that will be setting the fee that would come up for next year's, if it is implemented and rolled out and it's successful, there'll be a new fee charged for next year's plan.
So that's certainly part of the decision the council will need to make as to how they fund that and whether or not they want a targeted rate, and if so, across who. But at the moment, we just haven't got to a point where we can put that information in front of the council.
Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kath, I'm just wondering if we could address the concerns of a couple of submitters over the plastic bag, and whether you see any opportunity in the future for that collection of plastic bags, unwanted ones, could happen.
Yes, I do see something coming up in the future. It's in line with the packaging forum. So I'm on the leadership team of that group. They are the ones that roll out the Love New Zealand project, and they are now trialling a plastic bag collection in Auckland, and then looking at rolling that out through the country. So word is we'd be looking at seeing that come to Dunedin early next year.
So that wouldn't rely on renewing a contract. It's an initiative that would
It's
happen.
a product stewardship initiative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and thank you for your publicity recently about what can't go into wheelie bins, which I think is very effective.
There is the supermarket option at the moment for plastic bags. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Peake, I can add to that, because only yesterday I was in a Skype meeting with the packaging forum on that, and they are initiating what they call a soft plastic collection, which is not just supermarket bags, but any kind of plastic you can basically screw up. So it might be bags for fish, it might be bags for nuts, it might be wrap of some kind, and they're talking about, I think it's due to be here in February. And there's a destination for it. It's product stewardship, but it's got a market. Anything else on recycling? Councillor McTavish, Councillor Hawkins.
Sorry, it's just following up on that question that I raised. I think it would be helpful if the commentary could be fleshed out to give a time frame around some of that CBD work so that it's clear to the submitters who ask for it when they might expect to see it. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, when you say that there's always the supermarket option, what do you mean, given that at least one submitter specifically referred to the withdrawal of a supermarket option?
No, some supermarkets provide a collection for recycling bags now to their customers.
Do you know which ones?
I know the one that I go to does, my name names. I don't know if all of their supermarkets do. So just asking them at the supermarket would be the way to go. Yeah.
Thanks.
No further points on that? Right, rubbish collection. Nothing on that? South Dunedin infrastructure. What, sorry, Councillor White?
E-waste is the next one after South Dunedin infrastructure was not capped.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's a good idea. Thank you. Do you have something to raise on that, or you don't have to?
I'd just like to see something happen in that area, but I know it's also government related.
Well, that's another good opportunity for product stewardship, I would have thought too. Catherine, have you got some comment to make on that?
That's always what we've been trying to get to, the end place, which is product stewardship. The government has commissioned a study on the product stewardship initiatives elsewhere, and this time they do not see that a product stewardship initiative for e-waste is warranted in New Zealand.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. I guess I wonder whether we have any handle on the size of the problem in Dunedin. So how many tonnes of potentially recyclable e-waste are going into landfill?
We don't have that specific, but what we do have from a report that was done following E-Day, there is a regional breakdown that I could provide you for. The data's probably about 5 years old, but I don't imagine it would have changed to a great extent.
Do we have any, well, I know that in advance of the Waste Management Minimisation Plan, which might have been the same time, there was some work done to try to clarify what the waste streams were going to landfill. Is there any intention to revisit that at any point in the near future to establish what the makeup of our landfill waste is?
So we do a audit at the tip face. That's the swap analysis, and we are looking at revisiting that this year. And I don't expect there to be a significant change in the composition, but it's always good to be able to do the audit, because that also, I need that data for our unique emissions factor and for various different reasons. So that breaks the waste down into 12 categories, and we will be looking at doing that again.
So once that has been done, will we have an updated idea of how much e-waste is going to landfill?
Not specifically. So the 12 categories cover broad categories like plastic, glass, sanitary products, organics, vegetation, and that sort of thing. So it doesn't break it down to that sort of level. I can have a look at that, go back and look at that report that the government has just commissioned and see if they have anything closer to it. I know that the E-Day report looked at about every household having around 3 electronic devices of some sort that they dispose of annually.
Yeah, okay. If council were desirous to have a better handle on the amount of e-waste that is going to landfill, do you have any suggestions about how that might be achieved cost effectively?
It would be challenging. It would be challenging. So it does tends to come in a general waste load. So you would be asking people to declare what's in their skip if they have TVs or cell phones or things in there. Because it's not permitted, it's not, you can send it to landfill as it stands. We do encourage people to recycle, but clearly it's user pays. Yeah, it would be difficult to get that handle on it. Yeah.
So I guess where I'm going with this is I would like to have some understanding of what the magnitude of the problem was, so that we could make some sensible decisions around the table about whether or not we do need to simply take a local decision to subsidise their recycling in order to keep the problem out of ultimately our estuary.
Yeah.
In the absence of that information, is there any way that we could ascertain what budget might be required to, say, make the cost for recycling a television set something that is within cooey of, I don't know, $5 or $10, or something that's not 25?
We can do that. So I know that Timaru is subsidising to some extent the e-waste they're getting, so we can look at what their budget is and how much they're diverting because of the subsidy. They have done it in such a way that they've reduced televisions to $15. So they've subsidised quite a lot. We'd then have to apply that to our population and see what that would mean in budget terms.
Yeah, okay. So there are other ways to get that.
There are other ways.
Yeah,
we also
estimate.
collect data on how many TVs we pick up from illegal dumping, so I do have that data.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Your Worship, I think I'd like to move something. I haven't got the words quite yet, but I'll work on something while other questions are being
That's fine, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
I'm struggling a wee bit about where the topic is e-waste. A comment could be new subdivisions are required to ensure that stormwater runoff is managed without negative off-site effects.
I think that's my user error. So yeah, I did the inputting and I think I just put the comment against the wrong one, so my apologies.
Councillor Lord. Oh, sorry, Councillor Calvert, did you have another question?
I was just going to suggest that not only did it get taken off this one, but that it got reallocated to wherever it was.
Yep, absolutely.
Councillor Lord.
We had a resident came and spoke to us about days gone by when they've had waste drives. She was wondering if there was any rates in the future.
In the past, we were involved in E-Day and also TV Take Back. Both of those initiatives were central government funded, so they've withdrawn funding from those events.
Right. Well, a question for me, and I guess it's almost rhetorical, but listening to your responses to various questions, it would seem to me that until we have a compulsory product stewardship levy that actually charges the user, then it's going to, the alternatives are all subsidies by groups of people who aren't users, whether they're ratepayers or taxpayers.
The best place to be is product stewardship, where the producer is paying for the recycling, and that cost is, potentially covered through when you purchase the product. It will cover the recycling at the end of the life, but we need a central government to legislate under the Act, which it exists. They can do it, but at this time they've chosen not to.
Right, thank you. Councillor McTavish, how are you doing? What's that?
Partway through it. If you have me another minute, I'd get there.
Right, okay. Well, look, we'll go on to South Dunedin infrastructure in the meantime, and or back to, and I'll let you, that gives you some more time. Questions on this, councillors? Nothing on that? Well, we'll move, while that's coming, we'll move to potential impact of ETS costs on landfill charges. We can come back to that, Councillor McTavish, so there's no rush. So this is agenda item 9, this report, page 41. All right. So, questions, councillors? And so we have to make a, we've got to make a call on this. So, Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Worship. My question, Kath, is just around option 2, and in a practical sense, how would you implement that actually at the landfill?
So option 2, I have worked, so if you look at your charging schedule there, it is the 10% increase on the landfill charges where there are emitting waste streams. So it would be through the booth and through implementing those charges.
So through the chair, so the identification of the products that are creating CO2, methane, whatever, you know, you're confident that that will be simple and practical to implement. I'm not actually in favour of option 2, but I'm just wondering how, in a sense, that could be achieved. That's my question. But you're confident it can be?
I'm confident it can be. Yeah.
Further questions, councillors? Oh, Councillor Wiley.
And looking at increasing charges, if this is the case, in past history, how much have we seen increase rubbish or unlawful disposal of rubbish in areas, as was per Scott Weatherall's submission?
Sorry, through landfill fees?
Yeah, so if the costs go up, then some people decide not to use the landfill and they decide to just dump it. And
we do see a peak, usually directly after landfill fees have gone up, and then it sort of tapers off again. So there's an immediate response. The response, it can be dependent on how much the landfills fees have gone up. We also have landfills operating in the area which are like clean fills, so they're not, they take inert material, but potentially other waste is escaping into those, and that was identified in a Ministry for Environment report in 2014.
Okay, so there's...
Perhaps if I can add to that comment, I hadn't looked for a wee while, but certainly when that question was raised probably 2 or 3 years ago, we actually had a look, and whilst there was that immediate spike, the overall cost for illegal dumping did not go up when the landfill fees went up. So I think people are more aware, there's a perception around it, and there may be this short-term response, but long-term we don't tend to see that followed through in terms of certainly the costs that we're picking up for illegal dumping.
And do you have a track record in catching illegal dumpers by, I guess, going through the rubbish and times?
Yes, our contract supervisor and ourselves are warranted officers under the Litter Act, and our contractor that collects the illegal dumping also collects evidence on our behalf.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
My question's really sort of a follow-up from Councillor Noon's, although I do favour option 2, but it's around the practicality of it. When I look at the schedules, it's still very much defined in terms of the mode of delivery rather than. So I'm not sure that I understand if somebody comes with a car with a large load, sort of how you define what that large load is. I can kind of get it with the more industrial, commercial users, but I'm struggling to see how you do it with domestic. So can you explain your confidence?
Yes, I can. So I've applied the charges the vehicle charges are all assumed to be at general waste. So these are general waste charges, except where there's a load of vegetation or that sort of thing coming in. So general waste, by its composition through audits that we have done, so we've done domestic audits, we know that, the composition of a general waste load. So we know that it has about 40% organic waste in there. So it has been applied to the general waste and other waste. And so that's the same for your wheelie bins, your station wagons, all of those are general waste composition. So it's been applied in that way.
I'm still struggling with that, because if you're saying you're doing it on the basis of analyses that have been done in the past, then you're applying this increase to all of those deliveries, regardless of what it is that they have in them. So you're just saying that on average the chances are that this car will have X percentage, so we'll charge them based on that. It's not actually being based on what they do have.
Yeah, it is based on averages from the audits and the composition data we have.
So perhaps if I can clarify, and I appear to have Councillor Lord's microphone problem. So when we pay the levy, we also pay on a generic waste type. So we pay the levy on general solid waste, even though some general solid waste generates more carbon than other general solid waste. So the same principle applies. A car that goes through the booth, we will pay levy at the appropriate rate for the whole of that vehicle, even though periodically you'll get a car that's got no vegetation in and you've got another one that's got a lot more carbon generating material. So it is crude in order to make it practical to apply, but without going into huge amounts of detail to try and make it more precise, they are the same categories of waste that we pay the levy on.
So essentially, if I sort of look at this, I'm basically saying people who dump car bodies and there was something else will get charged less, and then we're going to apply the average rating across every, so we can clearly identify that a car body doesn't emit methane, so we'll reduce those, but then we'll apply an average rate across everything else, essentially.
That is correct, but it's very similar to how we get charged when we have to pay out the credits as well.
Right. I'm leaning closer to Councillor Noon all the time, but all right. Thank you.
Councillor Calvin.
What's the amount we currently, trying to think of a polite way of saying this, overcharge on a user pays principle with the landfill at the moment?
So I think what you're talking about is how much do we return back to the general rate in terms of the overall solid waste budget and the surplus that we generate. So based on the draft budgets that came through to council, so before this change was proposed, it's 1.33 million. So that's the net surplus back to the general rates once all of the solid waste costs have been covered, including repayment of interest and those sorts of things.
So what looks here sort of like we're charging more because it's costing more, although that's strictly speaking an extra ETS charge, as accurate as we can get it, knowing that we're moderating it. If we actually provided a user pays system, what would happen would be that we would, instead of making 1.3 million above the user pays, we would only make 1 million above the user pays if we absorb that into the...
That's correct.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Bishop. And it's frustrated many of us around the table that at times we budget for a surplus and put it in the books before we've gained it. But when the ETS came in and it was at 50%, and we were getting a budget surplus. Did we at any stage consider, and I can't recall, that we needed to continue that for that budget in order to cover any increase in ETS? And to an extent, we've been banking the 50% till now, and we shouldn't be trying to recompense for it by this decision.
I don't know whether it was ever considered, but it certainly didn't become an action. We haven't done it.
We'll do this one first and then come back to it.
Sorry. I don't want to get into debate, but you say that we haven't done it, and that, but we potentially have been covering the ETS costs in the charges to date, and that we're running at a surplus. And in anyone else's mind, that the question is, did we specifically or implicitly cover that cost, or it just wasn't consideration at all, and we've always wanted to run at a 1.3 or thereabouts profit for landfills?
So when we set the landfill budgets, we set them based on our best estimate of what the ETS costs for that coming year are going to be, and also in the overall budgeting process, that return to the general rate is part and parcel of the amount that is available for other rates-funded activities. So, yeah, effectively, it's part and parcel of the money that's available to be spent on other things.
Councillor Wiley.
Laura, if I look at paragraph 28 on page 44 at the bottom, it says some of the options might include council-owned land being used to plant trees, creating offsets to council ETS obligation. Do you have a rough estimate on how much land is required or tree planting is required? I know it says it's coming in future.
I'm just going to look at Nicola, but I'm guessing the answer is no, we don't know that.
So,
no, I'm afraid we don't know.
Okay. So you, even as a guess, you wouldn't, is it like a Juanita, is it a city forest type of thing, or is it?
I'm afraid I just don't know how forestry and ETS credits work, so.
Okay. That's massive.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, I don't think, and this is a question for Grant, is he around? Sue, and since Grant isn't here, and I know I've raised this before, but are we expecting there to be any greater potential for dividend or from city forests because of the ETS and the benefits that go to them from this? Because there are two ways of skinning the cat and where we get the extra funds from.
So you had the briefing from DCHL yesterday, and they weren't predicting any windfall, and they are. As you're aware, next year we're not anticipating a dividend from DCHL. We've got the $7 million to pay off the stadium, but we're not taking a dividend still, and that is an unchanged. So all I can tell you is in the round, when they look at their overs and unders for coming year, they're on track. They're a little ahead of schedule, but not enough to be granting us a dividend. So I can't tell you about this specifically, but what I know is they're not at a position overall to be giving us a dividend next year. They're on track for where we estimated that'd be.
Can I just tease that out a bit more, because I think your question was around whether it was worth city forests planting trees just to get carbon credits. Is that, you were heading that?
Yeah, well, I see this potential to offset this. It's the same people are going to pay whichever way or get benefit from it, and whether we have a transition aid available at using both city forests and us together, because I think this is, I think rightly Saddle Hill raised and others have raised the potential for dumping in the short term if we do this too quickly, and whether we can cover it some other way or transition on.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just on the illegal dumping, was there a time when this wasn't an issue? Is it a relatively recent phenomenon caused by escalating landfill charges, or is it something that goes back through the annals of time?
I can't speak for the annals of time, but it's certainly been a hot topic for the 8 years I've been here. And that same concern has been raised pretty much every year that I've been here around if we put up landfill fees, we'll see an increase in illegal dumping. and say over the long term that hasn't borne out. How much further that we ever got to a point where we didn't have illegal dumping, I don't know.
Thank you.
Don't know.
Councillor Hall.
Parks and Rec have some small plantations around. Are the emission trading taking off them, or does City Forest take that over? Likes of Bethune's Gully, and there's one or two other smaller reserves around that are actually planted in the pine tree.
I'm afraid I don't know. That's something we would have to find out.
What I can say is that a meaningful discussion is now taking place, but it will take, we've signalled about a year before they can come back and you know what options have been explored. It's outside of my area. But we used to, the ETS used to be very, very cheap. Now with these increases, we really have to seriously think about our options.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. With regard to option 2, and I had the same questions around that Councillor Thompson has raised, is there a mechanism whereby were we to go down that path, we can monitor that so people aren't bringing in their small carloads of higher emitting materials by stealth or otherwise, which I think is the concern, is that we don't, you know, if everything is charged at the general rate, we don't know if worse material is being therefore rated at that level.
We can spot audit, but I guess to explain how we get to determine what that composition is, it's the same as the audit I was talking about previously when Ginty made an inquiry. The audit process, the solid waste analysis process that we do is done by an external company. It follows a procedure, and that procedure is audited and verified. It is the same data that we use to calculate our unique emissions factor. So I'm applying the same data to these landfill fees. So it's verifiable data. But, you know, it doesn't come down to a vehicle by vehicle type of analysis.
But you do have the scope to do that through spot auditing?
By spot auditing, yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. My question just relates to the liability stuff. That's right. My question just relates to the ETS liability stuff, and thank you for the response which came through, I think, to my question last night. I was inquiring, though, really in that question, when we might have the references to a carbon task force, including staff from finance, policy, property and waste, being established as there is a need for a cross-council approach to ETS liabilities. That makes total sense. The question that I had around that was when that might be in place and when we might expect to see some results from that.
I'm afraid I can only hazard a guess in Maria's absence, but I would have thought that say 3 to 4 months we'd have something to report back.
So we might, hopefully we would have some report back from that carbon task force before the next budgeting round kicks in. Yeah. Is that right?
Yes,
yeah.
We'll aim for that.
Yeah. Okay. Super. I'm happy to put that in a motion if that's helpful, but if it's going to happen anyway, might not need to.
Whatever works
yeah.
best for council.
I'll put it in the motion.
So, are you intending to be moving the recommendations plus something else?
I'm sorry, Your Worship. I was so busy focusing on getting the last motion written that I didn't realise it hadn't been moved and seconded. This would be an additional bit to the whichever.
So, just to be clear, you were working on one for the previous.
Yes, which I've sent through.
Yeah, but yeah. We haven't come back to consider it yet.
Yes. So I'm just going to go back into my hole and write another additional motion, which would be additional to whatever motion is moved.
but the recommendations for this one are on page 41.
Correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so it would be additional to that.
It would
You're
be.
happy to move that?
Thank
Right. Well, that's fine. Councillor Calvert, I just wanted to clarify which one you were. Councillor Calvert.
Just to return to the issue that Councillor Wilson was raising, now that we do have Grant with us, it seems to me that the report we received yesterday from DCHL was looking at the companies in the round and therefore moderating one with another between the companies. And what Councillor Wilson was raising was whether, instead of looking at the variety of companies and looking at them in the round, we should look at city forests and our landfill in the round, which was, to me, a different question. So I would like Grant, if he would, to address this, just the city forest, not the DCHL in the round position, to look at whether there's any ability to do what seemed to be the direction that Councillor Wilson was.
So just to be clear, this is around city forest planting to earn credits.
And generally what their situation is with credits.
Right. Yep.
Because partially we were told that one of the purposes about continuing to own city forests, for example, was because of carbon credits having a potential synergy, I think.
Yep.
So I guess the key question I'd say here is that, yes, city forests have some carbon credits, but city forests also need carbon credits for their business, because as the trees grow, they actually then build up the carbon credits, but then when they get cut down, that's when they use the carbon credits. So it's not quite as simple as saying, actually, hold on, we've got this wonderful asset over here, because that asset gets used over time. So they actually do have a need for those carbon credits over time. So therefore, effectively, what they need to do is they need to manage those carbon credits that they've got enough available for when they actually need to use them. And that will vary over time. I think the biggest issue that we all need to consider, and this is DCHL and the DCC, is actually a policy around carbon credits. And it's very similar to our Treasury risk management or our foreign exchange. And we've actually started the process of looking at a policy that we need. So, from our perspective, we've got certainty about the cost of carbon credits, because this is the issue that we've got in this particular budget, that they've gone up significantly. So when we know we've got a liability, when do we actually book that liability in and give us cost certainty? And in City Forest's case, it's then how do they manage that impact of the change in carbon credits over the lifespan of a forest.
So, sort of the straightforward answer to the, has City Forest got some carbon credits to spare that we could play with the landfill or use for the landfill? The answer is no, they're using their own in part of their ongoing program, is that?
So City Forest have some carbon credits available that they don't necessarily need for their normal operations, but that is that depends on where they are in the growth cycle of the forest. If there was going to be a transfer from one entity to another, that would then have to be done by additional dividend, so that you know, and then there's also then a tax impact because that becomes taxable to City Forest.
You've said that the cost of credits has gone up, and that provides us with a problem because we've got to pay more, but it hasn't gone up enough to encourage anyone to plant trees to benefit from it. So it seems like a one-way street at the moment.
My understanding, and I'm no expert in forestry, is it becomes beneficial for foresters to start planting more trees when it gets to about $15.
That's my understanding too.
So once it gets to that level, there will be actually people go into the market and say, actually, we're now going to plant trees. The issue that a forester does have, though, is that builds up over time, and when they cut them down, they then actually got the liability. So effectively, you're playing the market a bit. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lord, you.
Can I just add one more thing? This is just a reminder. This is about current. This is not a piece of work to deal with upcoming government legislation change. This is to deal with changes in today's spot market price for carbon credits that we know is a cost we're going to incur next year. So further down the track, as the government changes their legislation, we can't at this point tell you what that change is going to be. And in fact, we can't actually tell you what the change is going to be next year. We can say this is a better estimate than where we were when we first started doing this. So this is just about trying to make sure we have an accurate budget in place, or as accurate as we can at this point for next year. Market expectation of what is going to happen, that's right.
Councillor Noon. Sorry? Oh.
I don't know a lot about the capital scheme, but I understand he's paying on native bush and sort of stuff. It's over stuff. Are we trying to maximise the use of the land we've got? Say, those trees, for example,
I can't comment. I don't know. So you're talking about, yeah. So you're talking about forestry that's, well, bush that's currently on council property. Yep. Yeah. So we can look at that. Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Accepting what the Chief has just said, we've got to deal with the here and now.
Yeah.
However, there is an afforestation scheme that subsidise landowners or people who have leased land for $1,300 a hectare for establishing forestry. Potentially the council could look at that, but there is an application process you've got to go through. I think it ends 30 June and then it kicks in the following year. So it's maybe something that should be looked at as part of the report, looking at how we could offset it. But I think for this particular item, we've got to deal with the here and now, and I'm happy to move that the 6% across the board when you're ready.
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor McTavish, but you indicated you were going to move something.
Well, no, I just had an additional thing, but I'm quite happy to, if Councillor Noon needs a seconder, I'm happy to second it and see, Councillor Noon, if you're happy with my E.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I just thought
Councillor
McTavish was coming up with some additional...
some additional ones in addition to the recommendations that are here, but I am not aware of which of B, whether you were going for option 2 or...
Correct, and I'm quite happy to support. That's fine. I'm happy to move. My preference, listening to the debate, is for option 3. I think it's more workable. But that's what you were moving anyway. Yep. And the addition is E, which are you happy with, Councillor Noon? Yeah.
Right. So, just to be clear, it's been moved, Councillor McTavish, second Councillor Noon. It is the recommendations that are here, except for option 3 in B, plus these extra clauses. Is that right? Right. Do you like... Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So, cruise...
The new one is E, so we would change E to option 3.
Yes, that's my understanding, option 3. And then the C approves so for a race visit. Sorry? Why? No. We have to have an option.
Right. It's option 3. Yeah. So, Your Worship, it's just been pointed out by Councillor Wilson that we probably should be getting information on potential liability offset options, as Councillor Noon has highlighted, as early as possible, really, because some of them may expire. So if we changed by December 2016 to say no later than December 2016, that emphasises the need for speed on some of this.
You comfortable with that, Councillor Noon? Yep. Okay. Councillor McTavish would like to speak to it.
Only briefly, and I'll retain my right of reply if need be, but I think clearly these emissions trading scheme obligations are related to, they are a cost of waste disposal, and so we ought to be applying this in a way that is consistent with our waste management minimisation plan. That being said, I'm not convinced that option 2 is workable, in the sense that I think it's very difficult to isolate certain types of waste from others. We've just heard that in relation to e-waste. I don't have much confidence that it would be any easier for other types of waste. And until we have that clarity, I think it is difficult for us to implement a scheme that relies on that. So that's why, for the purpose of debate, I'm moving option 3. I think, as much as anything, this will need to be something that's revisited, as we get greater clarity, hopefully, around what is going into our landfill, and the way that the scheme will continue to evolve. That may need to change. In a year's time, we may have the confidence that we can levy an option 2 regime appropriately and fairly, but until we have that confidence around this table, I'm not sure that at the moment, I don't feel like I have confidence that that could be managed. So that's that. And the additional motion on the end is just again to reiterate that actually there are probably better ways of managing our liabilities, and we need to be pursuing those actively and pretty aggressively, actually, for a range of reasons. So I support that, and that's why that's in there.
So while that's fresh, can I just ask Laura and Catherine, you mentioned, Councillor McTavish, that you've no confidence that the discrimination between the types of waste could be maintained, and yet I understood from Catherine's answer that it was quite clear how the discrimination was made in terms of how we pay, and we don't pay on car bodies or whatever, and it's exactly the same system for how we would charge. So maybe I misunderstood that, but I thought that the answer we got made it quite clear that it was actually quite a simple, that we would be applying the same method as we are charged by, and that the discrimination. So I'm open to correction there.
So yes, we would be applying a very similar method to the one we're charged by. I guess probably the type that makes it most apparent is clay cover, which we get quite a large proportion of. Clay cover, we know it's clay cover, we don't pay any ETS levy on it, we use it for landscaping and so on and so forth. The 10% charging model does not put any additional cost on clay cover, the 6% charging model does.
So option 3 does and option 2 doesn't?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Can I ask a further question about that? Sure. My understanding, and maybe I misread this, was that in a broad category like general waste, you're really going to struggle to identify between elements of that general waste which have an ETS liability and those which don't.
So when we pay our levy based on 1 tonne of general solid waste, but the amount of units that we have to give up uses the unique emissions factor. So all of that detailed data from ferreting through the rubbish and seeing what's in general solid waste is what determines the multiplier. So for 1 tonne of solid waste, we currently have to give up 0.97 of a unit, something like that. So that's where all that detail goes in, to say you don't have to give up 1 unit for 1 tonne, you give up 0.97 of a unit for 1 tonne. But nonetheless, we pay X amount of dollars for 1 tonne of general solid waste. We don't, at the payment stage, go through and work out whether or not what the carbon was. So the same with a car, the weight of the waste in that car, we will pay that amount regardless of what the actual content of that car load is.
Yeah, okay. Well, based on that, Your Worship, I think I'd like to change my motion if I may. But that would have an impact on the seconder. So I guess I'm indicating my desire to withdraw the motion.
Well, I just wanted to clarify our understanding, because I could see there was a difference of understanding about what we were being told. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So if you want to change it, then we'll have to find out from the seconder whether he is happy with that.
Well, and that's why he may want to actually be the mover of this, because he'd indicated desire to move it. Let's. We've got to get to a decision here. You indicating your inclination to change it to option 2. How does the second feel about that? Right. Is there another second of this? Seconded Councillor Staines. That simplifies it. Right. The problem, Your Worship, is that it was Councillor Noon who indicated his desire to move option 3. It was then transferred to me as a mover, so I don't. No. I'm going to decide on this. The indication that someone wanted to move came from you first, Councillor McTavish, quite clearly, and I know that Councillor Noon indicated too, but that's where it came from. I'm going to follow that line through. And it's been seconded by Councillor Staines, and people can. I'm happy to put these separately, anyway, to give everyone the most options. So, speakers now. Councillor Wilson, you're the next. And
it's a procedural point.
Sure.
Does the meeting not need to withdraw the motion?
Well, we would have had to do something like that if Councillor Noon had taken it over.
Sure, I just...
Christy, can you give us some guidance here on what seems like... Yeah, I mean...
Sir, I'm sorry, I'd have to ask for a very brief adjournment to grab the standing orders from the table next to Mr Pickford.
Right. Okay. No matter how much that abrogates common sense. I was just trying to find the most common sense way. Right. Order, please. Right, now, here's Councillor McTavish. Listen. Here's what we've been told you can do. You can withdraw the motion, and the meeting will vote on whether to allow you to do that, and then you can re-put it in a different form.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So just for clarity, one further question for clarity. We don't have an attachment B.
That was my mistake. Attachment A has both the 6% and the 10% version on.
Right. Okay.
I had thought they would put as two separate attachments.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So you're withdrawing.
So I'm well, given that, I'm going to have to withdraw it anyway because we'll have to change it. So I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Right, so I'm putting it to the meeting. All those in favour of allowing Councillor McTavish to withdraw the motion, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now I invite you to re-put.
Well, I just wonder, it seems to be, certainly I'm slightly confused about precisely which elements of this change under each circumstance. my colleague to the left has also indicated in conversation with me that there is some clarity required. So is it possible, Laura, for you just to talk us through the elements which change under each, under options 2 and 3?
Point of order.
I think the process today has been right in that Councillor McTavish has been able to withdraw her resolution and the meeting's agreed to it. I don't think, and I like your ruling on it, I don't think we give her the opportunity to put another one. So we have another motion on the floor, which is option 2, which is moved by Councillor Noon, seconded by Councillor Staines. And I don't think the meeting should allow another option to come from Councillor McTavish.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind.
Right. I was under the impression, and I may have got it wrong, that Councillor McTavish was going to move the second motion. If it's Noon and Staines...
No, it's not. Councillor Staines said he didn't second. Did you move?
No. So insofar as I need to rule on the point of order, I'll rule that it isn't a point of order, because it doesn't fit any of on the list here, so that's that one. As far as the difference between the 2 and 3, just go. I've been through it, and some are charged more on one lot and not on another.
So perhaps if you look at the attachment with the fees and charges schedule on, you're looking at the final 2 columns.
Yeah.
So the 6% increase, which is your option 3. Let me just check that. Option 3. You have got some that there's no difference between those 2 columns just because the rounding error is so small. So the small car, it's the same whether it's 6 or 10%, simply because the difference is so small. But if you look, for example, at the clay cover, the 6% increase does affect the clay cover. The 10% increase doesn't make any change because it hasn't got any increase. Whereas a station wagon small load goes to 22 under the 6% and 23 under the 10%.
Okay. So,
clarify?
My impression, Councillor McTavish, is that you're not entirely comfortable to move this at the moment in view of your...
Yeah, I would prefer that someone else did, frankly.
I'll move it, second to Councillor Staines, as it was, option 2.
As per the report?
As was on the board.
Is that option 3? That was option 3.
You changed
It's just been changed to option 2. No, it was actually, but it's been taken down.
So option 2, which is
10%. Everything that was there, I'm quite happy about.
It's okay.
Right.
Just looks to make sure we walk off with the right one.
So, councillors, in speaking to this, I take on board everything that everyone else said before. Look, this is a cost of waste. It's been imposed on us. We have to get it back, and it should be user pays. And it doesn't. It seems to me that for 2 reasons, it is better to apply it to the people who, if you like, caused the cost, and they are the people that put in the waste that we have to pay as a council the levy on. So this seems to me the fairest, and it also has the most likelihood of discouraging excess waste disposal. So that's why I'm putting this up. I am happy to take them separately. Further speakers, Councillor Wilson.
The motion, the 2 other, or at least one other, that we should be adding to this recommendation, and that is that, and I may not have the wording right, but something like, if council actively communicate before implementation of the waste, before implementation of the new charges, the waste minimisation and recycling opportunities available in the city, because this has to come with a comms piece about we can cover.
That's fine.
And it means that we may not get the money in, but actually we've done our bit to our citizens to try and reduce the problem.
The mover and the seconder have agreed.
Excellent. Do I need to give the wording to?
Yes, please.
And the other one is, and I probably, it's probably a simple one, but I actually am, there's 2 costs that I know that 2 income streams that we put into the annual plan that I think we shouldn't be relying on. This is one of them, and the other one is the city parking budget of about $1 million as well. And I'm just wondering at some stage whether we should be looking at not relying on this income source as a surplus, because we should be doing all our best to be moving away from landfill income streams. And I'm not quite sure if there's a way we can tackle that with a subsequential motion.
Further speakers? Councillor Noon and then Councillor Cole.
I agree with you, Your Worship. It's all about user pays. I've got no real problem other than the implementation of this. And put yourself in the position of one of those booth operators. You're going to get someone that rocks up there with a trailer load of mixed waste, and there will be some sort of discussion about, you know, what is the relevant charge. The person may or may not, or the customer may or may not dispute that. And we're really only talking about, it varies between $1 and about $4 or $5 between the two options. And I just think, and I respect what Kath is saying, yes, it can be implemented, but I just trying to put myself in the shoes of the operator, and I just think we're just asking for trouble. Let's just keep it simple. As you've alluded to, Your Worship, it's something that's been imposed by us by a higher authority, by central government. We are going to have a report that will look at other options of how to recover this money, and in fact, hopefully we can generate carbon credits and offset the full cost of the ETS on the landfill in the future. So this may only be a short-term increase in charges. And in terms of dumping, illegal dumping, I do have a considerable amount of sympathy for the staff that have got to deal with that, and I hope that we've got the resource available to be able to follow that up and deal with that out in the community, because the will, and as Laura has alluded to, any correction or changes with the landfill charges, there's always going to be that negative spin-off. So I hope there's adequate resource to handle that.
Okay. So just to be clear, I'm happy to, as I said, take these separately, and in the event that B fails, then a subsequential motion can be put with option 3. Councillor Calvert.
I'm happy to sheet home the increased cost to us to the users of the landfill of the emissions trading scheme. What I'm not so happy about is the idea that we're somehow thinking what we charge at the landfill is user pays. It isn't. We're currently using it as an income stream and charging more than it costs. And we should be mindful of that, not only, in my view, because for the reasons that Councillor Wilson suggests, which is that we shouldn't be relying on it as an income stream if we are serious about trying to have very little of it in any case, but also that we're trying to keep in our imagination that somehow it's a user pays sort of arrangement. It is not. We're making money from people who put their waste in landfill. And that's, as a matter of principle, whether it's good or bad, we haven't particularly discussed it, but because we're in a position now that we're making $1.3 million a year out of it, we can't suddenly choose to not do that. We're not in that position for rates and other purposes, but we should be very clear that this is not a user pays facility. This is our way of making money from something, and at the same time as we're doing that, we're trying to say that we don't want any of it happening, and it's sort of like the government putting up a tobacco fee and know that it's using the tax it gets for important services and it couldn't do without it, but pretending it doesn't like smoking. So it feels very uncomfortable to me for using that $1.3 million excess for what we charge. But this particular charge of charging the people who are increasing our costs in the landfill does seem appropriate.
Yeah, that I'll foreshadow if A isn't passed, that I'll foreshadow option 3.
B, you mean?
Oh, sorry, B, big pardon. Yep.
Yeah, no, I took that as a given. Councillor Thompson.
I just wanted to pick up on one aspect, that the notion that this is going to result in greater difficulty for the people in the booths, I mean, that difficulty exists regardless of which option we take. There is still differential rates between different things, and if you can turn up with a trailer that happens to be full of clay with a couple of bits of hedge on the top, that you're probably going to be arguing that you should be being charged for the clay and not green waste, or vice versa, whatever's cheaper. So I don't actually think that's really the issue. That doesn't change.
Any further speakers? Councillor? Right.
Sorry, and as is typical, we get rather egocentric about we're doing everything here and we don't look at the competitors. And so what I wanted to ask a question about is, there are people doing green waste already. Is this likely to change what is actually, how the landfill is used if we put these costs up, that other things will go out of our funding stream and people will sort green waste and take it elsewhere, and for it to be made into compost, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, rather than and change our income stream quite significantly?
So what I would hope to see is that people will start thinking about separating their loads before bringing them in, so separating out their green waste or their organic waste from their waste to landfill. So it is a bit strategic. So there is a green waste fill in Kaikorai Valley too, where a lot of the green waste is currently going. It is a fill, it's not a composting facility. So we are not getting as much green waste through to Green Island as we have been in the past.
But we don't think this affects that.
It doesn't affect that.
But yeah, so from our understanding, because of the way that landfill is, that fill is operated, they are not subject to ETS charging, is that correct? Yeah. And therefore they won't, which is part of the reason that their costs can be significantly lower than ours.
Right. Further speakers? Councillor McTavish.
Really sorry, maybe I'm being really slow on this one. I'm just not clear why, under the 2016-17 10% increase emitting charges only, I thought that our green waste was composted.
So what's delivered at the composting site, 100% green waste load, there's no ETS charge on those charges?
So under the large vehicle charges, the green waste per tonne, 100% vegetation.
Yep.
And the 15-16 year charge at $85. 2016-17, under the 10% increase emitting charges only, it's up at 88. Is there?
So the draft annual plan that went through in January had the 85 going to 88 as part of the 3% increase.
Okay.
So the 10% is on top of the 3% that went through the draft.
Thank you. I was being really slow. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just one point that I wanted to make really, and that is that I think there's a difference between what we can get away with paying in terms of our liability through the landfill and what we should be paying. So under this model, what we're effectively saying is that because the rate that we are charged for general waste presumes that there is an element of waste that is now costing us more, that's okay because that's worked out in the general rate. So the people who are taking waste to landfill, which is now increasing our liability collectively, don't have to then pay more at the gate for that, as opposed to option 3, which does acknowledge that. So while I certainly agree that we can get away with doing that from a legal perspective, I don't think from an environmental perspective, in terms of paying the true cost of what our landfill's impact, the option B here as it stands is the most fair way of dealing with that issue. So I'm going to struggle to support that, but would support Councillor Noon's foreshadowed subsequent motion should we make it that far.
Further speakers? Right. In summing up, can I say that, although it's slightly off the point, Councillor Calvert made the point that this isn't user pays. It is user pays. It's user pays plus. There's no doubt about that. Were we not taking this, we'd have 1% extra on the rates, and it's the ratepayer that's making money out of it, not us. We're not the ratepayer. That's who's getting the surplus. It's offsetting general rates. But going to the bigger question, which seems to be the problem for a good number of us around the table in choosing between option 2 and option 3, I'm not sure that we all actually understand that we are charged in exactly the same way as we are intending to charge. In other words, we are charged on general waste, as I understand it, a certain amount, and that's what we're going to charge the extra for, in determining it the same way. And I can't think of a more equitable way of doing it than that, because otherwise, as I think Laura mentioned, we get a lot of clay cover coming in, and we would have to charge for that, putting other people's costs up when it wasn't having a deleterious effect, and we wouldn't be paying for it either. And so in some ways that would be taking a margin off the top unjustifiably. So that's why I think it's a fine line, but that's why I'm sticking to 2. So I'm going to put it, and as I said, I'd put it in parts. So I'll start with A. All those in favour of A, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. All those in favour of B, please raise your hand. No, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's carried. All those in favour of C, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Carried. All those in favour of D, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. All those in favour of E, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. All those in favour of F, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
So I think D should have been tree planting, not for tree planting, isn't it?
I'm sure we can. Right. Now, while we're still fresh, I think on the subject, I think we go back to your Councillor McTavish, you had a resolution for the previous subject.
Yes.
Which was?
Waste, e-waste.
E-waste. So if you could bring that up, Arlene, and we'll deal with that. Thanks.
I think need to remove one of the S's from canvases. I think that's the wrong type of canvas.
So, do you have a seconder, Councillor Peat? Can I invite you to speak to this, Councillor McTavish?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think part of the issue with e-waste, and when we have submissions on e-waste, is that we currently don't have any sense of the quantum or magnitude of the issue that we're dealing with. And given that it's been a number of years now since the government provided funding to enable us to run e-days, and the number of additional appliances that have been purchased in that time, I imagine that any data that we do have around from e-days is probably likely to be on the lower end of the size of the issue that we have. That being said, I think it is essential really that we try to get a handle on what the magnitude of this problem is in Dunedin, if only for us to even just communicate that to government, to try to express stronger desire for them to get on with product stewardship matters. But given that they have fairly clearly indicated a lack of desire to engage around this problem, I don't think it means that the problem goes away. And frankly, over the last 6 years, I think we've all seen issues around illegal dumping of appliances. There are certain elements within our community who believe those are growing problems. I think it's a fairly massive problem that we have a lot of e-waste going into landfill, and we may wish to take steps here in Dunedin, temporary steps, before central government makes a move on this to try to reduce the magnitude of that environmental problem. But until we have some form of idea of what the magnitude of that is, it's going to be very difficult for us. So that's why this is in two parts. The first part is just to try to ascertain what the magnitude of that issue is. The second is requesting that staff bring us some options that might assist us to mitigate the size of that, the environmental problem which is falling out from that. And I've put in there including rate subsidised recycling, because that is one of the ways that other centres are dealing with the issue, and should we wish to go down that track, we will need to have some idea of the quantums that might be involved in funding that. So,
Councillor P.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I support this this motion as well, and maybe it's because I'm personally involved at the moment with replacing technology, but I'm getting an impression from the market too that technology is advancing at a rate. And a means of disposing of the unwanted devices and so on, television, flat screens and all the rest of it, is lacking a bit of momentum, certainly lacking in planning. And as we've heard from Kath Irvine, the central government is not pulling its weight either, and needs to. But yeah, commercially driven, planned obsolescence is what is driving all this. It's just simply that the technology is being overtaken at a pretty regular rate, and so we're ending up with an enormous amount of e-waste. And so I support this.
Further speakers? Oh, Councillor Vandervis, sorry.
I can't support either of these motions because the reason I understand central government is not pulling its weight is that there's nowhere you can pull the weight to in this effectively. This is calling to recycle things that, quite frankly, just aren't able to be economically recycled. There is certainly a massive increase in the rate of change of technology. And the flat screen TVs of yesterday are becoming the iPads of today at a rate that has never existed before. We're going to see more technological change in the next 10 years than we've ever seen in any decade in history. And I'm not saying that there isn't a problem here. What I am saying is that it's a problem which can only be adequately addressed by central government. Central government will only be able to do something about it when it has a possibility of actually being able to recycle some of this stuff. And quite frankly, you can't recycle a flat screen television. You can send it to Sydney, where they can pull some of the gold out of it. They pull some of the other little bits out of it, and 90% of it's going to go to a landfill in Sydney instead of here, and the whole thing's going to become a ludicrous exercise in appearing to recycle what in fact can't be. It is a government problem. It would be lovely if we could do something about it here. But if we especially look at the second part of that, canvassing the cost and benefit options that would reduce the amount of recycling waste, including rate subsidised recycling, if you look at the amount of work that's involved in that, there's a serious amount of time and staff effort to be involved in what is a central government problem that we can't solve anyway. I hate being a defeatist on this sort of thing. I hate having to admit that we have a problem that we're not doing anything about. But actually, it's a central government problem. It's going to become a much bigger problem in the future. And there is no point in doing this because there is no viable recycling option for most of the stuff. That's why I'll be voting against. I very much appreciate the sincere hope that this motion encapsulates, but I believe the hope is fond.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Mr. Chairman, I think the very acknowledgement there's an issue here
makes it beholden on us to actually do something about it, not saying it's someone else's problem. I'm not saying that we can necessarily find the solution ourselves, but in fact the solution has already been canvassed earlier in the meeting, and that was the issue of product stewardship. A lot of the material can't physically be recycled, I know that, but a lot can. And I think it's not too big a step to say to companies like the two biggies that provide a lot of this gear, to say to them in whatever country, and we can make decisions about ours, that they have to take responsibility for the material they're producing, and God knows they're making enough profits, especially Apple. And what's wrong with the outcome of a discussion like this? It's not inconceivable that it might say we need to lobby central government about asking them to require these manufacturers to lift their game in respect of product stewardship. We've all got a collection at home, haven't we, of 15 or 20 different chargers as well as telephones. I don't know, you might make them into a mobile or something, that'd be good. But there's a lot of resource, including raw valuable materials, and especially the raw earth materials that are going to waste and can be recycled. And there are pathways forward that collectively this community can force government to actually respond to and do something practical.
Further speakers? Right, well,
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
We have got a pretty tight resource in this area and staffing. So realistically, to add this into, so you're sitting there smiling patiently, but to add this into your work program, you're talking at least six to 8 months away, unless you want to add some money for us to hire somebody to do this. These are the kind of things we can't just leave it into Paul Kath's work program without either giving her a nervous breakdown or costing, or it just takes some time. So as much as I hate to, do you have an estimate of how much it would cost and whether there are experts out there that could actually manage to do this for us in a more cost-effective way than you might be able to, Kath?
There will be a fair amount of information we can glean from our recyclers, so I'd be going to them in the first instance, yeah.
But I think just talking to that, yes, there is information we can pull on, but it is having the staff time available to do it, and we would love to have been a lot further forward with the Central City recycling programme than we are. That is simply a factor of the constraints we have around resourcing. Yeah, it will be challenging to find time to do it, much as it's an admirable thing to do.
So do you have an estimate of what it would cost to get somebody else to do it? Could we purchase this kind of expertise in? Or are we just, is there not really another option?
It's not a, sorry.
We could sell a bottle.
I wonder if there's a bit of a misunderstanding about the magnitude of what I'm asking for, possibly.
Well,
Well,
you can address that in your right of reply.
Thank you.
I'm the only remaining speaker anyway. I am taking on board the Chief's comments. I can support this insofar as it is a fairly basic report in order to find out what the problem is, in order, as Councillor Benson-Pope says, to put pressure on central government. And I'd have to say, I do share Councillor van der Vis's cynicism a bit. However, it's not just about recycling, it's about a product stewardship scheme that imposes a cost on the end user so that the product is disposed of responsibly in whatever way it is at the end of its life. It may not be recycling, it may be partially, but I think what we all agree on is that a product stewardship scheme is probably the one that would have the most potential, and that act can only be imposed from a national level. So to the extent that this sort of thing might be used to goad central government into actually doing something responsible, and God knows they've been talking about it for long enough, I can support it with the reservation that I would expect staff to be prioritising it as they must, given the time. So hang on, yes, I'll come back to you, but just Laura.
So just by way of brief conversation, I think to do it any justice at all, you're talking 10 to 20 hours worth of work. which may not seem a lot, but it's 10 to 20 hours of work that we would have to take away from something else. And there is a backlog of things that we're already struggling to deliver on. So if we were to put that out to consultants, you're talking probably $3,000.
Right. Councillor McTavish, your right of reply.
Thank you. Well, firstly, addressing the issues raised by Councillor Van Vis, I agree entirely that this is a huge issue without easy answers, and part of that is simply because the design of these machines is not such that recycling is built into their design. And that is inherently a problem, and that is why our waste management minimisation plan rightly puts the emphasis on product stewardship. And none of that has changed from my perspective. And I guess what has changed for me is that I've seen 6 years of the government sitting on their hands on this issue with no movement at all in relation to putting in place any kind of regulation that might incentivise better design, producer responsibility, or any of those other things which we actually know are the ultimate solution to this issue. All the while, our environment and to a lesser extent probably our community are forced to accept poor environmental outcomes and high costs associated with poor design, or in some people's case, a garage full of obsolete appliances that they're not quite sure what to do with. And none of those are actually positive outcomes. So accepting that Councillor Van Vis and others around the table may not feel that there is an easy answer to this, and may feel that there are other priorities within the waste management and minimisation area that require staff time, I can understand that they may not wish to support two. That being said, I would urge them to support one, and the reason for that is because unless we start shining a light on the magnitude of this problem and raising it in the public consciousness and putting it out there so that the government is unable to continue to ignore it and put it under whatever other issues are out there, I think we're not going to get any movement on this. So, you know, when we ask the question about what the magnitude of this problem is, and our staff aren't able to answer that, that's not a criticism. It's just it's the nature of this problem. That's a real issue, and it's an issue around the country. So that's why I would urge others around the table, even if they do feel, based on staff advice, that this is not it's not something that staff ought to be expending a lot of time on. I would urge them to support A, because that is not something which would take an awful lot of time, but it is something that would raise consciousness of this issue. B, I mean, again, I'm sorry, but I think we do need to be looking at ways in which we can deal with e-waste. We did identify it as a priority issue under the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan, and I personally think that we do need to be looking at ways in which we can stop the environmental issues which are surrounding this to the degree that we are able within our limited jurisdiction as a council. And one of those solutions might simply be to increase the amount of lobbying that we're doing around e-waste as a council. So I don't expect it to be a comprehensive, in-depth look at all of the possible solutions, but rather a headliner around what options are available to us.
Right. On the basis of that, I'm going to put them separately. So all those in favour of A, and that includes the opening sentence above it, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. That's carried. All those in favour of B, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Could I have a show of hands on B, please? All those in favour of B, put their hand up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's carried. So, okay. So that we're now on to page 2. And we're on to a submission on water additives. I dare anyone. Is there anything on that? It's not a annual plan issue anyway. Water quality harbour. Anything, Councillor Wilson.
I appreciate that this is rather awkward, this submission, because it doesn't identify the spaces, but it appeared to me that this could highly be, it's likely to be a stormwater issue. And I don't know that your response is necessarily correct. So you haven't got the book there? The response here is, this is generalised concern about harbour water quality, which is a matter for regional council. I took it as being, it's actually about our stormwater. And again, I think this is quite part of the information piece that we possibly don't do particularly well. And I know I've talked to the CEO about how she often explains to people, this is why you do not put concrete into stormwater drains or other things, or paint and empty your paint tins. I'm just wondering, I don't think the response is correct, but I do think there's something we can do messaging better. It's page 23.
Councillor Peat. Oh, sorry about that. Oh. Of whom? Oh.
I'm not sure I follow the question.
Well, so, I mean, what do we do actively to tell people how to use the stormwater system, or not to, as a drain for their paint tins and various other things? Because how active are we in explaining how that system works? Because that is only how the stormwater gets affected.
So we do have information on our website. We also have a range of material that is used in schools, particularly through the EnviroSchools programme, but not exclusively. Yes, there is more that we could do in that space. I hate to sound like a crack record, but it does come down to how much we can deliver within existing resources and budgets. Yes, you know, we do look at other councils. I was looking the other day, I think it was Pororua, who've got some great videos on how to clean cars. So yes, there is more that we could do, but we are limited in terms of how quickly we can progress that activity.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Well, I think there are some things that we could do at very little cost. We heard if we're talking about water quality from stormwater running into our waterways, we heard in one part of the discussions about South Dunedin that there were major costs that we would all anticipate about any retention system or wetland treatment for stormwater road runoff. But I can recall systems being simple, alerts being included, sprayed on the road near stormwater drains, a yellow fish, to remind people that whatever went down that drain was going to make its way one way or another, especially when the mud decks were cleared, into the harbour or into a local watercourse. And it would seem to me that there might well be the potential for a simple message like that to reinforce the simplicity of the issue, but the consequences to people to raise the profile of the issue. I mean, I'm not suggesting, and it's clear from the problems we've got with our budgets now, that we're likely to be able to take major steps around cleaning up the stormwater flows, but it remains an issue. And the Regional Council itself has decided, in the case of the Anderson Bay Inlet, for example, and other locations, no doubt, that it's better to leave the sediments alone because they're nasty, and so you let them lie. Well, I'm not sure that's the best outcome in the medium or long term for the community either. Perhaps they can address that with their 80% rate increase, but I'm just thinking that there might be some capacity as people are going around and doing this work that we know is being done. In addition to the green paint saying, we've cleared this out, by the way, here's the yellow fish sprayed on to get the message to people. Green fish would be fine.
Peat, and then Councillor No.
Just it's a comment more than a question, because I was at the meeting, and there were two issues. One was the quality of the stream discharging at Macandrew Bay, which has been a problem for some years with Enterococcus high elevated levels. So that is a regional council issue. The other was to do with what happens in major rain events, and that is a lot of sediment is carried into the Targa Harbour. It's been doing that for decades largely because of slips, but also sometimes because of subdivision work going on. But they were the two issues, one of which is about land use and the other about water quality.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Worship. Laura, question is around meeting ORC stormwater discharge conditions. I assume we do that. And are you able to share with us what strategies or operational measures that we've got in place that go beyond those conditions that the Regional Council have set?
So the consent conditions that we have for our discharges to the harbour are effectively to follow our catchment management plans and the approaches that are in there, and to monitor the effectiveness of those. One of the elements that does relate to that, particularly thinking of Enterococcus, is where we get an elevated level, that does cause us to do further investigations. Certainly, and I can't remember which outfall, I think it was the Port Chalmers outfall. We did have that situation occur, and we did quite a lot of detailed tracing to see whether or not there was a human source to that. And we were able to do that investigation to a level where the Regional Council were comfortable, along with ourselves, to conclude that there were no cross-connections from the wastewater system feeding into that, whether or not it was originating from birds, dogs, other wildlife. So those are the kind of follow-ups that we do. We also have our trade waste officers working with a whole range of different businesses as part of the trade waste work, but also looking at any sources that they might have that would be contaminating stormwater. So there are a number of different activities going on. We also have a reasonably good process around building works and sediment runoff plans, and making sure that those are in place. So there are a whole range of different activities to try and control that source.
Nothing more on that? Water quality rivers. I think, again, this is start from responses that it's not annual plan and a regional council matter. Okay, I'm going to move from the chair that we adjourn for 10 minutes or quarter of an hour for a cup of tea. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We are moving on to the change in timing, Central City Plan. Now, before we go any further, can I point out that we are on page 2 of the submission list. There are 5 more pages after this. So if we don't lift our pace, we're going to be here for a very long time, and I don't think any of us want to do that. So can I urge people to be succinct and economical with both their questions and their comments, please.
Any demands on the purse?
You're one of the only councillors so far who's advocated for spending more money at this meeting, Councillor Vanderbilt. Right. So we're on to agenda item 10, which is the report. Laura and Ruth, is there anything you'd like to kick off with, or do you just want to go straight into questions? Or right, questions, councillors. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Worship. A question around the minor improvements budget, the proposal being that we will expend that from next year on planning work, the Central City Plan. How much is in that currently, and how much will be left?
I think the lady the other day didn't lock it up.
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million, thank you.
Right.
And that's in next year's budget, so that will go down effectively to 1.25 million if we take the 250,000 out for planning purposes.
This one.
We are actually just at the moment going through a process of reviewing all of the transport budgets for next year. That was the most obvious place for us to access the funding from. From a principal level, there is budget, given the level of underspend in the Transport Department and with the changes that we're basically facing in the next 12 months with transport, there will be budget available in the transport area. It doesn't necessarily need to come out from the minor improvements budget. But in relation to the minor improvements budget, one of the things that we are working towards is having a robust prioritisation framework in which to allocate that funding, which is what we haven't had in place to date. And Mary, how much have we spent this financial year? We've spent 200,000 out of this year's $1.5 million, given in the absence of that decision-making framework.
So at what point in this year was the decision made to effectively freeze that budget until a framework exists?
Actually, the decision wasn't made to freeze the budget. It's just literally that there are a lot of projects kicking around, and the team haven't actually taken a number of projects forward, even though a number of projects were identified.
Okay, I'll rephrase. When was the last project action that was funded through that $200,000? Went where?
Sorry, I don't have that detail to hand.
So do we have a timeline for when there will be a framework so that we can action the projects that are now piling up waiting for it?
For example, for this year, there were a number of small projects that, including an intersection that had been done twice in the last couple of years, that were being considered. However, given there was the level of uncertainty around, what should and shouldn't be completed, a number of projects, including the walkway from Course to Fiend Tunnel Beach, was prioritised, and that is a piece of work that was progressing. I'm sorry, I don't have the other projects to hand.
Can I ask, because the paper says that a request was made to carry forward the unspent budget from this financial year into next, and that was turned down. Can I ask why that was? And who made that decision?
In considering the requests for next year, really we want to get the team to a position where actually we know what we're going to spend our money on, not budget it and then develop a plan that we then spend to. At the moment, we can't come to you with a robust plan for the money, and once we do have that plan, I would be a lot more comfortable asking to have that budget reinstated.
And that's a plan for the minor improvements, but not specifically to the Central City plan. But you're talking about a plan for how that budget is spent in total.
Sorry, you asked me about the minor improvements or in respect to Central City?
No, sorry, with respect to the Central City plan.
Okay, in respect to Central City. So the Central City plan is obviously a collection of a huge number of initiatives that are included in the Central City plan document. It has become quite clear that some of them are progressing at different rates to others, and it is necessary for us to align all those projects to ensure that and it's a great concept with some great objectives, but to translate that into what it's actually going to mean in the ground and put some timeframes around that, we need to be putting some resource towards it, which we discussed earlier. Including in that, we'll be amalgamating the budgets and pulling on people from across the organisation so that the Central City plan becomes a project rather than at the moment. We've got different things progressing at different times, and given and whilst yes, we have a total budget for the central city, the reality is at the moment we have not got a business case that tells you what it is that we're going to be delivering and when and how much that is going to cost.
Thank you. That answers those questions. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
I'd like to move option 1 if it doesn't. Sorry, I'd like to move option 1 subject to just a brief question of the staff, which is whether that would be something that the staff would find comfortable.
Yes.
Just to clarify, that's the recommendation as well.
Yes.
On 51, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying that that's the case, because it's not already. Can I just ask, given that number 2 in the executive summary says there's now insufficient time to proceed with the original timeframe proposed in the long-term plan, the only word missing there is anyway, isn't it? So, Councillor Vincent.
Yes, well, that was my first line as well, given that the timing of this issue of a coordinated redevelopment is a fait accompli. I wanted to ask about what happens in the meantime, not just the planning before the physical work, but, and I need to preface my question with the general satisfaction I'm finding with a much higher level of attendance to issues, repair and maintenance, and I congratulate those involved in that, in particular 2 of you here. And I'm looking forward to giving effect to the invitation to look at the refurbished bit. But while people are waiting, Dunedin people are waiting for this work to be done, long overdue as it is, most of what they experience remains poorly maintained and filthy streets. And I'd just like some assurance, I hope, that in the interim from existing budgets, there will be the capacity to continue that increased monitoring of the condition of paving throughout the central city in particular for our residents and visitors alike.
Yes, certainly. And so obviously we will be transitioning to the new roading maintenance contracts, which have a higher level of specification and reporting around compliance, and also changing obviously the way that we work inside the organisation, but in respect of ensuring that we are being seen to be lifting the game. For example, the Octagon and George Street will be cleaned, not sucked, cleaned, and pavement grouting reinstated in a fortnight. So we are endeavouring to respond and test different options as well as we move into the new operating environment.
And that higher level of attention will continue until such time, through the planning phase of the redevelopment, until such time as the other major work begins?
Yes, so certainly one of the things that we will be doing is ensuring that we're not spending unnecessary money repairing things that are going to be replaced, and actually investing in cleaning and making the environment as attractive as it can be will be more important. Obviously we'll still have to address health and safety issues, but certainly there'll be obviously a focus on amenity in our key areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Again, just making sure that the ramifications for other than the council, have we had any partnership or any arrangements with any other landowners in this area, or expectations been made that this will compromise?
No, I don't believe that. Oh, sorry. That was glamorous. No, that was awesome. No, we haven't made any. Throughout the process of talking with stakeholders and building owners, etc. in the community, we've made sure that we haven't committed to certain timeframes for certain pieces of work because we weren't sure what the rollout was going to look like in terms of prioritisation. So, for example, there shouldn't be any expectation out there that a certain area is going to go first. There's certainly clear priorities that different parts of the city have and think that they should be first, but we've never committed to those because partly it depends on when transport funding comes in, it depends on a whole lot of other things falling into place. So no, we haven't made any commitments to building owners or stakeholders.
Okay. So in doing this planning work, and I think there are opportunities for building owners to be doing some stuff while this is happening potentially, which would otherwise be annoying to the community. Do you envisage, and it's probably a question for you, Ruth, do you envisage that in this planning process that we will actually have better timelines given or better understanding where those projects will happen and when, in order to give landowners in the vicinity better certainty about the effects on them?
Certainly. So we're currently looking at bringing in a program manager and ensuring that we have a formal project structure in place so that we have our design lead, we have our key infrastructure leads within it, and obviously stakeholder management and communications will be key. Even just the process of translating what is in the current Central City Plan into a viable program to be reported to you for endorsement is going to be a big piece of work.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Two questions. I'm concerned a little bit by some of the language in the report that suggests that even the 1 year deferral may be optimistic. Am I reading too much into that, or is that a fair assessment?
I think having looked at where we're at in terms of the vision and the work that is involved to turn that into a robust plan as opposed to a series of plans that we hope to come together to deliver that vision. There is a lot of work involved in that, and I think there is some concern as to whether or not that is going to require a slightly longer delay. The reality is, until we get into that next piece of work of what exactly does the business case look like, how does that all to come together, we just don't know. So once we're in a position to actually have that programme manager building that programme of work, we will see how it comes together and know whether or not it is a 1 year or potentially some of that will take a little bit longer. Certainly we understand the desire to keep it moving, and there may be elements that we can get private landlords and things working on sooner, but it's absolutely vital that if we're going to regenerate the central city and with the intent that sits behind the overall vision, it's absolutely vital that we do get that underpinning work done and don't rush ahead of ourselves and find that we perhaps don't end up with the end result that we're looking to achieve.
I'll just add to that I think it's important also to remember that the Central City Plan is not just infrastructure. So there's a whole lot of other work that can still be going on at the same time, and that may involve things like the trials that we've talked about in the past, that actually gives us opportunities to have a bit more time so that once we do translate it to this becomes a physical change, we know it works.
Which leads quite nicely onto my second question, and you say may. We have moved resolutions at this table along those lines before that didn't progress particularly far for a number of reasons. What would we need to do to ensure that we make a little more progress on that front if capital works in the Octagon area aren't scheduled until at least 2019, 2020?
You've done that today with approving the additional resource, and for us to recognise that this is the most significant transformational project that the city will undertake in the next decade, and having that dedicated resource, having that formal project structure, and I appreciate that this hasn't happened as potentially as soon as people would have liked, but now we have a greater understanding and a shared understanding across the organisation of what it's going to take to deliver. I think you will see a step change in progress from here.
And in terms of what those, any temporary intervention or trial might look like, that would be reported back to council at what point?
We have done some work around, some thinking around the Octagon trial again, and we've had some initial in-house meetings between different departments to try and nut out what those issues might be, and we're just working through that. That would be something that would come back to council for approval, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Benson-Poe.
Thank you. Speaking of private landowner, property owners, as Dr McAlone did, I just wanted to ask, as these budgets are finalised and inevitably found to be wanting in some areas, because we know we do really high quality work in these sorts of urban design areas now rather than more lesser quality work.
If and when if and when there is a gap, then that's the point to have the discussions about how that gets funded, what that might look like. But we certainly are a long way off from knowing what the true cost of what it is we're trying to deliver might be, as opposed to what we have budgeted for.
I wasn't wanting to suggest, as I know my question did, that such considerations might only happen if there were a gap or a shortfall, because I would hope that you would consider asking those who are the biggest beneficiaries, after all, of the sort of changes we're talking about, to make a contribution as well.
Certainly we will be reporting options to the council rather than just this is it, this is what it's going to cost, and funding options would be part of that, including our Chief Financial Officer has approved the planting of a money tree in the Octagon.
Right, that appears to be the questions. This has been moved. I'm happy to second it. So, Councillor Calvert, would you like to speak to it? Or?
I'll just use my right of reply if anyone else is.
Okay. Well, I think I was being a little bit frivolous when I said that there should have been an anyway on the end of there. It sounded like a fait accompli anyway. But I think this gives us a really good opportunity. Quite some time ago, I expressed concern that there was a possibility we might launch ourselves into the main street and overhaul it without consensus from the stakeholders in the area. And I'm delighted to see that a group of owners in the area, calling themselves the heart of the city, have developed a plan. This gives us an opportunity to form a comprehensive set of partnerships with stakeholders in there and develop a shared vision that everyone will stick to, and it won't be them and us, it'll be all of us looking for the same outcomes. And indeed, I note that in the commentary from Mr Eddy, I think, of Heart of the City, he mentioned that they were interested in running trials of maybe shared spaces or pedestrian areas or whatever, exactly the kind of thing that we would be wanting to do, and I think we ought to be doing it together. So this gives us an opportunity to get the absolute optimum outcome in our main street that had we tried to go it alone and rush it, even if we'd had the resource to do it, may well have not obtained the outcomes that I think we can get now. So I think this delay is well worth it, high value. Further speakers? Councillor Calvert.
I think, strange way that it has come to us at the table. It is an exciting opportunity and an acknowledgement that we are finally working on discussing with people their vision of our central city first, and then working towards something that can be all of our vision. And I think that's a wonderful way of going about things. It might be innovative in recent times here, but it's certainly going to be very welcome to people in Dunedin. And if there's any suggestion of which there is likely to be any shared costs of anything that happens in the middle of our city, it's going to be absolutely crucial that we're all on the same page. however long it takes, that's as long as it will take to get there. So I'm relaxed about how long it takes, so long as we're all on the same page when we get to the end. I think it's really exciting.
Thank you. I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item on the list is, again, the Central City Plan. This is a submission. Is there any comment on that? I suspect that there's not. It would have related to it. But... So
sorry, can I just ask the ramifications of the urban cycleway funding?
Of whom are you asking?
I think it's Ruth,
oh.
But I'm not sure.
So,
I'll come back to it later. I'll check it out with you first.
Right. So indeed, the next one after that is also Central City Plan, Transport Improvements Pedestrian. Oh,
sorry, Your Worship, just
Councillor.
in relation to the Central City Plan responses, again, would it be possible to revise the response to indicate when people might be and how people might be able to opt in to updates about this particular plan, or when they might expect to be able to engage around it? Thank you.
Right, the next one is the Central City Plan, Transport Improvements, pedestrianisation, bridge, etc. Any commentary on that? No quick. Councillor McTavish.
Yeah, there is and I'm not sure where it sits, but there was a comment in the staff commentary somewhere that the bridge project is now effectively unfunded in the sense that it was removed from the Central City Plan budget when it was thought it might be a strategic cycle network budget, and it has now been clarified that that is not indeed a possible funding option for that particular facility. And I just wondered, in the light of that, whether at some point, clearly it's not an issue for 16-17, but looking out further, whether we might need to have a report on effectively reinstating a budget line for that in some area in our LTP, should we wish to do so.
The City to Harbour link is an initiative that's contained in the Central City Plan. So funding or otherwise, at the moment, that would be one of the long list of initiatives that would be considered and brought to council as options and funding options.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that, because we know that there were a number of people here and a number who also wrote complaining about this issue, and it's an issue that's been around for decades. And in fact, the council once owned a bridge like the one by the railway station, but it was never installed because of the extra cost of adding the disabled access. And while there are issues around the view shaft and the rest of it, we have to find soon a solution to this challenge, because it is the major impediment to opening up the waterfront for all sorts of development. And I'm wondering if part of that, a low-cost part of that, is a request to attempt again to make some progress with rail and on-track as to a solution that might not involve major capital expenditure. I cannot believe, when we talk about technological development and the rest of it, that we cannot come up with, our engineers cannot come up with a simple solution for at-grade access across the railway tracks. I know there are 3 of them on the lower Retro Street alignment, and if I also know what the issues are around shunting and train length, but there are plenty of times where that area is not obstructed, and I would ask that, and I'll move to that effect, that we ask staff to make further approaches to the relevant responsible parties with a view to developing safe at-grade access across the lower Rattray Street rail alignment beside the Chinese Garden.
Councillor Hawkins.
I'd be happy to second that. Second was to take the motion.
That is indeed a motion.
Could you please repeat the words?
I will write it for you.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Are there... Oh, Councillor Manvis. I'll come back to
I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Benson-Pope that an at-grade access is what is in the long-term city's interests. My understanding from a long time ago now, when CEO Harland was negotiating with Rail, was that there was a possibility to move the St Andrew Street crossing down to where the Chinese Garden is now for an at-grade crossing, with some compromises involved. And apparently at the time those compromises were not acceptable. One of the possible compromises may be that the access could be interrupted for 10 minutes at a time, 15 minutes at a time, if a particular shunting manoeuvre was required. There are other compromises to be made because the access would be swapped for the St Andrew Street access. There would have to be some other changes in terms of where traffic was directed. But if you look at the way the overbridge is functioning now down near the stadium, and that access is constant and able to be there all the time, it wouldn't take too much rejigging to lose the St Andrew Street access and get the at-grade access that Councillor Benson-Pope talks about, which he, I think, very rightly identifies as being vital to opening up the waterfront. It would get over the issue of bridges. It would get over the issue that rail doesn't just own the area that the train needs to manoeuvre, but owns a considerable space above that that would have to be negotiated. It gets around the issues of grades for cyclists, for wheelchair access. In fact, if we're serious about the waterfront at all, and we look at an overview of the city, an at-grade access for the harbour side is a simple, absolute necessity. I'm not pretending that it's going to be easy, and certainly we are going to have to make, I think, some significant compromises to rail, who have very genuine downsides if they were to grant an at-grade access there. I think that we should make those compromises, and I think that we should be able, when we get the, in theory, permission to be able to have an at-grade access, I think that the benefits that can flow from that will be many, and they will benefit all of the city on both sides of the railway line. Dunedin currently is a city that is essentially a city in two halves, bisected by the railway line, and it makes the heart of the city essentially divorced from the harbour. And if you look at all of the great cities in the world, the harbour really is the focus and really has a lot of the not just commercial but aesthetic benefits made available to that city. Dunedin has that potential. This motion from Councillor Benson-Pope, I think, is the vital step that we need to actually achieve a very long-term, perhaps, but certainly very large potential for the city. So thank you for that, David. Yeah, I promise to be very quiet about the whole thing now. I've had my piece, and thank you for your time.
Councillor Benson-Pope, oh, you've got to find an issue to find the bedfellows, don't you? That's great. I'd like to thank the...
I wouldn't go that far, David. I mean, I like your motion, but that's about it.
It's a figure of speech, Lee. The issue that was raised, I think is relevant, but there was a deal done, and I was just talking to Councillor Bezet about that. We need some research done in our own files about what led to the shifting to the current alignment, because it's my recollection or my feeling that there was an issue around the tenure, existing use rights aside, of the ownership of that previous access across the railways. But I keep coming back to this because it seems doable. I come back to it because I know that New Zealand Rail, or whatever it used to be called, was also a major contributor to the construction of the current overbridge that most of us use several times a day, paid a third of it along with the four bears of transit and the city. It may be that in the new privatised environment, the good corporate citizen isn't such a good corporate citizen, but there's no doubt about the desirability of getting access across there. We also know that underground or above would be very expensive. It may end up coming to that, but I can imagine, and we can all come up with, because we're all pretend engineers, there are lots of potential solutions that both would enable pedestrian and cycle access across those tracks, as well as precluding any entry into the rail corridor. That cannot be too difficult. It's a matter of gates that are open or closed at various times. And shunting, no matter what operators might say, would preclude such access. That would be a shame. It wouldn't be 24/7, but the vast majority of the day, there is no train movement in that area. If there were train movement on any of the three tracks, the gates would be closed and access will be cut off. But I have looked, and would invite people to do the same, and watch during various times of the day, and for most of the day, the area is fallow. And so I think it is really essential that we make an approach and see if we can come to some sensible way of progressing the discussion to save parties a lot of money, and also to provide an access that in many ways will be better than a bridge, and certainly immensely cheaper, while also meeting the rail corridors and companies' operators' needs to have a high level of safety in that area.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. There's no doubt, given both the number and the thoroughness of the submissions that we've received from our community through this year's annual plan process, that there's a great deal of ambition for the potential of the waterfront area from a public space, from a perspective, from an urban design perspective, from a city, a livability perspective, and I'd like to thank those submitters for the degree of effort and enthusiasm that they've put in to date to bring this issue back to this table during this process. But I am reminded that 2 years ago, similarly detailed and thought through ambitions for what public space in our Octagon and Lower Stewart Street area might potentially look like was brought here, and we moved similar motions to try and progress things, and here we are 2 years later. We've just moved that conversation out another year or two. So while I certainly support this motion, I'm nervous that it too would get lost and swallowed up by grander visions and grander plans, as conversations around the harbour side have historically done, focusing at a larger level rather than looking at what can be done within the existing situation in that area to improve the amenity and experience for residents and visitors in the city. And I think this is, and you know, this may not be the enduring solution, but it certainly is the simplest and cheapest option to start to open up that area so that we can have those conversations about how we can improve the harbourside area. Thanks.
about initially, but I'm just wondering if the party, it's a question for the mover really, whether that should be initially just about pedestrian and access, because to change the traffic access would be completely different from what I think is intended.
Sorry, I'm not suggesting the traffic access, I'm suggesting pedestrian and cycle access.
Sorry,
so I'm happy to add the words.
To limit that to that, thank you.
Thank you. All right, there being none, right a reply. I resist the temptation, the invitation to add a urgent or a reporting date, but the Chief Executive, I can assure members, if they support this, that I will give an undertaking to communicate with the Chief Executive and the Mayor on a weekly basis about the giving effect of this request. Okay, we're on to cycle safety. Sit back to the submissions. Further submissions. Cycleway, State Highway 88.
Sorry, I was to ask a question on, and I'm not sure which of those cycle things, because they're a bit
far away.
I sent through some questions about whether anyone had an idea about, from the spoke submission, what thoughts they had about achieving safe cycle movements for all cyclists, which I gather they meant to be fast ones and commuting ones and recreational ones and whatever, in light of a submission we had from somebody saying that they used the footpath in some cases because it wasn't safe on the road, and that with cycle lanes, frequently it seems that people who are riding fast on the road would continue to ride on the road not using a cycle lane because it's not very safe for different sorts of cyclists to merge. So the question is, do you or does anyone staff-wise know whether when the Spokes made that submission, their idea to provide safe and arterial routes included different cyclists, some of them using a facility and some of them not to keep safe, and some of them using a footpath in some cases to keep safe, or whether they were all going to be using the lanes?
Spokes, both in their submission and have done in the number of times that we've engaged with them, have always been very clear about that cycleways need to be fit for purpose for the environment that they're in, and to a large extent the environment that they're in will dictate the sorts of users that you're going to get. For example, you're not going to necessarily get a 5-year-old on this, the one-way pier cycleways. So it's really about what's appropriate. They endorsed and supported the spine and the network that was developed in 2011, and obviously through various iterations we haven't managed to achieve that, but they certainly speak for all cyclists, but are very keen on that it's fit for purpose for the environment. For example, you don't need to put a separated cycleway in a very quiet, low vehicle residential street.
So do you think they would be intending faster road cycles to be sharing the same cycleway generally that recreational and slower cyclists would be?
Again, I think it's going to depend on the environment. If you're on the State Highway 1 pier, you've got an appropriate cycleway for that, then you're going to have both commuters and obviously people who are moving at speed in an environment like that.
State Highway 88, you'll probably still get your race cyclists on the road, but then you'll get your more recreational cyclists on the shared path. You tend to get your road cyclists not on a shared path. So it's about horses for courses.
So SBF's, the one-way street one, you would think that they would be sharing that, all cyclists?
Yes, very much so, and certainly their input that I've been aware of and that I have observed from spokes is about ensuring that the design for the State Highway 1 piers were appropriate for that use, so that you did have appropriate passing, so that you didn't end up with the unintended consequence of forcing your faster people into the road.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comments, it's just a comment with regards to State Highway 88 shared path and the response to the submitters. I think we need to give them some indication and confidence that the city will work particularly hard in partnership with NZTA in terms of the design for that second stage. We've got a world-class shared path from the boat harbour to St Leonard's. But what I've seen of and what we were told at the Chalmers Community Board meeting, it didn't bring you on much in terms of what I would suggest would be potentially second rate. I don't think the community deserves that and the city certainly doesn't deserve that. So I'd like to see the response to include that we will continue to liaise, lobby, whatever words you like to use, with NZTA to get the best outcome for the community and the city. So all I'm saying is, as long as we make it clear to those submitters that whatever NZTA come up with, that we will, we'll endeavour to get the best possible outcome. But all I can say at this stage.
So picking up on that, I seem to recall that I communicated on behalf of council with NZTA shortly after they made the decision to call a halt for a while. I need to go back to this, but I think basically I said, while we didn't have a financial involvement, we would be happy to do anything to support their efforts to find alternatives. So we could reiterate that and make it public. We just need to check up on what we actually said to them.
And certainly, and of course, it will be an asset that the Transport Agency are keen to transfer to the city. So we have certainly had a cross-organisational response and involvement with the project to date. And we have certainly been obviously promoting the user experience. We have raised concerns where some of the engineering looked, given that we're going to be picking up the long-term maintenance of these things, but I can certainly assure you that we've been heavily involved.
Nothing further on that? State Highway, was that State Highway 88? I think it was. Nothing more on that? Central City Cycle Network? Councillor McTavish.
Sorry. Well, I was wondering in relation, a lot of these have been raised, a lot of these cycle things touch on effectively the range of issues raised by spokes, thank you. And in my email questions, I asked for a response from staff on each of those issues so that we understood what could possibly be achieved by in the next financial year. Is it possible to have that response ahead of discussing each of these individual points, or is that not possible? So, do you want me to go through the six points? So the first one was, so spokes have asked us to do 6 things in 2016. The first is to support NZTA to begin the construction of the State Highway 1 separated lanes by the end of this year. Obviously, it's the New Zealand Transport Agency project, and they're currently at the detailed design stage. And at present, I understand that they believe that they may be able to start construction in early 2017. Now, I appreciate Councillor Calvert also asked us some questions about did we understand the cost, etc., associated with mitigating the parking, etc. We haven't been through that exercise to thoroughly determine the options, as we haven't received the detailed design.
In respect of fixing Portobello Road, that is we should be starting on site there to remediate that shortly. We did have a tender, we did have a design for it. The timeframes that were quoted that had a design since last February, yes, we had a design for about 90% of it, but we did there were other safety issues that were identified during a safety audit at the Timaru Street end, and it was really important that if we were going to get that we needed to get this right. We have been through obviously the redesign process, and we have also sought feedback from spokes and the AA, etc., on the design and on the tender, so that we weren't obviously either over-engineering or making it too pretty, ensuring that it was fit for purpose. Completing the Wharf Roberts intersection as agreed. The interpretation of agreed there is as some members of the liaison group would like it to go ahead. The issue we have had there is that in the absence of detailed modelling, we didn't have the data. We had two independent views that the changes being proposed would actually create safety concerns at adjacent intersections, and we are working through that at the moment. So whilst yes, we acknowledge and also appreciate that Councillor Wilson continues to ask me for to do something about the cars coming off the overbridge, and I'll get it on somebody's list who's sitting in the room. Continuing the State Highway 88 path through the rail corridor to the railway station. This is one where, with the broader cycleway program, that we actually need to be taking a step back and having a look at what resource we've got and what the priorities are. I suggest there that there'll potentially be a report back to the councillors in respect of the varying cycleway demands that are on program, given that the Central City Cycle Project will reach a natural conclusion with options later this year, but won't progress until the Central City Plan pulls the other pieces of that pie together. There is an option to look at progressing that there. Obviously, the focus had been on the State Highway 1 links till now. And finally, develop plans for the separated cycle lane on North Road and safety improvements. This is a very, very large project, and which is why it hasn't been included as part of the Central City Cycle Network at the moment. I appreciate that spokes would like us to get on and deliver a sensible, well-connected network across the city. The reality is at the moment we need to confirm our priorities and move forward. And those were the 6.
Thank you. Based on
I missed one.
that response, it sounds to me that really the only thing that we can, or perhaps the only 2 that we can actually hope to deliver on, are the first 2, which is working collaboratively with NZTA to support the work that they are leading on State Highway 1 and remediating Portobello Road. Is that accurate? In respect of Wharf and Roberts, we're expecting to have a draft report on what the options are there by the end of next week. So we'll be in a position in the not too distant future to be able to engage with them and other users such as the AA, etc., on what the options are there. And then which is the other one? And that State Highway 88 corridor, as I mentioned, there is the potential with Central City coming to an end towards the end of this year that we could prioritise that for this year. So certainly the first 4. Okay. And from what I understand, Ruth, you're basically saying that nothing that we can do around this table can change the fact that the rest of it is going to take time. Yes. And is there anything that Spokes can do to support things to move faster?
Spokes have been a very willing partner through the whole process and over the years, and we've certainly appreciated their support and their continued involvement.
And the other issue which they raise in their submission, which isn't on their list but seems to be high on their priorities, is the need for someone on staff. They called them a cycling SAR. I'm not sure whether that's a technical DCC position, but is it anticipated that such a role might be a priority for council?
Given the range of projects and priorities that we need to be delivering on in the transport space in the coming time, certainly a review of the functions and the skills and capabilities that we have in that area is necessary, and we recognise that the cycle network is a key project. So yes, I'm not necessarily saying yes, but what I'm saying is that we need to make sure between now and the end of the year that we do have the appropriate skill sets to deliver what it is that's being expected of us. We've certainly got the very clear message today, and I appreciate it. I'm sure there is some not insignificant frustration with the amount of time that things have taken to get started and to carry on. But we have that message loud and clear, and we're working on it.
And just one final question, Your Worship. The work that you are doing, or the department will be doing, Ruth, to re-scope the nature of priorities in the cycle area, what timeline is that on for a report back?
How about before the election?
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Ruth, how are you getting on with your staffing? Because with Anne and Sarah leaving and Michael changing roles, do you have the adequate staffing to move forward on this?
Obviously, there's been some changes and there's some challenges in the team, but it's not just about transport. We do have the broader infrastructure networks team, and as you're aware, Richard is stepping in with the safety and the planning components. So whilst we need to work out what it is that we can deliver given the resource we've got now, we also need to work out, well, given what we have to deliver, what is the other resource that we need to compensate with it? And that may mean that we need to bring in contractors or consultants in the foreseeable future. It obviously takes time. We can't just add water and staff materialise. But we're going through that process at the moment to revisit what every staff member is doing and ensuring that it's reconciled with the priorities that the councillors have set.
Okay. Cycle liaison group, has that been meeting, or has that not met in a while?
So the Cycleway Liaison Group hasn't met formally this year, but the members on it have been, along with other stakeholders, have been involved in workshops on the Central City Cycle Network, and we also have discussions with the individual stakeholders. In the absence of and now I sound like a stuck record, a broader plan, we haven't been in a position to actually, which is where we want to be and which is what we've committed to the members, is that we want to be able to give them a work plan and commit to notice and providing information. So it's been on an as needs basis, on projects basis, and rather than the formal monthly structure that we had in place last year.
Okay, so has Spokes or AA been involved in any of those discussions this year?
Yes, so they've participated as stakeholders in the Central City Cycle Network, and we've also spoken to them about the Portobello Road changes.
So AA is, after the media, AA is back at the table and engaging?
Yes, we've certainly been speaking to them.
And have they been engaging?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
in fact, and I received a really lovely message of support and commitment to assist however they could when we advised that Ian had left us.
Okay. When I look at the report and what we've got in front of us, it says we're now taking a new approach, building to a higher standard that will cost us 4 times more than previous designs. Can you comment on that? I'm sort of lost.
So, as explained in the ISCOM report last year, is that the approach taken was to maximise the amount of cycleway that could be delivered and obviously minimise the cost, which is how we ended up in a situation where we had things were piecemeal and we had the concrete separators, etc. What we're talking about actually is just standard fit-for-purpose separated cycleways that look like separated cycleways that you will find in other parts of the country, and the reality is that those they cost $800-900 a lineal metre when you're talking about building new curbs and curb and channels, etc.
Okay, I take it you're working with NZTA Design and Ausroads and using that sort of format?
Yes.
So yet when I look at all that information, it says around, and I'm thinking more south Dunedin here, where it says traffic volumes where speed is 85 percentile of 50 kilometres an hour, traffic volume of 2,000. It's like, it's talking just a bike lane, no infrastructure, just basically paint. And that was highlighted in February the 10th when we had a Opus consultant here who said you don't need formed cycleways with less than 1,500 vehicles. So I'm reading that, listening to the Opus consultant, and I'm thinking South Dunedin, for example, is relatively straightforward, and some of the other parts of the city are relatively straightforward where the car volumes aren't that high.
So the resolution was to proceed with, from the Infrastructure Services Committee last year, was to proceed with the Portobello remediation. Obviously, you're talking a high volume environment there, so you need a separated cycleway. The next priority was the central city cycleways because of the connections. Again, you've got high volumes, multi-users, so you're going to end up with separated bicycle facilities there. The other resolution was in respect of South Dunedin, was that any designs needed to be consulted with and obviously brought back to the council table. So certainly with also and with feedback with potential routes is that absolutely it's not a one size fits all approach, and in respect of those guidelines, if you're talking vehicle movements of 1,500 or less, then actually you don't need any facility at all. So it is horses for courses, but in respect of this, we were talking about the pieces of work that we were progressing with now.
Yeah.
So that would be the cost differences.
I guess to me, I'm still, and again, I don't want to get into debate here, and I'm trying to get my head around seeing the costs that are associated. And I guess the frustration I have is to hear that there's been meetings taking place and we've known nothing about it. And I expressly asked to be included in or observe at cycle liaison group meetings. Yeah, I understand that. You're doing the same thing in a different format, so I understand that. The part is, are we going to continue spending and going to the 10th degree and going to the highest standard possible versus getting a lot of it built?
Sorry, is your question, are we going to be, and I apologise if my interpretation is incorrect,
yep,
that we're going to be over-designing to get an expensive outcome rather than something that is a fit-for-purpose outcome?
pretty much.
No, I think when we're talking about the change in cost, irrespective of your views on whether the the street environments were appropriate for what was being constructed in South Dunedin, the reality is for a separated bicycle facility that the per metre cost is 3 to 4 times higher than what our budgets that were developed for South Dunedin were based on. That's the cost difference. So I'm not saying that that's a target, therefore we should build separated bicycle facilities everywhere. That's not it at all. What I'm saying is that if that's the outcome you're delivering in the appropriate environment, that's what it's going to cost you.
So you're talking the likes of Coutry Street and Richardson Street?
If you determine that, if you agree that a separated bicycle facility is required in that street, then it will cost you 3 to 4 times more than we had budgeted on.
I totally understand that, but if the consultants are saying 1,500 vehicles, you don't need infrastructure. Yeah. Yeah, no, but there's not 1,500 vehicles go down Coutry Street, for example.
No. The annual plan consultation was on the principle in respect of what we may or may not put in Coutry Street. That is the subject of that other resolution from infrastructure, where we would be coming back with designs to the council for approval or otherwise, and then be consulting with the community. So if your concern is that this gives us a mandate to run off and build an expensive separated cycle facility in Coutry Street, I can assure you it doesn't.
Okay. As you can tell, I'm pretty frustrated about this, but when I look at the linkage in South Dunedin and Coutry Street, I appreciate what you're saying there. Then I looked at the plans that we were showing for Portobello Road, and for the amount of traffic versus the Austroads/NZTA and the consultants' reports that I see online, I struggle with the infrastructure that they talk about that's needed, and I think we're overbuilding in that area.
So for the Portobello Road fix, it's literally just a separated cycle facility that we have, whilst the original aspiration was for additional amenity, obviously we were consulting on the change in scope, and we sought the feedback from the AA and Spokes and other members of the Cycleway Liaison group, who reconfirmed that they wanted fit-for-purpose infrastructure, and that's what we're going to have in Portobello Road.
So a full build-up all the way along the full length of Portobello Road?
Yes.
Versus just in front of the housing area?
Sorry. Yes. So we'll have a single separated cycle facility all the way along, all 770 odd metres of it.
Okay. All right. I look forward to seeing or being included or being asked to observe some of these meetings. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Could we have put together the cycle proposals behind the railway station and the proposal that Councillor Benson Pope has talked about for the crossing? Because it seems to me that thinking wants to be combined in the middle of the year if we're intending cyclists to have the potential of going across there. That would be an area that we wouldn't be wanting to do twice. My rather larger question is, if NZTA starts doing things along State Highway 1 at the beginning of next year, and we still haven't, in this year's plan, got any money for anything we would need to do in response to that, and the lack of parking we're going to have, and the cost that we'll have to do in other bits, even the parking and other issues that will happen while it's being built. is this somebody in our organisation? Is it you, or is it somebody else who would deliver that financial effects on us at some point? I mean, it's going to start happening during this year, and still we haven't got any response about what budgetary implications it would have on us. And we're actually contemplating at the moment encouraging NZTA to do this faster and to do it, and we're not hearing about any budgetary things. Is there any intention, and this might be a chief question, any intention by anybody to bring any budgetary effects of any of this before or even during the time that NZTA is going to do it?
If I just respond initially, once we have their detailed design and we know on a block by block basis what they're proposing with car parking, then we can certainly bring that back. But I should also say that the New Zealand Transport Agency has also offered to contribute to any parking mitigation as well.
But we don't know what that will be and what cost it will be to us, and we've got a pretty good idea of where they're going sort of now with it. I mean, I do appreciate this is a work in progress, but this will happen, some of it, during this year that we are now discussing budgetary costs of, without any idea of any contribution that we will need to be making.
So the parking review is underway at the moment, and of course we also need to be considering the impacts of the State Highway 1 changes in respect of the central city plan. We also, of course, have the bus hub project and the rerouting of the bus. So there are a number of unknowns that are still in the air as to what the eventual picture is, to be able to put any money towards it.
Yeah, we've got a particular number of car parks we're going to lose, as we've been told. Is it 283 or whatever it is, number that NZTA gave us when we last went down and had a look. And even some sort of placeholder, 2 to 4 million or some amount somewhere, 200,000, who knows, because there's two things. There's a capital cost to us that we'll need to do, and we'll need to do it as soon as they start doing their bit. And there's an operational cost and lack of parking, likely, because they're not likely to do the whole thing, I presume.
So the point of the parking review, it shows us where the pinch points are, where we've got excess, where we've got parks being used or not being used or not used to capacity. In terms of, there will definitely be parking changes coming up as NZTA roll out their separated cycleway. The question of whether that means there are less metered parks is over to, that will come out of that parking review. So whilst you will lose some spots for parking along the main street, then the plan is you would then potentially move those parking meters a little further out. So effectively everybody, each separate, it's kind of like peeling an onion, each separate ring of existing parking charges might move one street out or one street out or one street out. It's hard to picture that, and I think it's been clear we don't map all of that out until we know exactly what it is that NZTA are planning to do, because until we have that, we don't know. We're starting to get some idea, but it's still a little bit uncertain for us about exactly where how that knockout, how much will need to happen. But that's the point of the parking review.
Yeah, so we
you
can't
can put those
on it,
because
it'll be between cycles, and by the time they start doing it next year, there will be no point, no annual plan in which we consult on any of those costs.
No, but NZTA on their road will roll out what they roll out. The question for you then is, do you take those two strips of parking meters and add them and put in 2 streets worth further over where there currently are no meters? That's a call for us as we do that parking review, and then come back with options for you in order to make good the parking charge loss. There definitely will be some implication of the work to do that, of the road painting, road marking and so on as well.
Councillor Thompson.
No, the last half hour I sort
Councillor Vandervis.
I can understand Councillor Thompson losing the will to live, and anybody trying to get a park around the hospital, good luck to them after this one-way cycleway goes through. The claim by CEO Bidrose that we can simply move parking metres further out would be kind of okay if it wasn't for the fact that we already have parking pretty much chocker up into the green belt. You can't put parking in the green belt by legal statute. That's the limit. You can't push it any further, and it's already chocked. We've got a situation where, as I understand it, we're going to have NZTA go ahead with this project without knowing how we're going to fund the $7 million parking building that's going to be required just to service the hospital and the university, let alone the other issues around. My question really is, and perhaps Ms Stokes can answer this, if we find that mitigating these parking losses from hundreds of parks that are going to be lost, if we find that the cost of it is unacceptable or simply unaffordable, do we have any way of stopping the one-way street separated cycleway? Or can NZTA just fire ahead and do it anyway?
The New Zealand Transport Agency can, within reason, do what they like within the area of their designation. The decision on what the council may or may not want to replace or provide, given the impact of that, will need to be considered at the time, and in the light of potentially other initiatives happening in the city, such as the increased number of buses and the changes in bus routes, and whether that's something the council wants to support. But that will be something we'll have to report back.
Can you also confirm the NZTA statement that they don't believe that we have a right to the parking along the one-way street corridor, and that the loss of revenue that we will certainly have from not having that parking anymore is not their problem?
Councillor, if that was an NZTA statement, I don't think it's reasonable to expect any of our staff to confirm or not confirm it.
Okay, well, the question really was, is that staff understanding? Do the staff accept that that is actually the case?
Again, within reason, the New Zealand Transport Agency can do what they will within their designated area.
And that's basically from the far edge of one footpath to the far edge of the other?
That their designation is likely to go into our footpath, but I don't have the exact.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
The major problem I see is getting into the industrial area. We've pushed all the all-day parking into the industrial area down at the wharf now, and these businesses can't get serviced. You can't get parking outside virtually any of them down in the wharf area.
Question was?
That's being reviewed as we speak, actually. Councillor Wiley. Oh, Wilson, sorry. Councillor Wilson.
Question for Ruth, sorry. If NZTA decided that they needed a third lane on the state highway to ensure that traffic worked sufficiently well and got round, would they be consulting us on parking loss in that instance? If they had to get rid of car parking for another lane of traffic?
So if they were going to, it would actually depend on the extent of the documentation that we hold on the within the outline, how specific the outline plan is as to whether or not that would trigger the need to engage with us. I'm sure that they would engage with us.
But but equally, if it was instead of cycle lane, it was another lane for traffic, the net effect would be that we wouldn't have the car parking, and they probably wouldn't.
Yes.
Be too concerned.
Councillor Whiting.
Ruth, sorry, I'll keep this to one question. In looking at the 6 points from Spokes, what would be the DCC/NZTA spend For example, I understand the one-way is 59% NZTA and DCC spend is 31%. 41%, sorry.
I'm afraid I don't have that detail to hand.
One way, it's 100% NZTA.
But the State Highway 1 spend is 100% NZTA. There's no DCC contribution. Portobello Road is 66% NZTA, 34%.
Right. Councillor McTavish, you wanted to move something.
Well, this is just, I think the context for this is I think it would be helpful for us to have a clear answer to everyone that has submitted on cycleways about what they can expect us to achieve over the next year. Staff have clearly indicated today that no additional budget is going to assist us to move this program forward any faster than it is. They've also given a clear indication of what is able to be progressed over the coming couple of months, and I think it would be helpful for us to note what has been articulated here today so that it can be clearly transmitted back to submitters. So that's why I am moving.
Right, these are all for noting. And second to Councillor Wilson. Any other speakers? Oh, do you? That's right. Okay, if there are none, I'm going to put it. It's just for noting. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And now we move on to, is there anything left unsaid about cycleways? Good. So, change of scope. So we're over to footpaths, I think. Improvements or additions? Any comment? Councillor Lord.
I'll just ask.
I'll repeat the question for Councillor Wilson. I was just wondering if there was a ballpark figure per kilometre of cycleway that we could sort of work out. Footpath. Sorry.
For the hard of hearing like yourself, Mike, I was doing that.
Sorry, I don't have a metre rate.
Footpaths, improvements and additions. Right. Councillor Calvert.
Can you give us an idea of where community requests have been made for footpath extensions?
They're in the submissions. If you go into footpaths, improvements and additions and go over to submissions, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, I had got the impression that when it says community requests are logged, that it wasn't just submissions. Is it just submissions you mean, not?
We do have requests that come through and we have a log. Yeah.
Oh, just an idea of where they might, are they clustered around the same ones? Or?
I'm trying to think.
Sorry, we don't have the information.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further there? Oh, Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It's a specific request, and I don't know if it is a footpath request, but the response to the submission suggested that it might be. And it was from, apologies, I don't have the number to hand, but it was a submission from Helen Jack talking about a pedestrian link or some kind of access way between Arnold and Evans Street in Opaho. And I don't know if what she was asking for explicitly was a footpath. So I just wonder whether that response to that submission is appropriate in that case.
That was forming a footpath along like a grassed area.
Okay. So they were seeking a built thing rather than an public access way, or?
Just a public access way, like a footpath.
Sorry, what was that?
It was a request for a formed hard surface, not just a gravelled walkway.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm just looking at the staff comments with regards to the issue at Waikawati. It's a maintenance issue on the footpath that was raised by Mr Chalmers, and then Ajax Street. And I've just had a look on Google Map. These are just basic maintenance issues rather than, I don't think it's worthwhile telling the submitter that, you know, the footpath's due for renewal in 2028. I mean, we just need to tidy these things up. They're just basic footpath maintenance rather than, you know, the whole resurfacing of the footpath. Just as long as we've got the right comment in the reply to the submitter, that's all.
Right, nothing further on that. Mud tanks, increased service levels, that's the next submission topic. Yep, Councillor Lord.
Ruth, I'm just wondering if, in view of the fact of flooding in Mosgiel, I'm just wondering if you have got a similar program in Mosgiel flood tanks to what you had and what you've introduced in South Dunedin, just because I have had comments from people that they don't see much work there either.
So there is no formal plan at the moment to extend what was done in South Dunedin. The next steps are meeting with Fulton Hogan to explain what we've found and how it was measured, and then to seek from them how they are going to provide us the assurance that the rest of the network meets the contract specification, and whether that's a rollout of the program we've just been through or however that is, but that's under negotiation. So at the moment it's still being managed under the contract. Yes. And certainly one of the contract specification under the new contract remains the same in terms of the performance with the 95%, etc. But one of the additions is at the moment the current contract is silent on the outlet pipe being clear. It just says that the stormwater structure needs to be clear when it's cleaned. So this can be a lot more specific.
Councillor Wiley.
Ruth, has customer service received an increase in mud tank requests or level of service?
It's hard to say.
Right. On to parking new areas or changes to existing areas. Public transport, bus shelters, stops. Councillor Wiley.
I know it wasn't in the submissions, but after the gig workshop last year with Alcatel-Lucent, there was a whole presentation on smart bus shelters and the technology in them. Has anything happened in that area?
Sorry, that's with the Otago Regional Council, and whilst we install them on their behalf, there has been no change in the specification. But I'll raise that with them again.
Or I should know,
And we'll public transport resourcing. Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. This again is another one where I imagine this is probably a deferred work stream, given where things are at. But I just wondered whether we could have an update on that, so that we could convey that to submitters.
The description of a deferred work stream is a good one. We have had a few conversations with the Otago Regional Council, most recently in the past week, saying that this is something that we do need to prioritise, and that we will be doing so, that we need to move forward, as really nothing of note the reality is nothing of note has happened since the council passed the resolution last year. There has been interaction on with them on the bus hub, and at the moment we are pursuing with them the option of developing a shared model to analyse that before any final decisions are made around changes. But yes, again, going back to it is a priority, and we are also aware on this one that we have a time frame for the next in terms of the funding.
Thank you. Would it be possible to flesh out the answer here to those submitters, just on those two on that collaboration point, so that they're aware that that's underway? Thank you.
Road safety, general improvements. Roading maintenance, general. Councillor Noonan and Councillor Carroll.
Councillor McTavish has encouraged me, but I would like to raise road maintenance in general under seal extensions, so I'll
So you do it then?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Carroll.
Is the answer to the question of whether potholes and things are being tagged and dealt to the same that come into the Customer Services Agency, the same as the answer to the question earlier, namely, we haven't got them, but we will soon be able to, or we hope to soon. Why I'm asking that question is sometimes I go down and listen to the CSA people, and I've noticed that there's people ring up and complain about potholes, and there are some particular potholes that the Customer Services Agency people aren't even really keen on passing on, because they've been passing them on for the last 4 years and nobody's taken a blind bit of notice of them. So is that something that will change, or is that...
Glad someone takes notice.
We have seen an improvement in response times, and the potholes are being addressed, so I'd be interested in knowing about those specific issues, because we are monitoring them and they are being addressed.
But certainly our customer response times are not what they should be under the contract.
Well, sorry, I've got a point of order. I heard that staff response and I was a bit slow myself in responding, but I think there's a difficulty with what the councillor was suggesting, saying that staff weren't doing their jobs, actually, for whatever reason.
Sorry, I'm being remiss, because I was conversing with the Chief Executive when the councillor mentioned. So what's the point of order?
Well, the point of order is that I think the comment needs to be withdrawn or substantiated, because one way or another it was either the CSA people not doing their jobs, or it was the people they were referring the complaints to not doing their jobs. One way or another, there's an issue with the comment.
If I could clarify,
that would be good.
I wasn't intending that either of those two groups were not doing their job. It may well be that the particular potholes that people had been ringing about was something on a maintenance program that wasn't happening till 2027 or something, and it was only that we didn't know that. And it may be a communication issue that that people can be told that, or which potholes fall into which categories. So what I was saying was just that there was information coming in and that there were potholes not being done. I wasn't casting aspersions on whether they were appropriately not done or whether they were part of a work program, just a wee bit more communication really about what was going on there with the people who they were talking to would be useful.
Thank you. That was only half the story. This statement also related to the actions of the CSA people who weren't happy or didn't want to pass on the complaint because they'd done it before and nothing had happened. And that, I mean, one way or another, you can't have...
Well, the position I'm in is that I didn't hear the Councillor Calvert's first statement, but I'm going to say that I'm ruling that I'm satisfied with her clarification to date. So I'm going to leave it there. Okay. Sea walls, excluding St Clair. So, Councillor McTavish.
This, I think, refers, or certainly was raised in the Chalmers Community Board submission in relation to sea walls between Port Chalmers and Aramoana. They have concerns about the condition that they're in and renewal programs around them. Is that in some form of deferred or otherwise action plan?
Actually, we've done something on that. Yes, so we have, and also further potentially complicating the seawall situation is some parts of seawalls are managed by parks and some managed by transport, but we're obviously having a consistent approach. But we have just completed having all of the seawalls assessed, and that information is just being analysed to inform a repair replacement plan.
Super, thank you. Could that be added to the response? Thank you.
Right, seal extensions, Councillor Noon.
This is my swan song, Your Worship. Just brace yourself. Why I raised it under road maintenance initially, I feel that there's a strong connection between having a small, modest seal extension budget to deal with difficult or hard to maintain sections of the gravel roading network, and I suppose it's as simple as that, and it probably reflects on conversations that I've had or staff have had with me where the contractors have really struggled to maintain sections, and I can give examples, but it's probably irrelevant in this forum. But the reality is that some steep sections in the gravel roading network are extremely difficult to maintain. They continue to corrugate. It doesn't matter how many times you run a grader over them. You strike dry weather, like we've had in the last 18 months, 2 years, and they just continue to corrugate. And in some parts of the network, you've literally got to drive on the wrong side of the road, take your life into your own hands. I do it myself. I've got no choice, otherwise you won't get up the road. So those are the sorts of things that are happening. So what I'm suggesting, happy to move that staff report on the benefits of having a modest seal extension budget to deal with difficult to maintain sections of the gravel roading network. Happy to give that to Arlene, and I'll dip my toe in the water to see if there's any support.
So in the meantime, the State Highway requests for improvements. Order. We'll move on. Street cleaning, improvements or additional work. Street lighting, improvements to street lights. what I was going to suggest was that the financial payback in terms of lesser maintenance on one type of road could be included, but you've mentioned benefits, so that covers it. So, do you want to speak to it in the first instance?
Probably covered off what I need to say. One other last thing is that I'm not asking for any money at this point, and I'm unlikely to be asking for any money by the time this report comes through, but I'll rely on my colleagues, hopefully in the future, that may drive it.
Right. Councillor Thompson.
I just don't know what modest means. One person's modest is another person's something else. I'm not quite sure how staff would action that.
Well, I think it's the key part of the motion is around it's difficult to maintain sections of the roading network. So I don't know what modest is either. I could say 50k, I could say 100k, or whatever. But I don't think it's about the money at this stage. It's about asking staff to report back if there are benefits to have some money available to deal with these difficult to maintain sections of the gravel network for seal extensions. So sorry, I can't tell you. We can take the word modest out if it helps.
No, I'm not being antagonistic to your wish.
I'm quite relaxed about that. I'm used to it, that's right.
My understanding from the way you explained it was that you're wanting a budget that will cover discrete pieces of road that are problematic rather than sealing whole roads. Right. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions, I guess, and one might be for the mover and one might be for the General Manager. But does the mover intend to have the reporting back also include costs or just the benefits of having the budget?
Well, quite simply, I mean, I could estimate what a kilometre of seal extension costs today, but I'll rely that on for staff to feed that back. So to answer your question, yes, a cost per kilometre or per 100 metres, yes.
Okay. Sorry. I can't tell you what the kilometre is, but I might have an easy solution that means I don't have to write a report. So in next year's reseals budget, we have $4 million and we have a $3.2 million program. Now, instead of putting that 800k up as savings, we could reallocate that to seal extensions and look and trial that next year on the basis that if we're looking.
Well, I'd have to say I don't think that's what this resolution is asking for. I think what this resolution is asking for is some kind of cost-benefit analysis around what it costs to maintain really problematic pieces of road that are gravelled compared with what it would cost in the over a lifetime of it for seal. And I don't know the answer either. Now, Councillor you're still going?
Yeah.
Right, go for it.
But it is good to know that there's 800k in the transport budget to spend on council's priorities in this space. Yeah, thank you. It's just a question around the areas that are covered by these difficult to maintain sections that Councillor Noonan is covered by. What is the funding assistance rate from the NZTA in those areas roughly?
59%.
59%. So that would still be covered, and that's trending down?
Yeah, it trends down by 1% each year.
Okay.
58.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Staines.
Just wanting to ask a question. In the past, we have been told over and over again that sealed road costs more to maintain than gravel road, except in a situation where there are high traffic volumes, in which case seal is better. So I'm just wondering, just to ask the question, off the top of your head, do you believe there is a real need for this modest seal extension, or is it, or are we still living under the what we have been advised, that when a traffic volume on a road gets beyond a certain point, it becomes economic to seal it. If it doesn't get past that point, it's not.
We'd have to MPV the specific areas of concern. Generally, or almost all the time, an unsealed road is a lot cheaper to maintain than a sealed road.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Well, part of it's been traversed by the comment made by staff about not writing reports, but I'm just wondering if a report, as requested in this motion, is pretty self-evident that a report's going to say, yeah, well, there are these advantages and there are these costs. And I'm wondering if we couldn't, so I just don't think there's a lot of utility in this motion. I'm wondering, and I'm asking, would it not be possible for staff to talk to the mover and to identify some examples of the Councillor Noon mover and identify some specific examples that he's citing? I mean, we know the sort of thing it will be. It'll be the steeper parts that get more damaged more quickly, I assume. And we all know parts of the region where there is seal that's gone around bridges to stop that issues with different surfaces. So there's no great sort of rocket science stuff here. But wouldn't it be better to, what will be the utility of talking to the councillor and quantifying the benefit of some particular fixes rather than writing a self-fulfilling report that says it would be great if they were sealed? Well, that's my issue. Don't know if I've expressed it very well.
I think that's an inspired idea.
I think we're happy to treat that as rhetorical in the course of discussion on the item. Thank you.
Well, it's just that I don't disagree with looking at the issue.
No.
But I don't see there's any purpose served by asking a motion asking for a report like that, when practically Councillor Noon could identify 5 or more or fewer places that are a problem, and staff could respond to. I just think there's, irrespective of the little treasure trove that's been revealed, which we might spend on, extensions of land purchases for something else, I think there is a better way to do this than sending off staff to waste their time.
You could suggest an amendment. You could move an amendment.
Well, I'm sort of trying to suggest that Councillor Noon might suggest that he could bin that motion.
No.
And
please decline. So let's
then I have
move on.
to vote against it.
Councillor Vanders.
Time.
Here all day. You want to speak? Oh, you've spoken. Councillor Vanders.
It's been well established in the past and reiterated today that the maintenance cost is the killer for tar seal. And it's always going to be that way unless you've got really high traffic volumes. Councillor Noon, however, does hit on the fact that not all gravel roads are equal, and that some parts of some gravel roads require an awful amount of maintenance and create actually often damage to vehicles simply trying to crawl up them with the holes and corrugations and stuff that are in them. If there are some sections of roads like this where we would see a net benefit, that is to say a cost-benefit ratio that would get closer to what we would normally expect, then I could support Councillor Noon's suggestion that we at least have a brief look at this, notwithstanding the fact that we don't necessarily have to get a report. I'm trying to find a middle way between Councillor Benson-Pope and Councillor Noon here. Perhaps we could just ask staff to
talk to Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Talk to Councillor Noon and some others. I've got a gravel road as well, but I wouldn't ever suggest that one. But there are some. There are definitely some gravel roads that I'm thinking of the Saddle Hill area, and not yours, and thinking of some places that are actually really quite dangerous to negotiate as gravel, which there could be a real cost benefit looking at the wider picture. So I would like to support Councillor Noon in his effort to get staff to have a look-see. I would also like them not to have to go to a lot of trouble writing up a report. Perhaps something informal could be done.
Councillor Wills.
I'm sorry, I'm sounding really pedantic about semantics today, but I don't see this as a seal extension. This is safety work, which is exactly what Lee's just been talking about, I think. And I had always understood that some of that work could be and had been done under minor safety works or some other form of that. And that's fine if it isn't. I think what we actually, and I think this might be where Andrew's trying to get to, is actually looking at a criteria that might get seal extension work done, and it's that clarity of what the benefits would be, or the type of situation where there may be a whole lot of accidents or something like that that might generate a consideration for a sealing of a section of a road in order to make it accessible or usable. Now, the other part of this is I think we need to be very careful about cause and effect, and one is that you don't necessarily want to generate intensive use of that road, but you want to meet the demands of the current usage of that road. And they can be quite too different and problematic. By sealing it, you can come to far worse result with speed. And I think Scroggs Hill Road and the requirement and request we've had to put up armour guard or armour, whatever that is in that area, in that corner, because people keep on driving down it at speed and falling off it for the poor farmer. That is exactly why we shouldn't tar seal every part of roads and all of the road. So it's had a net negative effect. So my suggestion is that we don't use the words seal extension because that was a completely different line item, but that we look at the criteria that would generate the need for sealing parts of roads in order to, and what budget that may be suitable to come out of. That, I think, is where you should be putting your motion, and therefore I could support.
Councillor McTavish.
Yeah, I have a similar view. My understanding on this matter, casting my mind back 3 or 4 years to when we had the substantive debate on it, is twofold, really. First is that none of the roads that had been identified looking across their full extent for seal extensions went anywhere near meeting the NZTA threshold for co-investment. So that admittedly was 4 years ago, or whatever it was. Maybe the co-investment rate has changed, or the criteria, have changed, but I'm not, well, I guess we'd have to hear about that. But certainly at that time, it didn't seem that there was a strong case for those roads to be high priority given that criteria. The second issue, which I think has been flagged and which the Otago Peninsula Community Board at the very least have been working with staff on, is there are discrete areas of their network which are unsealed where there is a safety issue or a maintenance issue, and they are getting those discrete areas sealed under separate budget, under separate line items. And I don't know which line items they are, but it does seem to me that we might be getting staff to report back on an additional budget when in fact there is budget in place. It's just a matter of discussing what the criteria are for that. So in the context of that, in the knowledge that OPCB at the very least, maybe other community boards that are also managing their network with staff in that way, but I'm hesitant to ask for another report on something which sounds like it's already happening in parts of our network.
Right. Councillor, I believe you've spoken. Do you want to ask a question? Right.
I was going to ask I asked if I could speak.
Oh no, you were the first speaker.
Oh, very good.
Councillor Wiley. Councillor Wiley.
The Saddle Hill Community Board spoke on this in their presentation, and for that reason, and having looked at the roads and experienced the roads in that area and some of the other parts of Dunedin, I definitely think it's time we move forward with steel extension budget and put it back in place. So I'll be supporting this.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'd like you to ask a question, Councillor Present.
McTavish just referred to a possible budget that could be tapped into with regards to gravel roads, and they might relate to safety issues or it might be just maintenance. Is that a fact? Is that fund there? And I think the Peninsula or the Utah Peninsula Community Board was used as an example. So does that happen already?
Yes, so that's the minor improvements budget would be applicable in these situations.
So that is a budget there? Because clearly, in my view, and the staff have already admitted, there is no benefits. It is costly, more costs to maintain sealed roads and gravel roads. So there's no benefit. But if there are parts of the roading network that can be identified that will benefit from this fund that was just alluded to a moment ago, then I think we should tap into that. So I'm not going to support this.
Right, Councillor Noon, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Worship. Look, I can probably go around the room and make a comment on what other speakers have said, and I'll start with Councillor Wilson. I'm quite relaxed in terms of whether we describe this as a safety issue or a maintenance issue. That what I clearly said at the front end was that these difficult to maintain sections are creating safety issues. I'm driving on the wrong side of the road to get along the road. I've got, I know of neighbours and other, I suppose, farmers that carting stock and that sort of thing do the same thing to essentially gain traction to get up a hill, simply because they can't make it up unless they drive on the wrong side of the road. So yeah, absolutely accept there are safety issues. In terms of an existing budget, Councillor McTavish, that's news to me. Staff member that I've liaised with over years since the seal extension budget was removed has never mentioned that that's a possibility. That's great if it is, and I'm once again quite relaxed if it's not called a seal extension budget and it's called the minor safety works budget. I'm quite relaxed about that. I think the point I'm trying to make is that there are sections of the network that need attention and the current maintenance regime does not work. And what I'm saying is that there are other techniques, and I accept, as Councillor Bizet's alluded to, that the cost of maintaining a seal is far greater than gravel. I absolutely accept that. But the reality is, in some of these sections, if you're running a grader over it in half a dozen times a year or even more, I'd probably argue that the cost difference is probably very, there's probably very little difference in those worst case scenarios. But look, all I'm trying to do is ensure that we have a bit of thought about the possibility of having some additional money put towards the rural gravelled section of our network, and that's really all I'm asking. And if the staff come back and say, look, we've got an existing budget, that's great. If the staff come back and say, look, well, there's another way to skin this cat and retain the maintenance at a certain level of these roads and also safety, that's great. I'm quite relaxed about that. It's probably a 1 or 2 pager report. I'm not asking for a hell of a lot, to be fair.
Right. So can I suggest that if you change a seal extension budget to a minor works budget, it'll be about 5 lines giving you the name of the guy who does know how to get access to it, and I think you'd find there'd be a lot more support around the table.
That's fine.
Because I think that way, I think you.
That's what you wish.
No, I'm just.
We've just had there's been plenty of option for the motion to change.
Righto.
We've just had the right to reply.
Yes.
It's totally out of order to make a suggestion about the nature of motion at this point.
Well, I've made it.
We can rule on it, you rule properly.
If it's inappropriate to change it at the moment, I'm just seeking consensus around the table.
That's fine.
To put it the way it is then.
And it's fair that you have suggested that, but all I'm saying, it doesn't matter what it's called.
Sure.
The reality is I'm just raising the issue and asking for some staff advice.
All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. I'd like a show of hands, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's carried. And it is 5 o'clock. So we'll adjourn. Yeah, you can leave that here. I'll move from the chair that we adjourn till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried.